All right, we're going to try this again this morning. Today's date is April 21st, 2016. We are on the record for the Volusia County Council meeting public participation. The Volusia County Council welcomes your involvement and is interested in hearing your comments. Please complete a public participation slip and indicate in the subject line the issue you wish to address. You may use the back if you need to. After you're recognized, state your name and address for the public record before beginning your comments. You may speak up to 3 minutes, either during public participation or when that agenda item is heard. The County Council will not answer questions or requests during public participation, and please be courteous and respectful of the views of others. Personal attacks on council members, county staff, or members of the public will not be tolerated. I noticed a group came in. Is any of you speaking this morning? No. Okay. Then we have one individual, Mr. Bob Chu. If you will please come to our podium, sir. For the record, we do have another individual just showed up. So for the record, please, sir, state your name and your address, and you will have 3 minutes.
Bob Chu, 208 Virginia Street, Edgewater, Florida. Thank you for allowing me to talk today. As you all know, the Indian River Lagoon is going through quite severe challenges.
Can we have the clock ticking, please? Okay, please continue, sir.
Okay, the Indian River Lagoon is at a crossroads. It is going to become an algae-based ecosystem rather than a seagrass, oyster, mangrove ecosystem unless we stop the nutrient flow into the lagoon, keep harmful chemicals from entering the lagoon, and fix the freshwater flows that are killing the lagoon. If we put protecting the Indian River Lagoon as our highest priority, we can return the lagoon to health. Let's do everything now so that our children and their children can enjoy the Indian River Lagoon as previous generations have. It is simple to protect our lagoon: less nutrients, less chemicals, less water. These 3 steps will not only protect our lagoon, but will protect our economy. Thank you.
Well, thank you, sir. Okay. James Peterson. Mr. Peterson. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
All right. You heard the preamble before this, I take it?
Yeah, I just have to share something that I am shocked.
Wait, hold one moment. I need your name and address for the record before we begin.
James Peterson, Longwood, Florida.
Okay. You have 3 minutes, sir.
I can't believe that I read in the newspaper yesterday, the Orlando Sentinel, that you are all thinking of giving the Cruz family $500,000 because of the horrible botched drug raid, which was an actual armed home invasion by VCSO. And I just can't believe that you don't sell marijuana, okay, but instead you'd rather kill innocent people in their own homes to take it away from them. And I just want to read you something real quick. You're actually violating federal law. U.S. Code 1951, interference with commerce by threats and violence. Whoever in any way or degree obstructs, delays, or affects commerce, meaning the sale of marijuana, or the movement of any article or commodity in commerce by robbery or extortion, or attempts or conspires to do so, or commits or threatens physical violence to any person or property in furtherance of a plan or purpose to do anything in violation of this section shall be fined under this title or imprisoned not more than 20 years or both. And the term robbery means the unlawful taking or obtaining of personal property from the person or in the presence of another against his will by means of actual or threatened force or violence or fear of injury, immediate or future, to his person or property in his custody or possession, or the person or property of a relative or member of his family, or of anyone in his company at the time of taking or obtaining. And the term extortion means the obtaining of property from another with his consent, induced by wrongful use or actual or threatened force, violence, or fear, or under the color of official right. What it is, well, take a guess what marijuana is, a vegetable or a fruit. Take a guess. You don't know, but you're willing to kill people to take it away from them, okay? Can somebody guess what marijuana is? Has anybody ever looked at it? How many people die from marijuana every year? Have you ever been on the CDC website? You promote alcohol. Alcohol abuse is promoted in Volusia County. Shame on you all. 70% of violent crime is alcohol related, and yet you sell alcohol everywhere. Now, why don't you sell marijuana? Volusia County could make $10 to $20 million a month. You know where that money goes? Drug dealers, tax-free, unregulated. That's mismanagement of funds. You are all a bunch of filthy racketeers, and you should all be indicted for racketeering. Not only that, Okay, $500,000 is a very paltry sum for the Cruz estate. Dan Newland got me $500,000 for my injuries. Thanks, Dan. Derek Cruz can't say that. He is dead. And he's dead. And you know that marijuana taken from the house? You know whose marijuana that was? That was mine. And that was my medicine, because I'm disabled. And you're robbing veterans and disabled people of their medicine. One more thing, I have 10 seconds. Florida Statute 825-102, abuse of elderly persons and disabled adults mean intentional infliction of physical and psychological injury upon an elderly person or disabled adult. That's a Florida statute you all are violating, and you're all scum, and you should all go to prison. And you're all a bunch of filthy murderers.
Okay. I have to stop you at that point for two very good reasons. One, the rule of attacking council members, you just violated that, number one. Number two, your time has expired, so I have to ask you to leave, sir.
Well, you attacked Derek Cruz, and the blood of his...
Okay,
his
sir. Oh, sir.
blood is in your
Sir.
shoes. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Okay, sir. And anybody else that wishes to speak this morning?
I don't have any other slips, sir.
Okay, well, with that then, sir, we will be in a short recess till 9 o'clock. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is 9:01 a.m. Today's date is April 21st, 2016. This is the Volusia County Council meeting. And this morning's invocation will be led by Reverend Michael Frank, who is the chaplain. Frank or Frank?
Frank.
I called you Frank earlier.
I know.
I apologize, sir. Hey, let me try that again. Today's invocation will be led by the Reverend Michael Frank, who is the chaplain at Stetson University. So if the council would please rise.
If you care to, let's say our prayers. Spirit of grace and truth, we call you by 100 names and worship you in 1,000 ways. May our gathering and our actions take into consideration not only the most recognized voices, but the quiet voices of those who sometimes are seen as being heard only by you. May those who we have entrusted to lead us be mindful that decisions they make directly affect the rich garden we enjoy by living in this treasured state. Teach us as good citizens of Volusia County to show civility and respect for one another. These representatives and staff who must make decisions that affect all of us, knowing that clear and perfect answers are not always possible. We thank you for the opportunity to work together to resolve issues, to build a community, and to make you smile by working together to make this a good place to work and play, and to pass on to our children who entrust us as much as we trust you. We pray these prayers in your peace and eternal love. Shalom and amen.
If we could all face the flag, and I will lead us in the pledge. Thank you. Please be seated. And as the chaplain is passing by and we're thanking him for his service, I'm going to remind everybody that the chambers is always under microphone here. So every time one of your phones goes bling or makes some weird kind of funny noise, it's recorded. So if you could at this time, please turn off your electronic devices and cell phones so we don't disturb the meeting. Okay. With all that said, may I have a roll call, please?
Yes, sir. Mr. Daniels is going to be late today.
Yes, ma'am.
Miss Denny's, Mr. Lowry,
Here.
Mr. Patterson, Mr. Wagner, Miss Cusack is going to be late, Mr. Davis,
I am here, and we do have a quorum.
5, correct.
Okay. Very well. We will now move along. For the record, item 24 has been removed from the consent agenda and moved to a time certain of 10:35. So if anybody's listening out there and they want to speak on item 24, which the title of that is Change of Order to the Massey Corporation for the South Atlantic Avenue Sidewalk and Drainage Project in Wilbur by the Sea, please be here right around 10:35. And with that, is there any other consent agenda items to be pulled? Mr. Daniels is not here. Ms. Denny's?
No, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Lowry?
No.
Mr. Patterson? None. Mr. Wagner? And the chair polls none. I will entertain a motion.
Chair, move approval of remaining consent agenda items.
I have a motion for approval of consent agenda. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Okay. Ms. Denny's, you are the second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries 5-0. We'll now move on to item 1. Yes, we can move on to item 1. Linda Miller, Senior Accounting Clerk, Accounting Division, is retiring after 29 years of dedicated service. And Mr. Peister.
Good morning, Joanne Magley, Community Information Director for Volusia County Government. We have one retirement this morning, Linda Miller, Senior Accounting Clerk. She's going to retire April 29th after more than 29 years of dedicated service. And at this time, Linda is here. Would you like your family to come forward, please? Her family, please come forward. And Deputy County Manager Donna DePeister will be making the further comments.
Good morning. This is one of those pleasurable things you can do before council. I can say that it was a good day in accounting when Linda Miller joined our team in 1992. Hard to believe that 24 years has gone by so quickly. Interestingly, she's a native of DeLand. She was born and raised here, went to school at DeLand High, class of '67, and a true stalwart Bulldog fan. Hard to believe 24 years has flown by so quickly, and she spent all of those years in accounts payable in accounting. Now, accounts payable is a very, very busy office. They process probably about 120,000 invoices a year. Now, we did some fast math here to try and figure out, well, during her tenure, about how many invoices do we think she might have touched? And we think it's about 1.2 million invoices were probably touched by her and reviewed. Now, her main task is kind of a behind-the-scenes kind of person who what she needs to do, she's the final checker of all of those invoices and payments that are going out to the vendors. So really, truly, she is the last place that the buck stops before we actually make payment. And so she's very meticulous, has to be very precise to make sure we're paying the right person and that we're paying the right amount. Her attention to detail and her meticulous work ethic is what really, I believe, made her career a success. And just so everyone knows, you're going to notice that she appears to be sort of a mild-mannered, quiet, reserved individual, but I can assure you that when something isn't right or she thinks something needs to be changed, she's very vocal about it and she doesn't mind telling you. So, and that's been a very big help for us in improving things and processes within that section. And interestingly, I think as I look back over her evaluations, I took a moment just to look at the evaluations. Always, all of her evaluations were always exceed standards. I mean, just a stellar performer. Her words that were used to describe her was a model for others to follow, a wonderful asset, which is a good thing in accounting, a positive attitude, reliable and conscientious. And I think that really speaks a lot to her character. What a lot of people probably don't know is that she also worked a second job oftentimes to help the love of her life, who I believe is her daughter, Christy, who's here today, and she helped her get her through Stetson and into her advanced degrees. And I believe you are a PhD, am I correct? I know you have am I right? Yeah, she has a doctorate in psychology. Smart lady produced a very smart daughter. And I think that's just a glimpse into her character. Love of her family has always come first. And I thank her family for giving us Linda. And many, many heartfelt thanks go out from me personally, who I'm going to miss you after working with you for over 20 years. And I hope you enjoy your travels. I hope you have opportunity to enjoy your family. I think after probably processing $1.2 million documents, I think you've earned it. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Miss Linda to say a few words if you'd like. Okay.
I would just like to say that it has
If I may, before you start, we need your family to stand up and come forward with you, because this is that's a family. Come on up behind her. This is a great day.
Thank you.
You have the floor, ma'am.
I would just like to say that it has been an honor and my privilege to work for the County of Volusia for the last 29 and a half years. And I would like to pay tribute to Donna DePeister, my supervisors, and my co-workers for their support, their friendship, their laughter, and their words of encouragement. I would also like to thank my family for their love, support, and their being here to celebrate this with me today. My dad is 93 years young. Never know it. Nobody ever believes it. And all the women chase him, so we have to watch him.
How easy is he to catch, though?
He's very hard to catch.
Oh.
Hasn't one caught him yet. But I always tell him I'm going to be just like you. So this is my daughter, Christy. She has her doctorate degree in clinical psychology. She is my pride and joy. And I have my sister behind me. She has been a bail bondsman for over 40 years, so if you ever get in trouble, she's the one to call. And I have my brother-in-law, W.A. McGee. He will keep you laughing all the time. And my brother, who's a retired vice president in banking, and my sister-in-law, Walter and Brenda. So I thank each one of you today for being here with me. To Mr. Deneen and the County Council, I want you to know how much I appreciate all of you and thank you for the years that I've been able to be here. May God bless all of you. Thank you.
Oh, wait. You don't go anywhere. Nobody gets away that easy. Oh, no, the family can continue to stand, please. You know, everybody's fair game when it comes to retirements and council, you know. Well, I have to thank you myself, except Dad, we'll let him sit.
Okay.
It looks like Donna caught him.
Yes.
Sorry. Personally, thank you very much for all the work that you've done for us. You know, all those invoices. I know we've been inundating you with things, and you've kept it together and you've done it well. And thank you very much for all your service. And you know, a lot of people get kind of upset when they come up here on retirements and things. You know, you get the tears and all that. It's a joyous time. I mean, it's the new beginning, folks. This is where, you know, hey, the kids have moved out. Life begins, and you get to go vacation for as long as you want, hang out on the beach, drink margaritas, and whatever you want, something with an umbrella in it, and you get to go have some more fun. So enjoy your vacation, and do stop by and say hi every once in a while.
I will do that.
Right.
Thank you very
All
much.
right.
I will
Miss-
miss you all.
Well, thank you. Ms. Denny's?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And listening to your accomplishments in your service and your family here, which is also one of the biggest testimonies to you, it's clear that money runs in your family. From an accounting clerk to a bail bondsman to a bank, vice president. So, between the money and the longevity, I think, and the generations represented here, you've been a very blessed asset. And I first wrote down, because usually associated with these type of offices, it's a very quiet. I thought, well, your quiet strength is our security, but I don't think you're always that quiet. And that's probably our security too. So, thank you for your service, very genuinely, and enjoy your retirement.
Thank you.
And there's no reason for tears. And not, Mr. Chair, I'm not waiting to retirement for the coconut with an umbrella in it.
Little drink with the umbrella?
There you go.
Well, having one tonight. Mr. Lowry? All right. Very well. Mr. Patterson, comments?
Yes, I just want to say thank you. You know, it's, you've been around here longer than I have, which I finally am getting somebody. A lot of these retirements, I'm glad, you know, because I first came on board here in 1995, you know, and left for a while and then came back again. So I'm like, I guess somebody said I'm like a bad penny. I keep showing up, but I do appreciate all the work that you've done for the county. You're like many of the county employees we have behind the scenes working, doing things that we see, but we don't see who did it. So we appreciate the work and diligence that you did at your job. And since you've got a daughter with a doctorate in clinical psychology, she could work on you for a while to get you reacclimated to working. I know my mother is 88 years old, but she keeps going and going and going. She takes classes. She just finds that if you just sit around thinking that you're not doing anything, you will end up not doing anything. So it's best to stay real busy. So
Thank you.
good. Thank you very much.
Mr. Wagner?
Thank you. My first thank you is I've heard 2 council members just say that they support having margaritas on the beach. So alcohol on the beach is a plus. I'm counting the votes. I'm a proponent of
Wait a
that.
minute. Whoa.
So thank
I
you.
never said the word on the beach. I just said sit around and have a drink with an umbrella in
No,
it.
it was on the beach. I can actually go back to the
You
record.
guys said you can
and
go out to the
there.
beach.
Believe me, I perked up quick. So thank you in advance. That was a very, very happy moment for me. The also with your daughter, I have a 3 and 5-year-old. If you could come to my house and help me, give me some notes.
Okay.
Because right now I don't see PhDs in their future. It's more of egging houses and possibly spray painting my walls. They're awesome. My kids are great, but I could use the notes. I was just going to say thank you. You know, I think a county government is like a church. It's not a building, it's the people. And hearing you speak about it and the wonderful things that we hear, it really makes me proud. And I just want to say thank you. And I make fun of Pat because in '95 I was in high school. I won't say where I was when it was 29 and a half years ago, but I can tell you it makes me feel proud to have that longevity that we have. I was just talking to Bob Davis a couple minutes ago about how in the hospitality field and that area we have people that have been there for so long, and that's such a great thing to not have that turnover and just have people that are committed. So thank you for that. Thank you for your commitment, and thank you for your family for letting her do that for so long. We really do appreciate it. Thank you.
And Mr. Deneen, you have comments.
Just final comment. Thank you for your service. I mean, obviously I have a special place in my heart for anybody who's served that long in the public service. You know, big government like this, everybody knows us for all the things we're responsible for doing. Hopefully we do them well, which I believe we do. But the key to people's faith in us is how we handle our money. And it's people like yourself that are the essence of why we have people's respect, because we do our jobs correctly and we care. And it's people like her behind the scenes that make us what we really are. Thanks for making our reputation as good as it is. We're going to miss you. Bye.
I shall too.
So go forth, relax, and have a great time.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for all your service. All right, we're going to take a very short recess so we can get the pictures. So we will be in recess for just a few minutes. All right, we are reconvened, and chambers, please come to order. Let's see, and I have papers all over the place, so let me get to item number 2, amendment to the 2015-16 Halifax Advertising Authority budget in the amount of $145,037, and budget transfer from the HA budget reserves in the amount of $262,019. We open up with Mr. James Denny.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is part of the normal process that we have been following now for a number of years. Two things happen here. One, they want to use some of the reserves correctly, so for purposes that was intended, they'll present you a plan to do that, and Tammy will show you where the money's coming from. And then the other thing is that you allocate to them a certain budget beginning of the year, and then if we get additional funds that come in, those are additional funds, and they have to be actually allocated. By law, they're not actually officially in anyone's budget to spend until you allocate them. You allocate them, and as we've done, all this has happened over a period of years from the council on what they expect. You want a review then of when they allocate the new money, where the new money is going to go. Sometimes it goes into reserves, and in this case, they're going to use it for a program. So with that, Tammy, would you like to start and then introduce the people from the HA board?
Tammy Bong, Budget and Administrative Services Director. As briefly discussed, $145,037 is being appropriated today, giving their total budget of $9,902,081. With a transfer from reserves of $262,019, that will leave your reserve balance right around $1.3 million for other opportunities, and to make sure you have at least close to that 10% in case, fluctuations of that taxes. We have some additional promotional activities that they would like to discuss with you today. We're going to start off with a brief presentation from Paradise, who will talk about some of those details, and I will turn it over to them for that.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, council members, county manager, and county staff. My name is Sean Abatessa. I'm the Director of Market Development at the Daytona Beach Area Convention and Visitors Bureau. I wanted to introduce some folks with me here today. Today we have our interim executive director and our director of finance, Patricia Ruffino. We also have with us here today our HA board chair, Blaine Lansbury. We're before you here today for 2 agenda items as already discussed. The first is regarding the CDT for fiscal year 14-15 overage, which was $145,037 in additional collections, greater than the estimated budget we presented to you in 2015. The second is a budget transfer from reserves in the amount of $262,019 for promotional expenses. We would first like to present our incremental media recommendation in the amount of $240,000. Included in this is the $145,037 from the overage and $94,963 budget transfer request from reserves. At this time, I'd like to present to you Rudy Webb from our advertising agency, Paradise Advertising, and he'll go through the $240,000 incremental request. Rudy?
Thank you. Thanks, Jim. Good morning. First off, my name is Rudy Webb. I'm the Vice President of Account Services at Paradise Advertising. I live in St. Petersburg, Florida. We want to thank you all very much for, I'm sorry?
Okay. If you would like, you can pull those microphones up a little bit because we need to keep you on the record, and you got very quiet there for a second.
Okay, no problem.
Make sure you speak into the mics.
Absolutely. Yep. So I'm Vice President of Account Services at Paradise Advertising, and first off, we want to thank you for entrusting Paradise to be your marketing partner, not only for the HA board in Daytona Beach, but for Southeast Volusia and New Smyrna Beach. So thank you all very much for entrusting us. So I'm going to take you, this is a budget overview, and I'll go through each one of these individually. And some of them may be a little bit confusing, so I'm going to kind of go through them, and if you have questions, by all means, please ask. So we kind of just went over this. Actually, this is the, we presented this same program to the HA board, which they provided approval, and we're here in front of you today. So the first opportunity is a co-op through Visit Florida. And actually, this is a co-op and a co-op. So the Daytona Beach CVB is also co-oping with Daytona Beach International Airport. So what it is through Visit Florida, we get 10-second news, traffic, and weather sponsorships on morning news programs. So I'm sure you're all very familiar with these. It's this traffic report brought to you by, and then we get our message. So we were able to work with Daytona Beach International Airport. They're paying 1/3 of this program. The CVB is paying 2/3 of that, so it's a co-op within a co-op. And what's great about this is we can talk about the new JetBlue flights direct into Daytona Beach International Airport. And here's an overview. April 11th through May 29th in New York, we get 70 spots overall. We're expecting about 2.5 million impressions. That CPM is cost per thousand, so how much does it cost for us to reach 1,000 people? And it's $3.40, which is a very competitive TV offer. And you can see the cost broken up between the Harbor and Daytona Beach International Airport. This next opportunity is, again, the same sort of thing with Visit Florida, 10-second news, weather, and traffic sponsorships in 2 separate markets. This is Boston and Chicago. And we broke these out separately because this does not include a co-op with Daytona Beach International Airport. This is solely for the Harbor and the CVB. So you can see this is April 18th through May 15th in Boston and Chicago. And what this does, it allows us to get into markets that are pretty expensive, actually very expensive in order to market in, spend money in, and it gets us in there at a very competitive rate. We're expecting 35 spots overall, about almost 2 million impressions, a cost per thousand of $4.53. And you can see the total cost of this program is about $9,000. Yes?
Okay, you keep saying cost per thousand, but it's a TPM, isn't that cost per million?
Well, I don't know why they do it that way, but it's cost per thousand.
Oh, okay, so it is,
The M is 1,000 for some reason. Don't ask me. It's
must
media.
be a Roman numeral or something, I don't know. Okay. It is a Roman numeral? Okay.
So the second television opportunity, and we actually have 2 different programs. We've got TV and then we've got digital. So the second television opportunity is to expand our presence in Tampa Bay. We know that Tampa Bay is a great market for the destination, especially during the summer month with family travel. So we already have a program in Tampa Bay, but it can always be expanded. So that's what this is allowing us to do. We'll have 15s and 30s, and the way that we work our 15s is we're the first commercial out of the break and the last one into the break, and then we can piggyback those 2 15s together to make a 30-second spot. You can see the networks that we've chosen, which go great for our target audiences. This will be May through September. We're expecting about around 2,250 spots, and the cost of that program is just over $40,000. All right, here we go. So this is a digital initiative, and I'm going to do my best to explain it. Hopefully, you'll understand it. So when we target contextually and behaviorally in the digital space, we drop a cookie, what's called a cookie, onto your browser. And what that does is it allows us to follow you around the internet. So we get a good idea of what you view and how you search the internet, what you're shopping for, what your interests are, what your likes are. So because we have all of that information, we can target you based on your behavior. So we can get a really good idea if you're interested in visiting Daytona Beach. Well, about 30 to 35% of the population doesn't allow cookies on their browser. So they either wipe them or they don't allow it. So that's a whole market that we're not able to reach with our behavioral and textual targeting. So this opportunity, we call it Cookieless Digital Ad Network, uses zip code analysis, both online and offline data, to track into neighborhoods that are very specific in our target audience. So it optimizes the ad program against the highest responding neighborhoods. So we're both using online and offline data to do this. So we can track those people that we haven't been able to track. So essentially we're getting more reach with this. We're reaching 30% more of the audience. So during this, hopefully I explained that well. It starts May, and this will go through September, and you can see the main markets, which are all great feeder markets for the destination. So a little bit more into this will be in both mobile and desktop and tablet. We're expecting about 2.5 million impressions on the mobile devices. The cost of that is $20,000 and the cost per thousand is about $8. And through desktop, we are able to actually play our video units within there, so they're non-skippable. And hopefully you understand what this means. So if you go to CNN.com and you play a news show, it shows you a video. Well, if 30s you can skip through, 15s you can't skip through, so we prefer 15s. We're expecting this to be over 6 million impressions. The cost of this is about $70,000 in total. Cost per thousand is at $11.21. And the reason that cost per thousand has gone up is because we're actually providing a video unit, which is more expensive, and the total cost of these two things is $90,000. And then our last opportunity, actually this is a newer program through Visit Florida, another co-op, which is great. We're really excited about this. So about 300,000 people go to visitflorida.com every month in order to search for Florida destinations. So that's a really good target for us. We know that they're interested in traveling to Florida to have a vacation. So what we can do is retarget them. So what Visit Florida is able to do is drop a cookie onto their browser, and then we can track them around the rest of their internet browsing. We can serve them with Daytona Beach ads. So what's also great about this is we can specifically target where they visited on visitflorida.com. So if they go to the beaches section, if they are interested in golf, if they're interested in Central Florida vacations, we can target specifically those individuals. So this runs May through September. We're expecting about over 10 million impressions at a cost per thousand about $77 and a total cost of $75,000. So in order to do this, there's a little bit of production that needs to happen. We need to create a 10-second spot. We need to create some of the units that run on digital. So we're expecting that production to come in at $20,000. So with that, that's the overall program. And I can go back to that first page, which is the overview, to give you a breakdown of costs. Questions?
Okay, very well. Is there any other staff report on this? Nope, that's it. All right, then we will turn over to council. Ms. Denny's.
Thank you. My question's not going to be for the marketing company, but for the HA board. One thing that I'm looking at and will continue to look at, and I think this council has been pretty strong in discussing, is the collaboration between the ad authorities, especially, I'm looking at Daytona Beach Airport and JetBlue. We have two other destinations, two other ad authorities, Southeast Volusia and West Volusia. And granted, you're using your marketing dollars, I understand that for this, but where is the collaboration and where is the JetBlue marketing efforts with this? Anybody?
Sorry. Sean Abatessa again. Ms. Denny's, council, we just finished a FAM with the Collaborative Fund of travel writers from the New York market via JetBlue, worked collaboratively with all three ad authorities to produce that. We continue to do that. The challenge is it was already a co-op with Visit Florida. They were to a point where they didn't want a third co-op in there, and we couldn't fit all three ad authorities into that co-op because the message would have gotten very convoluted in a 10-second spot. So for this particular buy, we chose to go with just the airport so we could talk about the direct flights. But long story short, to answer your question, we are doing other efforts outside of what you're seeing today with those collaborative funds, which this council had asked the three authorities to put together. And one of those examples is the FAM that we just did. In addition, we create materials for the entire county with the collaborative funds. We just produced this new cultural map. It does have areas of interest throughout the county. So there are several examples and opportunities that we're taking advantage of, just not in this particular request, ma'am.
I understand, but for the record, it wasn't an ask, it was a directive. And I will be watching going forward. We clearly sent a message for collaboration, and that has not changed. And when we came through with JetBlue, every ad authority was asked for a percentage of contributions. And to date, I still haven't seen Southeast Volusia included in any marketing regarding that. So here's my red flag. Mark the day, mark the conversation. I want to see it going forward. I'm going to support this, but I'm looking for collaboration. I'm looking for marketing, and that includes Southeast Volusia. It absolutely has to. When you ask for the money from the ad authorities and everybody is working collaboratively financially, that means the marketing is collaborative in those particular areas too. And I have to tell you, and I'm starting to hear in my district, you need to know, I'm starting to hear when is Southeast Volusia included in this. So I look forward to the collaborative work with that going forward. Thank you.
Absolutely.
All right, Mr. Patterson.
Yeah, on the, I'm intrigued by the cookieless digital, because a lot of times the minute I hear I'm going to get a cookie, I'm out of there, you know, unless somebody's offering cookies here.
Yeah, right.
And it's chocolate chip. I'm wondering a couple of things. One, how do we know that it's actually going to be effective? Is there any way of tracking?
Absolutely,
That
that's
somebody
the-
is actually seeing that video?
Yes, absolutely. That's what's beautiful about digital marketing is that we have the analytics, both what's unique about this, so we will be able to track in-banner metrics. So we can see if we present them with a video, we can see how long they played that video, whether they opted out of it, whether they decided not to play it through, who completed the video all the way through, and then we can also see the click-through to the website. And we found that with our type of digital marketing that not only are we getting to the right target audience with this, but they're interacting with our banner units very frequently. They're completing the view, and then when they actually do click through to the website, they're spending more time on the site, they're viewing more pages, which means they're a very qualified lead. So absolutely, we have metrics out the wazoo.
Follow-up question, Mr. Chair. But is there marketing data that shows that it is actually effective? I mean, that people are really responding and saying, boy, I want to go there, or I want to buy this, or whatever. So we do know that, correct?
We do know that. We
Okay.
follow that as well. It's through the amount of activity that they have on the actual website. And then when it really gets down to it, it's bed tax collections. How are we impacting bed tax collections? And absolutely, we've had very good success.
All right, thank you. Mr. Chair, I'd like to move approval of the budget transfer with the HA budget in the amount of, I guess it's $262,019 for promotional expenses.
Okay, I have a motion for approval of the $262,019. Oh, what?
You could include the additional appropriation of the 140.
Oh, okay, yes, we have to appropriate the 140 first, and then,
You can include it in the same motion, the 145,037 of additional funding, and then the budget transfer of the 262,019.
Okay, it wasn't clear. I wish sometimes we'd have like a
cheat sheet,
like, well, just something said.
or
what a
like
motion
approval of
should
item
be
2?
If it,
Yes, sir.
okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I move approval of $145,037.
And
Transfer of the budget.
Transfer the budget
the
in the amount of
262.
$262,019 in promotional expenses. Okay, thank you.
Okay, motion is for approval of item 2, amendment to fiscal year 2015-16 Halifax Advertising Authority budget in the amount of $145,037, and a budget transfer from the HA budget reserves in the amount of $262.19. Motion by Mr. Patterson, second by Mr. Lowry. I have a question. You showed me this little pamphlet. This is that advertising thing. Where's that? And I'm going to say this, it's probably going to sound funny, and it's not intended to sound funny. If you hold that up, is there an app for that? Do we have we've got apps for our trails, got apps on the airplanes, we've got apps for the county government. Is there an app for for that particular thing, so people don't have to walk around and carry this book and litter?
It's a great question, and our website is mobile friendly. You have two options when you look at traffic that's coming from mobile and tablets versus a desktop. So about a year ago, we made a decision to go to a website that optimizes based on the device that is going to that URL. So to answer your question, this was just printed. We have the high-res PDF, which will be made into a flip book. The URL on here directs them to that specific page within the website, and right on their tablet or their phone, just like an app would, they can do the same thing.
So it's an almost app.
It'll be within a week.
Okay, very well. Mr. Bob Davis,
If
please.
I may answer the question,
Thought he did.
this arts map has taken a year. I'm on the committee to produce this. It was produced by the HA board for all of Volusia County. We printed 85,000. It probably won't last a year. It goes up to the welcome centers as well as the individual hotels. We have found out that people love this and they like to have it in their hand. Most of the committee was amazed, just amazed at the fact of the historical and the great things to visit on a rainy day in Volusia County that we weren't even aware of. We included all of Volusia County at the HA board's expense because we thought this was necessary. And right behind this is a black cultural trail, what we're calling. So the HA board does look at all of the area at their expense with no expense from the other two agencies. And I'm sorry I didn't bring a one for everybody. It just came off the press, and it will be at the Florida Welcome Center. It will be at the Speedway Welcome Center. It took a year. It's not easy to put one of these together because you can't get everybody to participate. I just thought I'd give you that for your knowledge.
Okay, well, thank you, sir. And now, for your knowledge, Mr. Davis, you have to fill out a yellow slip. Oh, okay, yeah. Then give it to Marcy. Okay. Okay, is there any other questions? Any other comments? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor of amendment to the 2015-16 budget for the, or let me reread this. All those in favor of the amendment to the 2015-16 Halifax Advertising Authority budget in the amount of $145,037 and a budget transfer from the HA budget reserves to the amount in the amount of $262,019, please signify by aye.
Aye.
And all those opposed. So carried 5-0. Thank you, sir. Thank you, gentlemen. Okay. We will move now on to, is my microphone is working. I can barely hear it. Oh, there we go. Thank you. We will now move on to an order of business, opening an order of business and a public hearing. Yes? No? Okay. Ordinance 2016-02, adoption hearing of an administrative text amendment to the comprehensive plan CPA 16001, which references the county's interlocal service boundary agreements with the city of Edgewater. Sir, you have the floor.
Good morning. I'm Palmer Panton, Director of Planning and Development Services. This is an adoption hearing for a comprehensive plan text amendment to the comprehensive plan to reference the interlocal service boundary agreement between the county and the city of Edgewater as required by Florida statutes. The agreement was approved by the County Council and adopted on September 24, 2015. The agenda lists the approval processes. The PLDRC found the amendment consistent with the comprehensive plan on December 8th of 2015. Of January 21 of this year, County Council approved transmittal, and the Department of Economic Opportunity approved the text amendment on March 9th, and VGMC certified the text amendment on March 8th. We would recommend adoption.
You said recommend approval? Is that what you said?
Adoption.
Okay. Adoption. Okay. Very well. Is there any other staff report on this matter, sir?
No, sir.
Very well. We will close the staff reporting section and open up for public participation. Is there any public participation on this matter?
No, sir.
Very well, we will close the public participation and the public hearing and open up for council discussion. Ms. Deb Denny, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Move approval of the comprehensive plan text amendment to the intergovernmental coordination element of the comprehensive plan to reference the interlocal service boundary agreement between the county and the city of Edgewater.
Miss, don't you mean you move for adoption?
I move for adoption, yes.
We have to have that legal term, correct, Mr.?
Yes.
All right, so there's a motion for adoption of ordinance 20116-02. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Patterson. There is a second. Is there any further discussion? No further discussion. All those in favor of ordinance 2016-02, adopting the administrative text amendment to the comprehensive plan CPA-16-001, which refers to the county's interlocal service boundary agreement with the city of Edgewater, please signify by aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? 5-0. Thank you, sir. We are complete. So adopted. We are moving right along. Okay. Item number 4, Career Source Flagler Volusia 4-year plan. Mr. Carl.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the council. Rick Carl, Director of Aviation and Economic Resources. I'm here with Rob Earhart, your Economic Development Director. What's before you is the an approval of a 4-year plan for Career Source Flagler Volusia. They are a very important part of our economic development ecosystem, as Mr. Earhart likes to call it. And statutory scheme requires your approval of their 4-year plan. So I'm privileged and honored to introduce Ms. Robin King, who is President and CEO of the Career Source Flagler Volusia, to just quickly go through their 4-year plan, and we would request your approval. Thank you. Robin.
Good morning. Robin King, excuse me, President and CEO, Career Source Flagler Volusia.
You need some water, Ms. King?
No, I've just had this frog.
A frog.
Frog.
Not a toad.
Not a toad. It's a Wisconsin expression.
Oh.
So I did hear the word quickly in Rick's introduction of me, so I will not read the 75 pages of our 4-year plan to you this morning. I would, before I get into the plan, express my appreciation for Rob Earhart and his team and what they do in this community when they're out talking with businesses and how they plug our services in, because we can't all see all businesses as much as we would like to, so we need to really depend on each other. What you have handed out here is we implemented the Workforce Innovation Opportunity Act of 2014 on July 1st. We still don't have regulations, but we are required to move forward with it. And so the collateral material you have here actually comes from Career Source Florida. And the goals I want to highlight here, that it says that we will increase access to education, training, and employment, particularly for people with obstacles in employment. What they're really specifically talking about here are people with disabilities and with low literacy levels. To create a comprehensive, high-quality workforce by aligning workforce investment, education, and economic development. And this is why being partners with Rob and his team is just critical. To improve the quality and labor market relevance of workforce investment, education, and economic development efforts. To promote improvements in the structure and delivery of services. To increase the prosperity of workers and employers. That's not an or, that's an and that is a powerful statement. To reduce welfare dependency, increase economic self-sufficiency, meet employer needs, and enhance productivity and competitiveness of the nation. For me, that means Flagler and Volusia counties. Some examples that would be in our plan that showing how we're meeting these goals. One of the things, for example, is that we're moving from in-person workshops to online workshops. And they're not really workshops as much as they are training opportunities with the chat feature that would be with that. Accessible means everybody in Volusia County, whether or not they can get through our doors, can access it at any time. Thank you. In order to raise the reading and math levels of people who need training, and because you need to be able to read and write and do math at a certain level before they can even get into training, Daytona State College is going to come into our centers and provide basic ABE classes, remediation classes, so that they can pass those entrance exams to get in. Folk Rehab and Division of Blind Services will be co-located in our centers as well, so that their services are accessible to all of our job seekers. So this four-year plan is really just a basic description of our career services. It's not a strategic plan, it is a compliance plan that we write out the basics that's needed to meet the requirements both of the state of Florida and USDOL.
And that's it.
That's it.
Is there any action required on this, Mr. Carl?
Yes, Mr. Chair, the statute requires your approval, as Flagler County has already approved it. Both county governments must approve it.
Oh, yes, most definitely. Well, I will entertain a motion. Mr. Patterson?
Well, I have a question. I've just finished 3 days of meetings in Chicago around planning and all that kind of stuff. And the one thing I learned was you can have all the plans in the world, but if there's no financial plan, then it's worthless. So this has a financial backing to it that you. So
I'll
that you
be
can
before you in
accomplish this.
June with the budget.
Okay. Mr. Chair, move approval.
All right, we have a motion for approval of the Career Source four-year plan. Do I hear a second? Second. Thank you, Mr. Lowry. Okay, is there any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, I would just like to make one comment, Mr. Robin. We have worked very hard and close together. It has always been my pleasure to work on a Career Source planning board. I've seen these plans grow and grow and grow, and kind of confusing at times, but then we get it all flat out and straightened out, and you guys are doing a great job over there.
Thank you.
And I really appreciate Daytona State College stepping up and helping out with the career, with the educational, because there are a bunch of people out there that just can't read or do the math at that level, and I'm glad they're stepping up and helping. So it's a great partnership. Glad Flagler County's on board with us, so life is good, and we can go forward and bring in more jobs.
Yes.
I'm loving it. So, without further ado, yes, Mr. Patterson.
I too want to just weigh in. I sat on the whatever it was back some years ago, the board, whatever it was called then.
Unemployment board.
And back in the mid 70s, I worked for the State Division of Unemployment Compensation, and
We were CETA then.
Pardon me?
CETA.
No, not CETA.
No?
No, I was. I knew about CETA, but I was actually taking unemployment claims back in 1976 when the economy went to skids, and so I know it's changed, and I think that's good, and I think what y'all are doing is great.
Thank you.
Okay. Any further comment? Seeing none. All those in favor of the Flagler Volusia four-year plan for Career Source, please signify by aye. Aye. All those opposed. So carried, 5-0.
Thank you again.
No, thank you. All right. This is, we're going to move right to, we're right on time. This is beautiful today. Item number 5, right-of-way agreement with Timber Creek Road and Stagecoach Road. Mr. Deneen, now this is that road that's basically going off LPGA straight over to 40. Is that area?
Yeah. Correct, Mr. Chair. What this is I'm very pleased today to be at this point with a very complicated agreement. This agreement originated in 2005. Yes, before I was here. I mean, Mr. Patterson had been here for a while, but I wasn't here, okay? Bottom line was this, go ahead. It was in 2005, the council approved this agreement. We called it the Five Roads Agreement. And it had to do with a large area of Tomoka Landholding owns up there around LPGA. And without getting into real details, it included 5 roads, and it talked about the future and the obligation that the company signed with the county to provide both the right-of-way and to construct, as they move forward up there, the certain 5 roads, with the understanding that they would be paid for that construction and the right-of-way through impact fee credits. Today is a new day, and we have a policy where that is not the process we use now into the future. A lot of it has to do with the limited amount of money we have for roads and our desire not to take on basically unfunded liabilities against ourselves, especially in cases where we don't believe maybe that priority is as high road-wise as some other priority we may have, especially with the limited dollars we have. Well, this agreement came up for renewal at the end of 2015, and we've gotten a couple of extensions to allow us to work with Tomoka and to try to see if we could redraft another agreement. We both agreed, happily so, that neither one of us was wed to the old agreement, and I believe that we were able to tailor this new agreement in a way. It's now 2 road agreements instead of 5. These are 2 roads that we believe we will really need. One is Timber Creek, and then there's a connection off of Timber Creek from Stagecoach. It has everything to do with all the development out there. Part of this is where the Minto project is. This agreement now, I believe, is structured in such a way that the public will benefit from these 2 roads. I think it is a fair and equitable deal between us and Tomoka, Consolidated Tomoka, to actually go forward with this agreement. So we took an old agreement that I think both we and Tomoka realized was not in keeping with today's policies and practices, and changed it into something that I think will benefit the public and is fair to all parties. Ms. Seaman, you want to add anything to that?
I can walk through the agreement for council to explain the differences between the last agreement and this one. It's more than just that there's a difference between 2 and 5 roads. I would like y'all to look at your records for a minute. You were provided 2 additional maps, and I want to make sure there's no confusion. The second map says Exhibit A, and it has 5 roads depicted on it. That is the old Exhibit A. It is not the Exhibit A which is attached to the contract, and I apologize that they were both identified as Exhibit A. This is not the exhibit to the contract. This was the old exhibit that showed where the 5 roads would be. If you could put up the other one for me, please, Sue. This is the new Exhibit A to the contract, and it gives you the specific alignments for both Stagecoach and Timber Creek, and that is a great improvement over our last agreement. We have specific alignments spelled out. And in the agreement, the county has some certainty as to the amount of money that will be put into the accounts for impact fee credits. Specifically, the compensation for the right-of-way is spelled out in the agreement. There's a process for 2 appraisals, one done by Consolidated, one done by the county. If they are greater than 10% difference between the 2, we will do a 3rd appraisal that we'll split the cost on, that will reconcile the appraisal costs, and that will, the appraisal values, and that will be the value of the land per square foot, per acre, for every acre we will need for the roads. This provides the county with certainty, something we did not have in the previous agreement. In addition, there is language in this agreement that spells out the specific engineering design that will be built for the roads. It's much more tighter than the last agreement. It is in line with the agreements we signed recently on Williamson and the one that we did for Venetian Bay, so that we know exactly how the road will be constructed, and it will be constructed to the county engineer's standards. Minto had already begun the process of doing the first 4,100 feet off of LPGA. That would be this distance right along here. Because those plans were 90% approved, that we specifically referenced that in the agreement, so that we gave Minto surety that the money and the time they had spent on those engineering plans was not wasted, and Mr. Britton has signed off on those plans. So that road is already designed, and we concur that it meets our county engineering requirements. So it's a shorter agreement, it's a tighter agreement, and it gives the county certainty where the roads will be built and the costs that we will be giving credits for the impact fee accounts.
Mr. Chair, Council, Mr. Rob Merrill's here to answer any questions from Consolidated Tomoka's side of this agreement. I want to thank him personally, and I think the people at Consolidated Tomoka. I think we took an agreement that we all felt needed to be changed, and I think we have something here that I think is actually a really good agreement, and in the end, I think the public will benefit. I think this piece of Timber Creek Road is going to be heavily utilized, especially when as you have issues out on 95. This is going to be, I think, a godsend in that area as it develops. I'm really happy that I think it helped the Minto project make sure they were stabilized and that they got full credit for what they had already designed. I want to thank Dan's office, especially Jamie, for all the hard work. I mean, this was a big change in this agreement. I mean, this agreement had been done in 2005. As Jamie said, I think she kind of put it well and simplified it by saying it's a lot tighter, a lot simpler agreement. But it is a really well-developed piece of legislation now that I think we can be proud of.
Very well. Mr. Patterson, do you have something to say? You moved like you were going to hit the microphone.
No.
Okay. Very well. He's not going to say anything. Very well. Ms. Denny's, I'll give you the floor then.
Move approval, Mr. Chair.
I have a motion for approval. Do I hear a second from Mr. Patterson? Okay, is there any further comments? Discussion? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor of item 5, right-of-way agreement with the Timber Creek Road and Stagecoach Road, please signify by aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? 5-0, unanimous. Thank you. Good to see you, Rob. All right, now, and I was getting worried about you two, Miss Tawny and Mr. John. Come on up front. It's your turn. This is item number 6, the letter of support for Tiger discretionary grant application by the Florida Department of Transportation for Sunrail Phase 2 North. Mr. Deneen, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As you know, today we were asked to consider putting this on for support of the Tiger discretionary grant application. As you know, we had some issues with the details, and the council couldn't vote on something where we had no details to it. And so Mr. Booker was kind enough to request that we remove it from last meeting's agenda until we had more of the details. He kept his word and said that he'd get us that by last Friday, which he did. That's all in your package. I'd asked him to come forward. He said that Tawny was going to come down with him today and try to explain. And so we're at that point, and I think it's one of those sort of crossroads we've come to in terms of the evolution of the system here in Volusia County, and obviously this is an important issue today. So at that point, Mr. Booker, I think you can take it away.
All right, good morning, John Booker, FDOT 719 South Woodland Boulevard. Tony Aloy's project manager for Sunrail. As you know, we've requested of the council to sign off on a resolution. As Mr. Deneen said, we provided some information, some facts, because there were some differences between the Tiger 7 application last year and the Tiger 8 application. And so we're here to answer some questions and gain support for that resolution. We'll be applying for that Tiger 8 grant next week, and would love to add Volusia County's letter to the close to 200 letters that we've received so far from different government entities, corporations, regular people. With that, Secretary Downs would have certainly been here. She's in statewide meetings in Miami. Won't be leaving Miami until later on this afternoon. So with that, any questions that the council may have between Tawny and myself, we'll try to answer them.
Okay. Well, you know, having read through this, and there are people that call me on this, and they were asking me, why was it 25 million instead of 35 million or whatever it was? And I says, and then I talked to Norian already, and it was, so for the record, it's because that's the maximum we can really ask for in this particular grant. It's only 25 million, right?
That's the guidance that we've received from the USDOT was to be in that ballpark, yes.
Okay. All right. Mr. Eckert?
Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Chair. These questions are probably directed to Ms. O'Lory, and I think it'd be helpful to have an explanation for the record. The amount of the Tiger grant is reduced from the total from last year was 69 million, divided 34.5, and the email which Mr. Booker sent says says the Tiger grant is reduced by rounded to 10 million. The difference, I believe, being exactly nine and a half. But my impression from reading the email is that the total, including the other grants to be pursued, has gone from 69 to 62 million. Is that a fair understanding? And if so, could you explain why or how?
Yeah.
What is the total project cost at this point?
This total project cost is 70.3 million.
Tawny, you have to identify yourself.
Tawny O'Lory, project manager, Sunrail. May I address? Mr.
Okay,
Evans?
then I think either way, from 69 to 70.3 would be helpful to have an understanding of the total project cost.
Sure. So the total project costs, including the new signalization system, is 70.3 million, and that is just with escalation between last year's grant and this year's grant, right? So the project stays the same. There are some new funding sources out there for some positive train control, which is part of the signalization system. And so we have removed essentially from the Tiger 8 grant the cost of the signalization system, and we would put that under two grants that we are proceeding with for positive train control, which is one for the FRA and one for the FTA. FRA is Federal Railroad Administration, FTA is Federal Transit Administration. And so that is the difference between the 52 million that we're asking for in Tiger 8 and the difference between the 69.5 and the 70.3 is simply escalation.
And the Tiger grant, the match for the county and the state each actually is $1 million over the total of the, when totaled together it's 27 million versus 25. Is there the contemplation that the 50-50 share will be, or the county's 25% share will be reconciled at some
Correct.
Other time, and could you explain how?
Yes, it is the vision that the county is obligated to, of course, what's in the interlocal agreements, and that reconciliation will happen with the other grants that we are pursuing.
Do you know if those are 50-50 grants or something more than 50-50 or?
Right, so I know for right now the Federal Railroad Administration grant that we're going after, which is due May 19th, is an 80%, 20% split. And the FTA grant is a fiscal year 17 grant, so it was in the FAST Act, and there's about 200 million associated with positive train control. The notice of funding opportunity has not come out yet. A lot of those grants are potentially 80-20, but I'm just not sure of that one. It's either 50-50 or 80-20, but we would know that once the notice comes out, probably this fall, because it is FY17 money.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Ms. Denny's.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This, spent last weekend in Orlando with the MPO Advisory Council, talking all things transportation and learning every acronym that I didn't know existed. But with this, what's interesting, I think, should be noted is since our original contract and collaboration agreement took place, there's been the unfunded federal mandate that came down, and you talked about that in the signalization system. And so that's playing a part in this that we have no control over. The feds came in and did this, and now we have to conform and we have to pay for it. So now, and with the FAST Act, and while I'm encouraged we're going after these grants, our competition, though, this is a federal competition. We're no longer just the state of Florida. We're no longer in Florida, Dorothy. We're in the whole United States. So we're competing with Philadelphia and all the other major segments for these dollars. So I understand why we are where we are. I don't necessarily like it, but the truth of it is, some of this we don't have any control over, unless I'm looking at this completely wrong. Mr. Eckert, I see you grab the microphone. Would you like to comment on this?
Well, actually, I had a couple. Is the positive train control, was that a requirement when the original estimate was developed?
No.
No.
And so
It was, when the agreements were being signed back in 2007, the federal government was operating under safety lieu. The legislation on PTC came after the agreements were signed, I believe in 2008. So the federal requirement came in after the agreements.
And so, is it fair to say that if that was not a requirement at the time, the estimates did the estimates include that at the time?
No, but let me just, for a clarification, because I think we can clarify this and we won't, it will help your question and your comment, Councilwoman. Positive train control is an overlay to your existing communication system, your existing vehicles, your existing signal system.
Right.
The costs for positive train control are not within the estimates, okay? Because as a railroad, if Sunrail wasn't operating, we would still need to install positive train control. What we are saying is that if we moved forward with Phase 2 North and there was no such thing as positive train control, you still need a signalization system, right? And then you overlay your PTC, your positive train control, on top of that.
Okay.
So the positive train control, we will go after that with these two grants that I spoke of previously and include the signalization system as part of that. Okay, so it's not included within the estimates because it's a separate railroad issue.
Well, to your point, if we get the Tiger grant, can the Tiger grant be made? Can you utilize the Tiger grant without getting the other Tiger grants? Can the project be constructed?
The project can be constructed with the Tiger grant plus the signalization system.
But not without it?
No, you have to have a signalization
So
system.
we have to receive all three grants, or all?
Well, the FTA grant is 200 million, and there's not a lot of commuter rails, and I understand your point, Councilman. Yeah, when you're saying that we're competing, we compete with Tiger grant for all across the nation, as well as our New Starts funding as well. So everything, but positive train control is not for light rail, and it's only for those commuter rail systems operating with freight railroad. So when you look at that, there's not a lot of those systems around the country. In addition, you have to be an FTA grant recipient as well, and there's not a lot of those out there either, okay? We're one of them, but a lot of the old systems aren't FTA. So the competition isn't as fierce as you may think, because it doesn't apply to every transit system out there in America.
Okay, thank you. And I guess just one point of clarification. I know my answer, but I just want to go on the record that this, in no means, because I'm going to vote for approval, make the motion to approve this, but that in no way adjusts our original contract. This has nothing to do with the original contract.
The obligations of the county are within the original contract.
Within the original contract. With that, I move approval. Thank you.
Second.
Motion for approval and a second by Mr. Patterson. You still have the floor, ma'am? Does the second wish the floor?
Yeah, I do. You know, the council has in the past and currently has been, supportive of the whole Sunrail, as well as the community, and I think it's important that I'm glad to hear Ms. Debbie's make the motion, and I think it's very important to the community. I think as we go along, we're going to hit some bumps in the road. Going to continue to hit a lot of bumps in the road. I don't think there's a rail system in the United States. I was in Chicago, and I was looking at the L and looking at how in the world did they construct that monstrosity of a project when you look coming down the interstate, this huge structure as trains are running along and looking at all that. Big difference between the land and this area than in Chicago because of the vertical cities that you have. But I think, I think in the long run and years to come, it will work. It's just getting through this process now. So thank you for coming in today.
Okay. I was going to save this till later, but what the heck, we'll throw it out there now. Seeing as that we're talking about rail and this Tiger Grant, discretionary grant, I just spent 3 days in D.C. and saw your former boss, John. And,
he still thinks of my current boss.
Oh, he thinks, yeah, I understand.
All for Mr. Micah.
I understand. But everywhere we went up there, and believe me, I walked 7.5 miles through the chambers and underneath that building and back around the Raymond building and all these buildings through the Senate and everything. But everywhere we stopped and everyone we talked to, I said, look, my council this week is voting on this Tiger Grant. Last Tiger Grant cycle, Florida got bumpkiss, zero, zilch, nothing. I said I thought that was very unfair. I'm talking to senators and congressmen from California too. I said, look, I anticipate that the council will send this letter of support, but we need that Tiger Grant to finish the project. I said the Florida State Department of Transportation needs that Tiger Grant to finish this Sunrail project. Please support our project. And believe it or not, we had a lot of positive support from the congressmen and senators up there that said, you know what, you're right, you didn't get anything. We will look into this. When this Tiger Grant comes through, we will kind of push it along. So we're doing our part.
Well, the good news is that after we did not receive the Tiger 7 grant, we did a debrief with the folks up at USDOT, and Tony and I were both amazed at the review that we received. It made it into the Secretary's suite of offices, which means assistant deputy secretaries and deputy secretaries. It just did not make it out, but we were highly rated under that grant. They gave us some feedback on how to bump up some of the provisions that we would that we're enhancing now with the Tiger 8 grant. And so Secretary Downs always says we live in the land of hope and promise, and we hope and that Tiger 8 will be successful. And as we start the groundbreaking for Phase 2 South this coming Monday, we'll be ready as soon as they make that grant announcement, probably sometime before the first Tuesday in November, and then we'll start working on coming to DeLand.
Okay, very well. Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, all those in favor of letter of support for the Tiger discretionary grant application by the Florida Department of Transportation for the Sunrail Phase 2 North, please signify by aye. Aye. All those opposed? And so carried unanimous, 5-0.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. All right, let's see, we're moving on. Okay, the next item cannot be discussed at this moment. We still have 9 minutes. We will move forward. It's time specific at 10:30.
Motion for a 10-minute recess.
Okay, I have a motion for a 10-minute recess. Is there a second? Any discussion? No objection. Show the motion pass. We are in a 10-minute recess.
are you?
Morning.
I'd like to do it.
Okay, good morning. We are back from recess. Actually took a couple extra minutes. And we have reconvened, and we will move right into item number 7, budget resolutions for the Smyrna Dunes Park Boardwalk and Smyrna Dunes Fishing Pier. Mr. Deneen, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Today, I brought this forward. We've got several projects. We've got a number of projects in New Smyrna Beach. Ms. Denny's and I have talked about this at length. She's got a lot of projects down there that, you know, obviously we have a really active community there. It's really involved in the facilities that we all own on the beach and all the changes we've been making. And I'm happy to say I think things have gone well. Our relationship down there is really good. The citizens really like what we're doing. But we have a lot of things that are going on in New Smyrna Beach and a lot of activity that's going to take place in the upcoming months in terms of construction. Now, we've been doing a lot of maintenance. We've got 3 projects today. One is Howes Avenue and the improvements we're doing there. That's all funded. We thought we'd give you a quick update on what's going on there. Number 2, we have the Fishing Pier, which I think is going to be wildly successful. And we thought that's all funded. We'd give you an update on that. There are some changes in how I'm going to do some of the funding to try and maximize our port funds. Donna and I will get into the funding, and the request today is going to be for transferring some funds. And the last but not least is New Smyrna Beach, the big boardwalk we have, which is almost 3 miles around. It's very large. It was built in, I think, the early 80s. And
It's a mile and a half, 1.6. If you do it twice, you can hit 3.
oh, okay. I thought it was actually longer than that.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, as you know, it's a large boardwalk. It's very involved, and it's in a very difficult place because it's completely wide open. There's no shelter for it. You get high winds there, and you get sea spray, not just, you know, a lot of humidity. You actually get salt, and it's well used. I've been here long enough that we've gone through all kinds of issues. We constantly try to maintain it correctly. I remember the whole issue we had, which was extremely complicated. And Mary Ann almost went bald in terms of wanting to pull her hair out when we resolved the issue of dogs on the boardwalk. Sounds easy? That was not easy to do. Anyway, over the last 10 years, as you know, almost 9 of those years, all we did was go backwards in terms of resources, and we had to deal with the reality of not having money to invest, especially in things like the boardwalk. So we went out of our way to make sure that we maintained it. We put in for an ECHO grant, I think it was in 14, to start looking at replacing the boardwalk. We've since put in for another ECHO grant. I looked at the issue. Ms. Denny's came to me and talked to me about what she believed was the concern she had from her constituents, that the condition of the boardwalk had gotten worse than we thought. And so what I am prepared to do today, and Jessica, how do you say? Winterwerp. I'm sorry. Jessica's a brand new employee for us, and she's going to go through a number of these items and talk about where we are, and especially the boardwalk. And you have the rest of the staff here. John's here, John and Jerry and Joe, to answer any questions. Once we do the repairs that the replacement I'd like, I've also talked to Ms. Denny's. I think, and she I think agrees with me, and I want the council to be aware of this and be party to it if they would like to be. I think that we need to have a big meeting, community meeting, probably in June, to go over with everybody to make sure that their expectations meet reality in terms of our ability to get these projects done. And I think we owe it to people to tell them, look, you got these improvements coming. Here's exactly when they're going to come. The thing that happened with the boardwalk is it's got so complicated because there was even an issue about who owned the land it's on. Because the land actually has been created, most of what the boardwalk's on, I didn't realize this myself, but most of that property actually is now state property that actually happened since the 80s. There's a smaller piece that was the original place where the Coast Guard is, which is federal land. Believe it or not, our boardwalk happens to cross the one place that's on both properties. So that became an issue between them and an argument whose property was it. All this got tied up. We've also dealt with some issues that we're going to need to deal with in terms of how to build this boardwalk. Well, here's in a nutshell. What I believe is that we need to move on this post haste. We need to bid the entire project out, and we need to get this done as soon as possible. And we need to do it in a manner that's respectful of the people's needs down there, both short-term and long-term. I will tell you that construction prices are starting to skyrocket. There is more work than there are people to do the work. And so what's happened is, quite frankly, people that are bidding work because they have a lot of work are picking and choosing. They're cherry picking. They're picking the work they want to do, most profit, the easiest to do. You couldn't have picked the worst project to bid in that sense, because this is not an easy project in the fact of where it's located on the sand where it's at. But here's the bigger issue. The price originally, when we estimated this back in 2013 when we put it up, was $3.7 million to do the whole boardwalk. Today, unless we make some changes on how we're going to construct it in terms of allowing the contractor to be able to get next to the boardwalk and be able to use equipment, you could be looking at a price of about $6.5 million. We don't have that kind of money. What I've decided is, based on the best engineering advice, is that I'm going to request that we put aside $5.4 million. I think that should be sufficient to replace it if we follow some different construction practices. One of them, if you can imagine, you've got a 6-foot wide boardwalk. Now, the one thing for sure we're going to do, we'll widen it to 8 feet. Just the fact of people walking by each other, even with dogs, 6 feet with 2 sides on it, because you're up on it in the air, and so you got sides on it, is too narrow, especially if anybody happens to take a bike down there, which we've had some issues with people taking bikes, especially those that are transporting a surfboard. And it makes sense. Well, we were trying to make this work for everybody. Not only are we going to make it 8 feet wide, we're also going to do it with the new TreadX material, which is it's really a composite material for the sides and for the deck, so that it'll last longer. What Jessica's going to talk to you about, and that is how difficult it's become, what she's doing every day to make sure that it's working. But also, when she'll talk to you about what she's doing, she's working on a plan she thinks she can get through, where we would put a temporary trail beside the boardwalk so that the contractor can work beside the boardwalk to both remove and replace it. You can imagine how difficult this would be if the contractor cannot bring a piece of equipment down to carry his material down. The chances of you getting anybody even wants to do this work. So she's got to worry about not only the turtles, but even for me, this was a new one, about the sea mice. Beach mice. Am I saying that right? The beach mice. Okay, so we even have a beach mice consultant. Okay.
Wait. We have beach mice?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, at my place, if you get mice, we put out a mouse trap. Can we?
We could end up losing our boardwalk if we did that. So let's not talk about any putting any cats out for any beach mice. Okay?
No, I wasn't going there. I was just good.
Just the experience. That's right.
Well,
That's
I
right.
mean, if how many of these beach mice are there? And my next
There's
that's-
one.
There's one.
There's one, Mr. Chair.
There's one. Can we make it now? Here's a question.
And his name is Mickey, by the way. But the fact is,
I'm trying to be serious here.
I know.
I'm
Well,
not-
she'll walk you through, Mr. Chair. She'll walk you through this. But the point is today is that I believe that I can bring sufficient money to task by using our reserves. It is my recommendation that we move forward. Donna and I will walk you through the funds that we have to change. I think it's in the public's best interest to bid this whole job as soon as possible to get the best price, for her to try and get us a way to build it that would help with the contractors. Jerry and I have talked. We think we can get bids this way. We think we can. Jerry has an idea of doing this one design build, which we don't normally do. We do this design build because it makes sense. We think we can move the project along. I think we believe we could get it for 5.4 than what we were thinking, more like 6.5. We need to get it done. Now, if the council agrees, that we're going to show you the construction schedule, and then I'd like to have this big community meeting. Ms. Denny's, obviously, it's her district, would like to host that. I'd like any council people that want to be there. These are big projects. And quite frankly, I think people are going to love these projects, but I think they need to know exactly when they're going to take place, because it really is an investment. But here's the upside to this is that we finally hit bottom and started going the other way. And what we've been about is trying to maintain the place and doing what construction we had. And we built the consolidated dispatch and some other things out of very few monies that we had. But we also had to delay maintenance, not unreasonably, but we had to. And now I think if we get any extra money, and we're not getting a lot of extra money, but if we're getting any extra money, and with the program I had on how we're going to deal with debt in the future because of the old debt going away, we're going to have to reinvest in some capital. As you saw, the Sheriff's Evidences building falls into the same issue as this new Smyrna Beach boardwalk. We put that off so much because we just couldn't afford it. Well, now what you're going to see is the need to try and bring some of these projects forward. The problem is coming at a time when things are getting really expensive in the construction business because of the nature of the business and the demand without as much supply and especially without as much labor. I know it was a long sort of intro, but I really do believe it was my responsibility to figure out once and for all where we are and what our next step ought to be. Now, Jessica will walk us through all these, and with that, then we'll be able to answer any questions, and I'm going to need some guidance from the council. Obviously, the approval of the transfers, but also this idea of having the community meeting. Jessica? Oh, Ms. Chair?
No, somebody was waving. Mr. Storch was waving. I was just giving him a hi. Hi, how you doing?
Jessica?
No, Jessica, you have the floor, ma'am.
Good morning, Jessica Winterwerb, Coastal Division Director with Volusia County. I appreciate your time on this. I wanted to bring some things to your attention. First of all is the Hiles Boulevard off-beach parking. This is an existing parking lot we have in the unincorporated county part of just south of New Smyrna Beach. It's very popular. We expect to go to construction in December of this year. April 12th, which was last week, we went to PLDRC and got approved for a variance on setbacks. We intend on upgrading this facility by adding some restrooms, shower, a bike rack facility. We're going to do some perimeter landscaping. There'll be about 4 additional handicap parking spaces total. And we're going to do some fencing along the western and northern boundary. We expect it to take about 5 to 6 months to go to construction, or to do the construction work, and we're hoping to have this open and operational by Memorial Day.
Now, this project is sort of an outgrowth. Josh, you remember this, when we made the change when we bought the property, which was a good decision on our part, at Tornado. And at that point, we started a new model. It came at a time, unfortunately, when we didn't have a lot of money, but especially with Josh's work, which he inherited off of Art, to work with the community, and they came up with this new design for how we handle restrooms and also sort of a bike hub with showers. This went over so well, and in fact, Tornado's a project after this we got to talk about, and it went so well. This design is so well that we decided about considering making this our new model. I know Ms. Denny's actually encouraged the people down there to take a look at this design. The other thing was, if you remember when we bought the extra property, in terms of placement of the restroom, we did it where we think it's the safest for kids, where it makes the most sense on the road for people to access it. But if you remember, we also gave our word to the families at the end there that when we bought the property, that we'd be good neighbors and not put the restroom at their end where those houses are. So this is in keeping with our word.
This is also in a no-drive area of the beach, so we expect this to become very popular with our family-oriented crowd, where you can let the kids out, and having a restroom facility right across the street is a good amenity to add. Total project estimated cost is going to be $716,653. We have an ECHA grant from 2015 of approximately $302,925, and the project is fully funded at this time. Next up is the Smyrna Dunes Park Fishing Pier. We brought this to you in December regarding the fine grant, and Ms. Denny's made some really good suggestions on adding some shade structures. We are awaiting our final permit from the Corps of Engineers, and once we receive that permit any day now, we should be able to advertise it for bids starting next month. Construction will begin in August, and we estimate that it will be completed by March of 2017.
Considering the how much use we get of anybody that can get near the water, especially like, for example, near the jetty, I think this pier is going to be an enormous fishing pier, an enormous hit. with citizens, because it's hard to get at that area to fish correctly. This'll make a big difference for a lot of people.
And it will save me from having to park my jet ski, which 3 years ago, the tide changes significantly. And I had to swim across the inlet because the rope in the jet ski got stuck. And I swam across it at night. And it was the most terrifying thing to do at nighttime. And
You don't want to do that, Josh.
thank you. I think this edition is fantastic. So, it's a longer story, but I'll save it for a couple beers.
You could see when the construction is on this, and I think people will be excited to see this get in.
This is, there's going to be some impacts to your residents, and that's mostly due to construction along the shoreline. They're just going to have to deal with construction in the water, so the west side patrons are just going to have to work through it for a little while. Smyrna Dunes Park Boardwalk. I don't know how many of you actually get a chance to walk it recently. In the past 5 years, we have had a significant decline in the structure. The structure is about 35 years old. The boardwalk itself, Ms. Denny's is correct. When you add in all the spurs, though, it does come to about 2.5 miles total. Our standard operating procedure every single morning that the park is open, it's open 365 days a year, is our park attendants walk the boardwalk, the entire thing, every single morning. They hammer down nails, they check for any structural issues, they make sure, no one's hanging out after hours. But if they see something, then they repair it. In the off-season, October through February, we do a lot of intensive maintenance. We've even gotten to the point where we're flipping the boards of the deck just to get some of the weathered material on the bottom and some of the non-weathered material on the top. We are replacing structural members that may look compromised. We have gone through and reinforced some of our original hardware that's holding it together. As a side note, we're doing some research on a playground equipment. Most playgrounds will give you a 10-year warranty on the playground, but if you have it in a coastal environment, that 10-year warranty is knocked down to 2 years. This boardwalk has been in place for 35 years. Its age in maintenance is well beyond that. It needs some tender love and care at the moment. What you're looking at right now on the left is it's the park layout. You'll see 2 shades. I'm going to go ahead and use the annotate here, guys, because we have the capability. I hope you bear with me. We have 2 colors. We have a yellow color towards the top, and we have a blue color towards the bottom. A little bit of history to help bring you up to speed on this. The yellow portion at the top is owned by the state. When we put the jetty in back in the 70s, what the jetty did was it started accreting sand. That sand was previously state submerged bottoms. When the sand starts accreting, it starts creating new land above the water. So all that yellow area is new land since we installed the jetty. The state has a right to that land because previously it was their submerged bottom. We started going through the process we've got some sensitive environmental concerns out here, the southeastern beach mouse, and we also have our gopher tortoises. When we started going through the original permitting process in 2014, there was a concern about where the property ownership was. On the southern end in the blue area, that is owned by the Federal Bureau of Land Management. They were going to surplus the area to the north that's shaded in yellow, and the state realized that that was actually state land, so they're actually our landlords. We have leases with both the state of Florida and the Federal Bureau of Land Management. Working with our landlords, we are required to maintain the boardwalk, the facilities, and promote a good environmental area because it's a park and a jewel. Our original construction estimate did come in at about 3.7. Through the past 2 years of trying to permit this, beyond our control, construction prices have increased. We have 2 options. The new construction cost that we had at $6.5 million was under one construction method where there would be absolutely zero impact on the ground, where we have the sensitive species, the tortoise and the mouse. And that would be a construction process that's similar to building a pier over the water. Well, we call it top down. And basically you build one entire segment and then you drive your construction equipment onto that segment, and then you build your next segment. And when I say segment, I mean between 8 and 12 feet at a time. That's not efficient. It's not efficient when you have 2.5 miles of boardwalk. Construction timeline using that method, we're around 2 years, which is a 2-year-long impact to our patrons who love this park. As an alternate method to try to expedite construction time and to try to make the contractor more efficient would be to do this temporary construction access that we've discussed. As you see on your map in front of you, there is a yellow dotted line that kind of follows around and it's broken up by some red solid lines. We've worked with our environmental consultants, and the areas of red are environmentally sensitive areas. The 2 ramps on the west side are wetlands. Wetlands are sensitive. We can't go plowing through wetlands. It's just not good practice. And the areas on the east side are mostly the dune lines. And then the bottom southeast corner where you see a lot of red, that is our prime beach mouse habitat. So we need to be respectful of the endangered species that is on our property that is owned by our federal and our state landlords. The area in red is where we're going to recommend that we do a top-down construction method. So instead of doing 2.5 miles of top-down, we're only recommending a portion of that. I learned something last week. Last week we invited, there have been a couple structural concerns out there that we've been able to repair due to the staff that we have on hand. We have great staff on hand for maintenance. The necessity of this project became apparent, and I got approval from our management that I could go ahead and invite out the Fish and Wildlife Service and the Federal Bureau of Land Management. We walked the site and we discussed the temporary construction access. Apparently, there are best management practices when working with the southeastern beach mouse. And as long as we abide by these best management practices when working with the southeastern beach mouse, then we will be provided, hopefully, it's not in writing, but we are hoping that they will approve a temporary construction easement in areas that are not of sensitive concern. That's how we hope we can get the cost down to the 5.4. What we're also going to try to do is we're going to try to maintain this park. We're going to try to keep it open as much as we can. We will shut down certain segments for pedestrian safety, but we still want to keep some features of the park accessible during the construction time. Right now we're looking at putting this project out as a design build. I think this is the best way to get us moving through the process and get us out to construction and have some reasonable cost and timeline assurances. We will start that solicitation process this summer. We hope to go to construction just January of 2017. And you have to realize that we are working in a coastal environment. This is receiving the wind, the rain, the sand, everything you could imagine. Every storm, this place takes a battering. So I'm estimating about 18 months for construction. If we have good weather and fair seas, it may be shorter, but I think 18 months is something that we can hang our hat on. Right now, I have confidence that we can keep the wheels on a little while longer, but I don't know how much longer we can keep the wheels on this. Right now, as a sub-matter, in case you hear it, the northernmost jetty or the northernmost walkway towards the jetty is right about there. We are experiencing some intermittent erosion issues where there has been the toe of the dune has eroded out and the base of the stairs is no longer flush with the ground, and we have some concerns regarding safety accessing the beach, so that walkway is temporarily closed. Just like Mother Nature gave us all this sand once we put the jetty in there, she can take it away when she wants to. Mr. Janine, do you want to go over the funding?
We'll go over the funding. What I want to point out is that the staff was concerned, and I appreciate Ms. Denny's came to me and said to me, you know, that she understood what we were going through and knew that how difficult it was to maintain it, and could I come up with some idea on a way maybe to expedite it, and if we could, then we could explain to the citizens. It'll be a longer process. We've done a good job for this thing to last this long, but I do think I won't have to endanger our emergency reserves, but I think this is what the reserves are for. I think it's time to move some money over there, and I think the sooner I get this bid, especially with the opportunity to have the trail next to it, because I think, quite frankly, not just the price. Good luck on somebody wanting to bid this. not with all the other work that's out there. This would be a nightmare if you got to build it top down for the whole thing. The price could be way over the $6.5 million, and we might even find people to bid it. There's actually work out there, and Jerry and I talked about some jobs recently that got bid where nobody bid. So we're going into a different climate. With that, if I'd be allowed, I can show you where we're going to transfer the money from. I do think that it's appropriate to use some of our reserves. That's what I think we have them for. Especially, this doesn't get into our emergency reserves, so we don't violate the policy of the council. But we have adequate reserves, I think, to put them where we need them, and I think this is the place. And I think it's time to do it. Donna, do you want to walk that through? We got a sheet we can hand out to the council. And we'll put it up also on the monitor.
Good morning, Donna DePeister, CFO, Deputy County Manager. I'm going to walk you through the sheet that we're passing out to you today. Let me wait till you get them all passed out. As you can see in the middle of the page where we've identified the Smyrna Dunes Boardwalk project, we had originally planned for the original $3.7 million estimate to use the awarded ECHO funds for fiscal year 15. We had additional port funds that we had budgeted in 12 and 13 that rolled forward of about $1.4 million. And then we have a pending $400,000 for the ECHO request for fiscal year 16, which we understand is going to be moving forward to you on May 19th. We also had pending and set aside in reserves $1.5 million as the project generated and it was time to use it, that we would be budgeting $1.5 million. Obviously, we had a $1.7 million shortfall. So what we did, we identified some additional funding. And if you look where it says additional budget change towards the bottom of the middle of the page, you'll see that we identified that we could move and push out the Lighthouse Point Boardwalk project out for at least another year. That was about a $550,000 project that we had estimated to begin this year at $150,000. So we're going to defer that for at least another year. We also identified Florida Boater Improvement Program funds, or FBIP funds, of $271,525. Now, what we had originally planned for the Smyrna Dunes Fishing Pier was to transfer $271,000 out of the port fund for our grant match. However, what we've chosen to do is to leave those port funds in the port fund and switch the FBIP money to be our grant match for the fishing pier.
Because this will qualify, being the fishing pier.
Correct. Yeah. So we also said we identified an additional $778,475 in port reserve money that we could use to help fund the difference. And finally, because this is probably an 18-month project timeline, we would use $500,000 of beach access funds, the additional beach access funds that are generated for fiscal year 17 to apply towards that payment. So what we're asking you to do today is to do two things: approve the original $1.5 million in port reserves and the additional $778,475 in port reserves to be used towards this project. And in addition, to allow us to shift the FBIP money to the Smyrna Dunes project and allow us to reuse the $271,525 in the port fund towards the Smyrna Dunes project. That's what we're asking you to do today.
So if I can get the council to approve that, then what I would like the council to talk about is this idea of having the neighborhood meeting. Because I think the citizens deserve to know a realistic time frame on when we're going to do this and when we're going to get construction done. The nice thing is that because we have three big projects, there'll be one immediate, one coming right after that, and then the boardwalk after it third. So there'll be a constant series of successes.
Okay, Mrs. Denny's.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Deneen and staff, I want to thank you for navigating a tough project here. This really is, talk about bureaucratic layers to get a good project completed. This really is very very intricate, and I thank you. And Jessica, thank you. The questions that I had when I met with staff, they were already addressing them behind the scenes. So I thank you. You have my full confidence on this. I have to tell you, I told the manager when I left that day, I said I was very, and I mean this very genuine, I was very impressed. You'd already looked at some of the issues that needed to be addressed and were impediments, if you will. So thank you for that. And another thing in our discussion, when we met about this, and I think that's important to notice, and you mentioned that, Mr. Manager, is that we're not touching the county council standards for emergency reserves. So that will not, this will not, and that was my question, what are we going to do? And it's important, and this boardwalk, in fact, the other night I was at the Atlantic Center for the Arts this Monday night, Tuesday night, whenever, to honor our teachers, and 2 teachers were walking this boardwalk last week, and one tripped on a board that was up. So I'm hearing this more and more. If we get one hurricane, we get one storm, we're in trouble. I mean, and that's not exaggerating. That's
One of my fears is that if we don't move soon, we could have some storm damage that would cause us to close it.
Indeed.
Then because it could get so bad shape we can't keep up with it. So we got to move.
But I want to thank you for that. I've had a lot of in-depth conversation in looking at this, and the Hiles Boulevard. We're going to talk about tornado. I know that's a separate agenda item, but this is also about beach access.
Mm-hmm.
This is about beach access and beach parking. The Hiles, how many parking spots will we have when we're done with this? Do we know approximately? I mean, just in a general.
We'll get that for her while she's looking for it.
But I mean, and I think that's important to note too. We're talking about a boardwalk, but under that, one of the priorities too for this council is beach access and beach parking, and this falls under both of those categories. And as far as the meeting, Mr. Manager, when I was speaking with the city of New Smyrna Beach, we had discussed earlier possibly there's a new Brannon Center that should be completed. That won't be completed, it's my understanding now, till probably the first part of August. So I don't know that the timing is critical for having this and updating the community, but if it's the council's pleasure and if you can work that out with the city, they would like to host it.
That'd be great.
It would work better for the community to highlight this showcase boardwalk down in southeast Volusia.
That would be great. I think it is a good idea to have it. While it's in your district, Ms. Denny's, you may want to help us host that. I really would like to see if other council members would like to be there. This is a big investment in this community, and you know what? It's nice to finally get at least the confidence, for example, that I have to take some of our reserves and do this, because I think the economy is getting better. But these are big public assets that people really use. I mean, this stuff is really used. So, I'm glad to see that we're going in the other direction.
Well, and I appreciate, very genuinely, I appreciate staff's time and attention and all the adjustments that have been made, and this has been in the back burner for a while. We just never sat down and looked at the project holistically. So, Jessica, do you have any idea approximately on?
Yes, ma'am. We're going to have Jessica Winter, Volusia County Coastal Director. We're going to have 116 regular spaces and 8 handicapped spaces, which is an increase in handicap by 4, plus the addition of the facilities.
Wonderful. So it's safe to say over 120 parking spaces down there and a no-drive beach. I think that's important too. Mr. Manager and staff, very genuinely, thank you for the discussions, the strong discussions we've had in navigating this process. Thank you for that. With that, I would like to make a motion for approval, but open it up for council discussion. Thank you.
All right, I have a motion for approval. Is there a second? And a second by Mr. Patterson. And discussion. Seeing none. All those in favor of, now, I'm going to need the numbers again.
Donna, you want to explain what the motion would be?
Yeah, explain those numbers. I know there's a transfer from the Port Orange.
Let her.
I just want to be, if you would restate the question and where the finances are, please. Or I'm sorry, not Port Orange.
Port funds.
Port funds.
Port funds,
See,
no.
Oh, they gave us 5? Did they ask? Did they ask for
true.
change?
That is true.
Go ahead. Please get us out of here.
Okay.
That was funny. You do. Go ahead.
Ask that you allow us to use 1.5 million of existing, of the 2015 planned reserve, 15-16 reserves, plus an additional $778,475 of reserve.
Okay, slow down. I have to restate
Oh,
this.
okay.
Okay, so we have
What,
planned reserves 2015, 1.5 million.
correct.
On your sheet there, you might want to use the sheet.
Uh,
Why don't you do it?
okay, these are the numbers on the sheet. Yeah,
She'll
'cause
come, better way is let her come over and just show you
Yeah,
exactly
give me
what
a-
numbers.
'cause I wanna
So you
state it on-
correctly state the number.
Okay, so, hold on. Okay, I just wanted to get the numbers straight so that, and it does get wordy here. So, motion is for approval, and the financials on the approval will be for the 2016 Port Fund, $1.5 million to be used to defer the Boardwalk Fund, the Lighthouse Point Park Boardwalk, defer that $150,000. To shift the local grant match to the FBIP to the Pier project of $271,525, and to use the port reserves of $778,475. Am I correct?
That's correct.
Is that okay with the motion and the second?
It is, thank you, Mr.
Okay,
Chair.
very well. So now that the finances are all squared away, all those in favor, please signify by aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? And so carried,
Mr.
6-0. Ms. Cusack has arrived. Thank you. Good morning, ma'am.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
You have something else?
I just have one more comment, just as a reminder. The additional 400,000 in ECHO will be coming before you on the
Okay.
May 19th meeting.
Yes, in other words, we anticipate, but if that would change, we come back to you with a plan to adjust for the 400,000.
Okay.
The other thing I should mention, so that the council clearly understands this, I want to make sure everybody clearly understands this. What I did not suggest is to take, we had 500,000 of port money set aside to do engineering and design for the development for the parking lots of the property we bought on the beach. As I mentioned in a meeting quite a while ago, actually long before the editorial in the newspaper, that we were planning on doing development of the beach property that we bought. And that, if you remember, I wanted to use port funds to do the design and the engineering, and Jerry and I have been working on that, and John and Julie, we all been working on that with the idea that we'd always said that the actual development costs will have to come from borrowed money, which we have anticipated in our borrowing through the reduction of our debt by 2018. So that nothing changes, so nothing from these funds being moved will interfere with anything that we had already determined on doing development on the parking lots. Because I don't want that to be by accident, someone think that slowed that process down. It did not. All right. Thank you, Jessica. Thank you, staff.
Thank you, folks. All right, we're going to move on here. Now, here's where item 24 jumps into order, which is a change of order to the Massey Corporation for the South Atlantic Avenue Sidewalk and Drainage Project in Wilbur by the Sea.
The reason we jumped this up and put it here, Jerry, you can step to the microphone if you'd like, is just to give you a quick update. In fact, I see Miss Northey out there. She'll remember this, okay, on Tornita, is that We originally, when we built this, it was a wonderful idea. We did the right thing buying the property. But if you remember, there was a lot of angst about ever paving the second section of it. Now, if I do remember back, the manager wanted to pave it. But we felt that there was a lot of belief that we wouldn't use it as much as we thought we would. I am happy to say that the neighborhood has decided that it's being used so much that they have requested that we now pave at least the driving lanes because we're getting stuck. This has become one of the most popular spots that we have. Jerry?
Mr. Chair, members of council, Jerry Brenton, county engineer. Before you there is what Mr. Deneen was describing as when we did the enhancement of that existing parking lot and redid it and put restrooms and we created that or signed it pretty much just for overflow parking. Right. It's been so fabulously successful that lots of people are parking. We thought it would only be on holidays and whatnot, but normal weekends it's filling up. Very soft sand, it's rolling, and vehicles are getting stuck. Yeah. Huge maintenance costs for us. So what Mr. Deneen asked us to do was develop plans to for minimally invasive. If you go to the next exhibit, this one shows that the proposal to regrade that area and to pave the the drive aisles, and then in between there where you see those rectangles, that would be a curbed area, flat curb, but it would be shell, so that folks would be parking on shell material stabilized, but that your drive aisles would be asphalt. Because it's regulated by the Water Management District, if it's considered parking, whether it's grass, shell, or asphalt, they require you to treat it from a stormwater, water quality standpoint as if all of it is impervious. So what you don't see is underneath all that asphalt are exfiltration pipes. I think they're 36-inch pervious pipe with gravel, so that when it rains, water soaks down, goes into those pipes, and settles into the ground. We, on the right-hand side, is in your exhibit there. If you go to the next exhibit, it'll show a small retention pond, so that if the exfiltration fills up during a major event, it can pop off into that stormwater little pond. And then it's also connected to the drainage system that we're doing under construction right now on South Atlantic with the sidewalk and drainage improvements. So what is the action item before you is to approve a change order to the existing contract that we have for the sidewalk project from Marcel to Major, which is currently under construction. That's the most cost-effective way of accomplishing that. They are still out there working. They have, perhaps if you'd like, I'd give you an update on that project at the same time. Would council like an update on the sidewalk project? That's a 1-mile project. As you may remember, it's a sidewalk on the west side of the road. The south 1/2 mile is very constrained right of way. The sidewalk will be built right up to the property line. Because it's been an area, and Mr. Wagner understands it very well from the citizens down there, that they've for years complained about the flooding, the nuisance flooding after a heavy rain event. So we have included with the sidewalk project, put in that exfiltration pipes under the sidewalk to capture the water and then carry it to retention ponds as well. We also, there's nuisance flooding while we're not doing construction of sidewalk on the east side. There's quite a bit of dips in the road where water collects. It's not a lighted roadway, and it's quite dangerous when cars travel through and hit those puddles. So we identified after a heavy rainstorm all those areas, and we've put cross drains at those locations to take it over into our drainage system. All the pipe work is finished, and we've started on the sidewalk and the curbing. There'll be curb along the entire east side of South Atlantic, from Marcel to Major. And on the west side, in that south half mile area, there'll be raised curb because you can't put a sidewalk right up against the edge of the pavement without some separation, and that curb, that raised 6-inch curb, will provide that safety feature there. So that work that contract prior to this change order was set for completion August, I believe, the 9th. And with this change order, the contractor is requesting an additional 30 days to the early first week of September. However, he believes he's going to beat that, but in the event there's going to be rain or other delays that impede him, he'd still like the change order to include those 30 days, whereas he may not need them. So we're hoping that by early to mid-August, all of the South Atlantic sidewalk and drainage improvements will be fully completed, as well as, if you approve this change order, this overflow parking lot will be completed.
Okay. Is there any other staff report on that?
No, sir.
Very well. Is there any public participation on this matter?
No, sir.
Okay. And Mr. Wagner, you have the floor, sir.
Move approval.
Motion for approval of change of order for Mass Corporation for South Atlantic Avenue Sidewalk and Drainage Project in Wilbur by the Sea. Ms. Denny's?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to second that.
I need a second before we can go for. Oh, you did? I could not hear you. I'm so sorry. Ms. Kuzak is a second. Yes, Ms. Denny's, you had the floor.
Just a general question. Jerry, how many more parking spaces are we adding approximately?
You're going to test my vision.
You want my readers?
Want my magnifying glass?
Probably will. Let me find a younger person.
Oh.
Tell them what the motion is.
I noticed it didn't go to Joe.
Jerry,
I noticed it didn't go to Joe Nolan at all.
Jerry, you can
Joe,
take your shoes off
All
if
right,
you
these
want to
age
use your
jokes.
toes
86.
to count with.
86.
So it's a total of 86 parking spots that'll be there. How many are current there?
It's random right
It's just
now.
random, so there's really no.
So it'll be a total of 86. It won't be 86
Additional.
additional.
In
86
that
additional.
overflow will become organized 86
Oh, that's, there
without getting stuck.
you go. Thank you.
The nice thing about this is, and maybe, Josh, maybe in the end, what we came up with was the ultimate compromise, which was it's not all paved, because they thought I was going to overpave. And then again, it's not all green. And now what we're going to have is paved aisles. And I do think it'll be easier and more, it'll be a more rational way to park. And I think we've had some issues too about how people park. So this will allow the spaces to be better utilized. It'll look nice. Here's the other thing too. There's another concern beside the fact that we were getting cars stuck. We have a really nice investment there in a really nice facility that actually was an upgrade in the neighborhood. But now that it got so tore up, we are starting to look like a bad neighbor to the other people that keep up their properties, because it's starting to look pretty ratty with it torn up like that. So I think that we owed it to people also to be a good neighbor. Also, this fits, as Jerry probably told you, with all the stuff we're doing on A1A and to connect that bikeway, and this is all part of it. And quite frankly, I had to step out of the room for a minute. I don't know if Jerry said this. I think we're very fortunate to have Massey do this right now while they're out there. Finding somebody in today's marketplace to do this, the unique small job like this, could be difficult. And the fact that they're going to do it and do less disruption to the public, I think, is another good thing.
Mr. Chair, if I could add one more thing I didn't point out. We're putting some landscaping. If you look there where I've circled, at the end of each one of those islands, a little bit of landscaping, as well as on the roadside and on the back side of it.
Donna will tell you
But-
specifically, Mr. Chair, what the actual motion would have to have if someone makes it in terms of the actual.
Motion's already been made.
But you got the amount?
He
I read it
hit-
right off the,
He
right off
did,
the
it was a
order.
full 203,000,
Yeah.
You wanted to clarify?
but we wanted to
Two hundred and
clarify
three
that.
thousand, $125.
But she has to make a clarification.
I need to make a clarification.
Okay, please
Because
clarify.
in the body of it, we identified that $150,000 is currently, is currently budgeted. We need to move an additional 53,125 into the, from
Okay,
our
so the
reserves.
expenditure today will be 53,125.
Additional from our reserves.
Yes,
Okay,
technically it's
additional.
an additional from our
It
reserve.
is, technically it is, and we want to make sure that's technically correct.
Is that okay with the motion and the second? So carried. Okay, any other discussion? Okay, clarification. It is a motion for acceptance for a change of order to Massey Corporation for South Atlantic Avenue Sidewalk and Drainage Project in the Wilbur by the Sea area for additional construction for the not Tornado, but Tornado parking lot. The expenditure will be $53,125. Any further discussion on this matter? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by aye. All those opposed. So carried unanimous 7-0. Mr. Daniels, welcome. Yes. And the reason why I said that is because I've had to be on the record as to 5, and you guys were absent, so I just want everybody to know you were here.
Thanks,
So,
guys.
all carried. All right, we're going to move on to item number 8, which is an open order of business. Public hearing, case S16025, special exception for a recreational area in rural agricultural A2 zone property. Mr. Storch, you are the applicant's attorney, and Mr. Ashley, you have the floor.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Honorable Council. This is a special exception. It is for a recreational area to establish a paintball facility on property in the Samsula area. It is located just a little bit north of the 44-415, County Road 415 intersection, north of the New Smyrna Beach Speedway. That's approximately 43 acres in size, and this went to the PLRC on March 8th of this year, where the Commission unanimously recommended approval of the request, subject to the 8 conditions, which are highlighted on pages 3 and 4 of the council agenda. And I'd be happy to address any comments or concerns the council may have at this time.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there any other staff report for this matter? Okay, seeing none, we will close the staff reporting. Mr. Storch.
First of all, for the record, my name is Glenn Storch, and one of my associates in my office, Joey Posey, has been working on this case, and I want him to make the presentation if it's all right.
I see no objection. Please. New guy. Look at this.
An introduction,
Fresh
my
meat.
goodness. For the record, my name's Joey Posey, 420 South Nova, and it's just as Scott Ashley just said, we've been working with staff close on this, and we agree with all the conditions, and just to give you a little history, that this is pretty much it's the same paintball guys that were pretty much down the street. They were forced to move, and we're just trying to get them a new location. And pretty much to assure you, they've got a number of letters of support in your packet today. There's going to be no impacts because it's just guys playing paintball out there. So and it's consistent with the zoning and comp plan. So I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Have you ever played paintball? Isn't it painful? Yes. Yeah, I don't care where you get hit. That little plastic ball hits you. You're like, it hurts. So, but at least you know when you.
You got to know it's there too.
You know it's there.
You got to know you got hit.
Yeah. Ms. Denny's. Well, wait a minute here. Hold on a second. There's no other public participation on this matter?
No, sir.
Okay, we'll go ahead and thank you very much, sir. Please have a seat. All right, we will close the public hearing and go to the council for discussion. Ms. Denny's.
Move approval, Mr. Chair.
I have a motion for approval. I have a second by Mr. Lowry. Is there any further discussion? Motion for approval of case S16-025, special exception for recreational area on rural agricultural A2 zone property. All those in favor, please signify by aye. All those opposed. And so carried 7-0. See, I did tell you. I called you and said, what? And you went, I don't know. Oh, that's why it was his case. Okay. Thank you, Mr. George, guys. All right, we can move on to open order of business public hearing on case Zulu Z 16-019, rezoning for urban single-family residential High Ridge neighborhood plan to urban single-family residential High Ridge neighborhood plan. Applicant Travis Hudson, is that correct? Am I pronouncing that right? Okay, Mr. Ashley, your staff, please.
Yes, again, Scott Ashley, Senior Zoning Manager of the Growth and Resource Management Department of Volusia County. This is a rezoning request to change from one urban classification to another, as you've noted. The distinction here is the R2 requires a minimum 100-foot lot width, and the subject property is only 89 feet wide by plat. The R3 zoning that we're requesting only requires a minimum 85 feet of frontage, so by the zoning action, the goal is to make the lot a conforming lot with a zoning classification that fits the existing conditions of the lot. The owner is the owner of the adjacent parcel, which went through a rezoning process a number of years ago, and this is another piece he's just trying to bring into conformance. This is in a High Ridge neighborhood area, which is adjacent to Daytona Beach, between the I-4 and the area DeLand near the jail. And this has a special and unique overlay and land use plan area. The zoning change is consistent with the underlying urban low intensity land use of the High Ridge neighborhood future land use plan. And staff presented it to the commission on March 8th, and the commission voted unanimously 6-0 to recommend to you to approve the request as presented in the staff report. Staff be happy to address any comments or questions the council has at this time.
Good. Okay, thank you. With that, we will go ahead and close the staff report and open up for public participation. Is there any public participation?
No, sir.
Okay, we will go ahead and close public participation and open up the floor for the county council discussion and action. Do I hear a motion? Mr. Patterson.
I guess it's me.
It's you. You were the first one there.
I wasn't trying to be.
Too late.
Mr. Chair, I move approval of the
rezoning.
Request to rezone from R2 5 to R3 5 in order to bring lot into conformance.
Motion for approval. Is there a second? Second. Mr. Lowry is the second. Thank you, sir. Is there any further discussion? Okay, there is no further discussion. So all those in favor of case Z 160-019, rezoning from a urban single-family residential High Ridge neighborhood plan, which is in R-2, paragraph 5, to urban single-family residential High Ridge neighborhood plan, which is R-3, paragraph 5, zoning classification to bring that piece of property into compliance. Please signify by aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? And so carried.
Mr. Davis.
Ma'am, it's a 7-0 vote.
It's a 6-0 with Ms. Denise out of the room.
Oh, okay, I did not see her leave. It's a 6-0. Thank you, ma'am. All right, we will now move to item 9A. We're on time. This is the Florida Department of Transportation funding for paved share use non-motorized trail development. It says Donna Butler, but it looks like a Mr. Tim Bailey there. So I'm going to let Mr. Bailey have the floor, sir.
Morning, Mr. Chair. Honorable County Council members, I'm Tim Bailey with Volusia County Parks, Recreation, and Culture Director. Today, have some great news for you. I think you've already heard the news. The St. Johns River to Sea Loop, which you see before you, was ranked second in terms of priority next to the coast to receive SunTrail funding from FDOT. So what you see before you is just a recap, or to help everybody remember what the St. Johns River to Sea Loop is. Basically, it's from St. Augustine down through Putnam, down through DeLeon Springs to DeBerry, then east to Edgewater, and then south to Titusville, and then all the way up the coast back to St. Augustine. 260 miles of contiguous paved trail. In the OGT presentation, of that 260 miles, there's approximately 46% that is gap, which would be utilized or utilizing the SunTrail funding for development. Next slide. And then what I wanted to show you today is the portion of the St. Johns River to Sea Loop that's in Volusia County. And you see that blue line. Now this is something probably a little different than what you normally see from Mr. Brittenshop, because his slides typically show the Spring Trail and East Central Regional Rail Trail. In this map, you'll see the entire St. Johns River to Sea Loop that traverses through Volusia County. So what you'll see is existing trails. We have 33.4 miles already on surface, and then construction funding is construction funding trails is 27.6 miles. And then the unfunded, which is really a more appropriate way to say that, is the gap of trails within Volusia County, and that's 82.2 miles. Now, a small portion of that is with the FDOT expansion of 17 going from DeLeon Springs up to 40, but the vast majority then of those trail sections would be the benefactor of the SunTrail funding. And so what I wanted to do is bring up Jim Wood from FDOT. He is the administrator of the SunTrail funding, and he's going to give you a little bit of information of how that program will work out and how it benefits Volusia County. Okay, with that, Jim Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the council. I'm Jim Wood. I'm the State Transportation Plan Administrator for DOT in our headquarters in Tallahassee. Accompanying me today is Robin Birdsong, who is a SunTrail Program Coordinator. And also we've got representatives here from District 5, the Director of Transportation Development, Frank O'Day, and Heather Garcia will be the Program Administrator or Coordinator for SunTrail from the district side. Just wanted to give you just a little bit of context with this overall program approved by the legislature last year, and it is $25 million annually for this network. The shared use non-motorized trail network is the attempt to put together a statewide paved system of trails using SunTrail funding as well as other sources that exist to create this connected system. And the map you see here is the overall SunTrail network that we seek to create in the long run. It's reflective of the priority land trail system that DEP does in terms of all the planning. So DEP's role in this, the Department of Environmental Protection with the Office of Greenways and Trails, is state trail planning. And then the department's role is implementation of these projects through SunTrail and other sources of funding. To give a little bit of context of how the program's structured, we have all things have to be on that map that I showed you. They must be within that priority map that's now identified as SunTrail for the paved segments. The top regional system was selected by the Greenways and Trails Council. This is the council's advisory to DEP that was done in December. As Tim had mentioned, the great news recently for this area that St. Johns River to the Sea Loop was selected at the March meeting. In addition to these regional systems, we also have a separate category within SunTrail for individual single trails. The intent here is, at the same time that we're trying to complete these connected systems, that we're also able to help fund throughout other parts of the state some of the individual trails that would be key gaps within particular areas. So it gives us the ability to have a broad spread geographically with the funding. Again, it's $25 million annually. And I wanted to only show this because there's a lot of questions about how this funding will work. This is just one slide to kind of illustrate first. Every trail segment within, for example, the St. Johns River to the Sea Loop will be established as to where it is in terms of development, if it needs project development environment, design, right-of-way, construction, and all those segments will be determined for what phases that need to be done remaining. As we move through the process then, these projects will be programmed in our 5-year work program. And if you look here, this is just kind of a representation of the idea of the coast to coast, which we've been working on now for a few years, District 5 and District 7 for the department, working with the respective communities. And then St. Johns River to the Sea will now be that next set of projects, so there'll be a series of segments that are helping to close those gaps. And the idea here is to show that once construction is completed, The department will turn over the project to the local entity that will maintain, but then we'll have following in line in the work program the next project that would be funded within that area. And ultimately, Coast to Coast at some point down the road will be finished out, what we can do, and then St. John's to the Sea will then be the first, and then there will be another project that would come in behind it as a regional, and then the set of individual together. The question that's come a lot is, how is this funding going to go? How much is going to come to Coast versus St. John's River to the Sea? And that's one of the main reasons I wanted to illustrate this map, or this chart here. Our intent over the long term is to try to do generally thirds of the program funding to each of these categories, the first, second regionals, and then the individual trail category. And in a given year, you see at the bottom in this illustration, there may be some years it is going to hit around 25 million, but other years it may be less based on the phases that are available to be funded. But then that would be made up in subsequent years. So the intent here is to spread this funding across these three categories as much as possible. So over the life of 5 years, 125 million with the 25 million annually would be approximately a third coming to the St. John's River to the Sea. And again, that will vary, and it will even be looked at in terms of a longer term for that. So our intent here today was just to give you that background and answer questions that you may have about this funding program. And we're very excited to be working in the district with Volusia County and the other counties within this region. It's worked out that these two systems are here in Volusia as well as in Brevard County. Both counties have both of the Coast to Coast and St. John's River to the Sea segments. So there's already an understanding here of how the process works, and we look forward to continuing to work with the county on advancing this and getting this project underway. And that programming for St. John's River to the Sea, the District 5 folks will be reaching out and we'll be doing that programming over the next few months, getting ready for the summer, that will actually be identifying which segments get programmed. So, if there are any questions.
Any questions, Council? Mr. Daniels?
I just wanted to thank you for this. You've done a really good job, and you know, having the trails that they go up and connect to Flagler County, I think is just absolutely critical, because it would be nice for somebody to get on a bike in Ormond Beach and be able to ride to St. Augustine. That is really terrific. Good job, good plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Many, many partners, we appreciate that.
Would everybody like to hear from the public first before we go any further? I thought so. Sorry, I had to step out for a moment. All right, the following individuals, if you'll please come up front and have a seat in the front, except for Miss Pat Northey. You just step right on up to the microphone, Miss Northey. Well, she's first in the list. I just go right down the list. We have a Mr. Herb. Is that Miller?
Hiller.
Herb? Come on up front, Herb. And that way you don't have to walk so far when we call you. And Kelly White. Where are you, Miss White? There you are. Come on up front. And if there's anybody else that wishes to speak on this matter, please fill out a yellow form. Give it to Miss Zimmerman there, and we'll get you up to the microphone. And this is your first time speaking at the new podium.
This is.
That
Nice
actually
digs.
drops down.
Nice digs. Well, you know, I'm short, so.
No, but
I
I mean,
think this is good.
It's good?
I think this is good.
Trying to help.
Yeah, and I just wanted to say it was nice seeing you last night. The chairman and Councilmember Patterson and I all flew back on the same plane from Atlanta.
In different seats and different
Deneen,
sections.
He assured me that he did no damage while he was in Washington.
It all depends on what
I
you
asked.
call damage.
I asked. Yeah,
Yes,
as we speak.
fear
I'll
not.
be very, very brief. I just, first of all, want to reach out.
Your name.
No, I'm sorry, Patricia Northey, 2310 Carson Lane, Deltona, Florida.
Give her 3 minutes.
Thank you. I just want to thank Tim Bailey, first of all, for all the efforts that he did in this whole project. I was not able to go to Tallahassee, but I did speak. I received text messages all day. Tim Bailey rocks. Tim Bailey rocks, Mr. Deneen. So please be sure that that's noted, because he brought this project home for a landing. He was the giant killer here. We were not expected to get this ranking. So thank you. Where'd you go, Tim? Thank you, Tim. Okay, I also want to acknowledge all the hard work of the regional partners in this that were supported the efforts to be ranked. Thank you, Volusia County Council, for your very hard work on this. And to paraphrase Governor Bush, This is a big, hairy, audacious goal, and now we've got some funding to get this done, so I'm excited. I just want to ask you to consider a couple of items as we move forward, and this might be as much for Frank O'Day as it is for you all. Two things. One, these are additions. 44, we all just know what's happened at 44 with accidents. That is a crossing point for this trail as it heads north to Putnam County. We seriously need to think about an overpass there, a pet overpass. When you're doing the planning, the 5-year planning, please think about the pet overpass. Secondly, we have an opportunity to connect an equestrian trail that's part of the original PD&E for the River to Sea, for the East Central Florida Regional Trail. They're building it from Brevard north. They're as part of the paved trail. They're also putting aside the equestrian that's already in the PD&E. I understand that we had said we didn't have the funding for it. Perhaps this is an opportunity for us to go back and reconsider that. We have a large equestrian population. There you go. They deserve to be considered if the right-of-way is available, and if it matches, we should do it. We should build that for them, especially this link to Titusville, because that's 7 miles. And if you put a nice trailhead I'm running out of time, down in Titusville, and you put one in Volusia, just think of what we can do there. And finally, I want to thank Jerry Britton for all his past efforts. I walked the new alignment over there by the pet overpass in Blue Spring. Thank you, Jerry Britton. You said you would build trails when you got when this was handed off to you, and you have done everything you said you would do. Thank you, Council, for your service, and I'm sure that as we go along, Mr. Deneen, I'll have some other recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Northey. Oh, by the way, Ms. Northey, after we get done with all of our things today, we're done with the chamber, I would like you to come back here and see what we've done to the dais.
I'd like to see that.
I would love you
This
to
is pretty
come back here
cool.
and see it.
Yeah.
I think she's going to write the Bailey written rock dance.
Yeah, new song coming. Tim Bailey Rocks. Okay, Mr. Herb Hiller, sir. That actually goes up taller too.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Herb Hiller, 321 North Clara Avenue, DeLand. In 2008, I looked at a regional map. A rail trail was programmed along State Road 207 between Palatka and St. Augustine. Another rail trail with add-ons was forming between DeLeon Springs and DeBarry, all the way to Edgewater and Titusville. A trail was already in place almost the entire length of Flagler County. Bang. There it was. East-west at the top, east-west at the bottom, and partway north-south on both sides. 260 miles without need for a car that instantly forecast the St. Johns River to Sea loop. Roughly half the way complete and programmed today, thanks to the support of this council, led by its queen of trails, Pat Northey, and so many others. The St. Johns River to Sea loop is staring at $42 million to help finish the job. FDOT commitment shows by engaging a full-time in-house trails consultant here in District 5. This will ensure coordination among all agencies, counties, and municipalities for loop management, including public outreach. Now there's a need to match these technical services with advocacy that works on the economic development and community building side, that integrates SALT, health, fitness, and social equity outcomes, and that enlists the tourist development councils of all 5 counties in collaborative marketing. Although the loop was conceived at the start of the Great Recession, the East Coast Greenway Alliance adopted the concept and made the loop part of its main Florida route. The Trust for Public Lands supplied a logo. All 5 county commission chairs signed a memorandum of understanding. We launched an inaugural tour that put the loop on the map. Bicycle touring companies began loop tours. With the support of Florida Hospital Fish Memorial and the East Central Florida Regional Planning Council, we launched a train-to-trail program that brings folks by Sunrail to DeBarry to bike the loop for a week and longer. We're at work now on an ag tourism corridor along the trail through St. Johns County, We've organized a Facebook page, a website, and generated many news features. I hope to appear shortly again before council to report on a more formal Friends of the St. Johns River to Sea Loop advocacy group. Happy to take any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. No, we're good.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Kelly White.
Hello, I'm here on behalf of the City of Daytona Beach just to thank you.
You
and
have
thank
to state your name and position,
I
actually.
should know that, shouldn't
You
I?
should.
I know.
Yeah.
Kelly White, 208 Wall Street, Daytona Beach City Commissioner, Zone 3. So I'm here to thank the state and to thank you for your continued work on trails and to update you on the work that we've been doing in Daytona Beach. Our trail starts at 2nd Avenue, Sickler area, and goes all the way to Bevel in South Daytona. And we have really made it a priority to create a showcase off-road trail that will link up to the larger regional trail and the federal trail coming all the way from Maine to the Keys. Some of the things that we've been doing are pretty exciting. We do have a ribbon cutting July 14th for what we have termed the Brooklyn Bridge. It's a bridge that goes underneath the International Speedway Bridge. It links the county library to the News Journal Center, and it's going to really create over 2 miles of wonderful off-road biking and pedestrian trail. So we hope that you will join us for that. We also wanted to tell you that the gaps that we have within our trail, we're working very hard. We're in design phase on many of them. So I think in a couple years, we're going to have something that we can all be very proud of. We do have a working name for the trail. We're working on capturing Daytona's maritime history. So we are working with the Daytona Maritime group, and they have suggested the Sweetheart Trail. The Sweetheart was Charles Burgoyne's boat that he built in the late 1800s on City Island. And that boat went up and down the Halifax right along this trail. And there's so much history about Daytona Beach that's tied to the riverfront that we're really hoping that as part of our goal to showcase something awesome, we can tell that story. So this can really be the story of Daytona's riverfront. So just wanted to update you. Thank you so much for working on that. Commissioner Wagner, thank you or Councilman Wagner, thank you for helping us. I think you're getting some a better bike rack right by the library. So those little things really make a big deal. And you also worked very closely with us on the Veterans Memorial Bridge. So our alignment is correct coming underneath the Orange Avenue Bridge. Thank you all, and we'll continue to work together.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, is there anybody else from the public wishes to speak?
I don't have any slips.
Very well. We'll now turn to the council. Ms. Denny's.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, some of my comments have already been answered, but I agree with you, Ms. Northey, on the equestrian trail. I think that's a good piece to this. But I just have one question, though, mine is the process. I'm looking at the PowerPoint that we were given in the handout as far as the framework for the funding selection. The final selection will be determined by FDOT, correct?
That is, Mr. Chair, if I may, that is for the individual trail segments. The other two regional systems have already been selected through the process they needed to go through.
Okay, so there's no jeopardy of us losing our position or standing.
You're golden. St. John's River to the Sea is gonna
Write
be
that down. We're golden. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. It's interesting, and I do agree. Mr. Bailey rocks in working with him through multiple projects, especially this. And I have to say, Council, I've heard that one of the things that helped put us over was our app. I think scoring was by 1 point. There's an app for that. This is golden. Thank you, Tim, for all the projects that we have done. Not only are we shovel ready, we're app ready in technology, and I think Volusia is way ahead of the curve in serving our citizens. And again, thank you, Ms. Northey, and for all of your constant emails and updates and keeping it in the forefront. Thank you very genuinely. And we will continue. Everybody wants to know who's going to be the new trail queen. There's no new trail queen. There's one. And Ms. Northey, you shall always retain that, and look forward to working with you going forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, when you're a queen for life, right? For life. So you will always be our trail queen. Mr. Patterson.
It's hard to follow the queen. I do have a question regarding an issue she brought up, which is over State Road 44. I don't know, Mr. Wood, you want to address I know we're not going to be building the Brenner Pass or the Golden Gate Bridge, but I'm wondering how big a monumental task it is to come across State Road 44 and keep everybody safe that might be on that.
Well, I can't speak to the specifics of the overpass because I'm not into the specific details of the projects. I know for our effort with Sun Trail, what we're going to do is look at those areas where there are potential safety issues and how do we best address that. This is one other thing that's been an important piece. Our intent with this program is to build the system, to build the trail, and if there are additional things, you're asking about an overpass, how it may be done. There would be a basic, if it's something that's justified, it would be a basic overpass, and if it's a desire to have something beyond that, then the local support to do that. And it's the same with the trail itself for trailhead amenities and things like that. Those would be local contributions that would be supported so that we can use as much of the Sun Trail money to get the trail paved and put together. So we would look at that intersection as we would any crossing for the justification to do that.
Okay, yeah, I saw the bridge that goes over 415, which is huge.
Yeah.
It's quite a monumental task.
Yeah, there's quite a variety in the state of the range of overpasses, and some they become landmarks that they choose to have kind of the aesthetic values to them, and others have more of the functional approach. So that would be something that would be determined as it would progress, if that's what's determined appropriate for that area.
Thank you.
Sir.
Okay. Now, the River to Sea Loop. I'm looking at this. There's a few, one or two cutovers there. What about State Road 40? I know we just went through big long designs and everything, and there is a bike trail that is going to parallel, right next to 40 whenever we get it all widened up from 17 heading due east. Is that going to be considered part of this River to Sea Loop?
Tim Bailey, Volusia County Parks, Recreation, and Culture Director. There's actually two things going on there. North of DeLeon Springs on 17, at parallel 17 up to 40, is a part of the widening, the trail is a part of the widening project there. It will then be added to or connect to the widening project to 40, which will also add a trail that goes eastward to the bridge. So that section going east from 17 paralleling 40 to the bridge is not a part of the St. John's River to Sea Loop. The section from DeLeon Springs to 40 along 17 is a part of the St. John's River to Sea Loop. However, that's different funding source than the Sun Trail funding.
Okay. Yeah. I just figured it's state road.
Right.
And now, I guess, I don't know how I'm going to ask this question. Being an equestrian, what do you really need for an equestrian trail? I mean, you just need basically a small fence. The horse, I mean, you don't want to make it sand. You don't want to make it gravel. You just want to kind of leave it natural. What all is necessary for an equestrian trail? The horses will really make it what they need it when they walk on it.
Yeah, we've been talking about that internally. There's been multiple requests for the equestrian trail to parallel the trail that's from Brevard County up to Volusia County. So this funding source gives us a lot of different opportunities now to relook at that. And right away and
yeah, well, I mean, if it's just right of ways that you're looking for, I mean, you do not want to pave that. Number one. Number two, I mean, if you go out there to Lake George or out to Ocala, wherever you want to go, that there are horse trails at, believe it or not, we just ride the horses through the bushes and they make that trail for you. So really, your whole construction factor should be nothing more than just really a post with a couple of slat boards for fence to keep them away from the bicyclists and vice versa, and for safety reasons. But other than that,
we currently at Lake Beresford Park, there is an equestrian trail that parallels the paved trail. So it's similar to that
Right.
design. Yeah, and typically horses would not want to be on the paved
No.
trail. They just, it's
Not
just not
unless
a
they're
preference,
shoed.
right?
Well, not unless they're shoed,
Yeah.
because it gets painful for them.
So yeah, we'll look internally. I'll work with Mr. Britton on that.
I mean, come
possibility.
on out to the farm, we'll show you what a horse trail looks like.
Right.
You know, and you can go from there. I mean, seriously.
Sure.
We've got plenty of them out in that area. Okay. Mr. Daniels, then Mr. Deneen. So, Mr. Daniels, you're first.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. One thing is, I'm glad to hear that you're gonna be building something out 40 that is an actual bike trail. What is out there now is a suicide lane. You know, you've got maybe a foot on the side of 60-mile-an-hour traffic marked for bikes, and that doesn't really work. I mean, you know, it's a prescription for somebody getting hurt and hurt bad. So there will be an actual trail that goes out there separately paved away from the road on 40. Okay, thank you very much. I do appreciate that.
Yeah, let me just add to that. And that's a part of the widening project on 40. And if I'm not mistaken, that agreement to maintain that area came before County Council to approve that we would maintain it once it's built. But it would be funded through the expansion of 40.
Okay, and what sort of cooperation are you getting through Ormond? Ormond Beach, have you talked to the city officials there? Is that going along good?
Well, you know, my point of contact typically has been the Parks Director, Robert Caroline. And I assume that we'll be working cooperatively on the development and the maintenance of their trails that moves through their city.
Okay, if you need anything during the remainder of my term, let me know, and I'll be happy to go meet with anybody I need to. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, and Mr. Deneen?
Just a couple of final comments. First of all, Ms. Denny's, I'm glad you got them to go on the record. Let's make sure we're on the record about this money staying here. There's a lot of rumors about it may not stay here. So let's make sure. We all heard that, right? All right.
Yeah, the term was golden.
We're golden, okay? You know, the good thing about, there's a lot of bad things about being here for 10 years, and one of them is you get old. Second thing is, though, that's really good, is to see this amazing conversation that we're having today. Pat, this idea about trails and ecotourism is so good that everybody's going to say it was theirs. You know, I remember 10 years ago that was not the case.
It's hers.
When I got here 10 years ago, for all the council members that were here, this was not a given. In fact, there was this whole discussion of ecotourism and trails was really on the verge of whether it really was real or frivolous. And especially during the downturn, when the council never lost sight of putting $1 million up every year. As you remember, everybody forgets what happened when there were people that even talked about maybe we should reduce the millage by getting rid of ECHO. We don't need these things. I really do think it shows what happens when you get somebody that's as inspired as Pat, especially, and I'm very proud of those 8 years of working together, where you get people committed on something. I mean, it was easy to sell to me. I'm an outside guy, I like to run. But the bottom line was to get the other council members to stay the course, especially during a time, you know, you get away from hard times, they don't seem quite as hard. While you're in them, they were pretty hard. But we convinced a lot of people. The other thing is, you mentioned about Tim, okay? Well, if you remember, I promoted Tim, okay? I also put Jerry on trails, and I remember the skepticism when I put Jerry on trails, and you think that he rocks. Well, I would argue he does, but then again, all my directors do. That's a requirement of being a director and staying a director. And as for the city, I really do appreciate Kelly coming today. I think I'm really excited about the fact that I've talked to their manager, I've talked to their consultant, which is Ms. Lemke, that we are ready to have a new partnership specifically with the urban cities, specifically Daytona Beach. And we're doing it now even with the trails we're doing in New Smyrna Beach, to have more of the urban side, the urban core of the trail program. And I do see they've really gravitated, Daytona Beach has really gravitated to really, I think, becoming a lot more interested in how we connect all this together. But it's an amazing conversation that now everybody's talking about it like, oh, this was always the idea, and this was always so easy, and this would always work this well. It is unbelievable how much has changed and what got accomplished because you made up your mind to accomplish something. And quite frankly, everyone says, what's the thing that sort of got us across the finish line for this to get involved with the state? It was all the investment in trails. You had built all this trail system, and I keep thinking back to the people that came in during the downturn. A lot of people didn't think money in trails was a good idea. All we ever heard was cut taxes. You don't need all that frivolous stuff. I want to applaud everyone that was on council, Ms. Noy especially, that pushed for this. But to get to this point to, wow, we take it as a given, it's amazing. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So, now then, I just shifted papers around here. So the motion, is there a motion? Did we make a motion? We don't need a motion. This is just the oversight role of relation. Okay. That's pretty good. So thank you very much. Now, another thing we don't need a motion for is item number 10, review of the county's oversight role in relationship to the advertising authorities. Mr. Jim Deneen, you have the floor, sir.
Yes, Mr. Chair. What I was asked today to do in discussions with council members was to give you an opportunity to sort of talk with each other. And it's really about the relationship that we have with all the ad agencies. What you have in front of you is two handouts. One is an overview from the law department of the legal actions taken in relationship to we'll call it the marching orders that the administrative side has been following in relationship to the ad agencies based on either ordinances that you passed or motions and votes you took on different items. And this goes back quite a ways, all the way back to really when I first got here in 2007. And in some cases, it's nice to review because sometimes we forget why we got to the position we did based on issues that we had. The second thing is a little overview, is a sort of an overview of how we implement on a day-to-day basis what you told us. So what I'd kind of like to do is I can walk through a little bit of how we deal with the day-to-day and make sure that you all understand that. And you can look at what you have in terms of the legal side. If you have any questions, or obviously if you want Dan to kind of walk through, this is just a background. This is just for discussion purposes. So today is not about bringing in the public or whatever. This was actually about just making sure that we're all on the same page in terms of a council giving direction to the administration. So we can go forward and then have a meeting with the ad agencies. Because I do believe, and I've been told by a number of council, and I now believe, that we really is required for us, I think, if we want to really get along with them harmoniously, is to have a meeting between their board and ours and make sure that I get consistency from our board on what you want us to do in relationship to them. And then also what maybe any issues they have, because I think they have some concerns at times, they can express those to you, and then you can decide, because you ultimately have to approve their budget, and you have the responsibility, you appoint the members, that I think in some ways, in the end, the council has to decide exactly where they are. I think a discussion between the two groups would help clarify that, but I think we have to remember why the administration is doing what it's doing is because we were told by councils. So it's the 17 members that I've worked for over a period of 10 years. As you can see here on assistant to the ad agencies, if you look at that sheet, we might want to give a copy to Sue over there so she can put it on the monitor. Yeah. And as you'll see, I'm not going to read them all, but as you can see, in terms of the legal departments, this is what they do to follow the sheet you have from law. They attend the meetings of the authority to monitor their proceedings. From a legal standpoint, they perform legal review of contracts. They assist with periodic review, revision of the authority policies. They assist in preparation of solicitation documents. They review on personnel matters. They provide legal counsel to the executive directors with regard to procedural management or legal questions that arise in the scope of the authority's business. Respond to authority boards' members' requests for information. Assist in responding to public records requests. Provide annual sunshine law and public records education. And they depend on the finance department to assist with the foregoing services, which are in terms of budgeting, purchasing and accounting, assisted in budgeting preparation for each authority, assisted in year-end accounting close for each authority, working with the auditors to reconcile the authority's financial records, along with the legal department, assist in preparing purchase solicitations, assist in selection committee. In one case of their accounting's fiscal resource manager sat on the selection committee for the banking services for SEVA. We engaged auditing firm to conduct the exit audits. In the personnel division, with regard to advertising authorities, we advertised the last 2 executive directors, also did background check. For SEVA, we did last 2 executive directors for HAW, also background check. Surveyed the other agencies in 2011 for benefits and agreements and budgets to look at cost. Created job descriptions for each of the advertising authority directors with pay grades. Created a spreadsheet with the current proposal budgets, etc. for the 3 authorities. In 11 and 12, in 12 we audited positions and gave recommendations for classifications pay at SEVA. 15, 16 audited positions and gave recommendations to SEVA based on a new director and reorganization. Conducted investigations at HAW, responded to human resource questions from HAW, and conducted ethics and assessment training for HAW. Those are some of the things that we're doing. I also have Tom Motes. Ms. Motes, if you'd step to the microphone. I put this sort of temporarily on hold till today. Tom can explain to you, if the council wants me to, what Tom would be prepared to do in terms of help them assist in selecting their new executive director. The one thing, though, I think you should look at is the issues that came up that the council took time to either do an ordinance or directed us by vote to do. They were over a period of time, but there were a lot of issues that some of the members on this council and members from the past brought up and we dealt with. Tom, would you like to tell them what you would do for the executive director?
My name is Tom Motes. I'm the Human Resources Director. Back in 2011, as Mr. Deneen said, we created the job descriptions for them, and the council directed us then to help them in their search. And our role was we advertised the positions. Their last advertising, they elected to have an individual that we sent the job applications to. That person screened them. Once they were screened, they sent us the final list, which we did a background check. From that, when they would go to make an offer, the council back in 11 asked us to look at that offer to see if the salary met the range that which they're in a B range, in the county would be a B range. If they're within the range, they asked me to look at their whole compensation package. If it fell within the range, that we would be hiring an individual if they came with the county. That's what we performed in the last searches. We'd be glad to continue those. If they didn't want to elect to have an outside individual help them screen the positions, we've done those before for them also and screened them, and then sent them a short list to elect to if they wanted to interview. We can provide any of those services that the council would like for us to do, or HAW would like for us to perform.
So what I'd like to do now is to sort of have an open discussion with the council as to between the 7 of you, if you have any concerns about where we're going. My understanding is that the council would like to have a workshop with the at least some of the members with the advertising agency. I'm encouraging it because I think that a face-to-face, especially where we interface, I do think there's some misunderstandings that the administration is doing some of this without not only approval but without actual direction of the council. That's not true. Everything we do has been through council direction. You can change that if you'd like us to do. It's actually extra work. The one thing we don't need here on the administrative side is extra responsibility, extra work. We'll do what you'd like us to do, and I think the council has felt, I know the law department believes this, so do I, that you appoint the members, you approve the budget, that, and as you know now, you drill down a lot further, that you do have responsibility, and that you take that highly, and that your way of interfacing with them is through us. But I think that needs clarified. So with that, I'd really appreciate if you'd have your own discussion here. This is really meant to be between yourselves. And then with the idea that once you do that, you could set a meeting, if you so choose, with the advertising agencies, which I think could be a good face-to-face, and you may want to take public input there. But this was really just so, because you have to talk in the sunshine. I needed you to talk about this in the sunshine and give us direction. Thank you.
Okay. And before we go there, we do have public participation, believe it or not, on item 10 here. Some guy named Bob Davis. Now, Mr. Davis, sounds so weird to say for me. This is the county's oversight role in relationship to the advertising authorities.
Bob Davis, 1808 Concept Court, President and CEO of the Lodging Now and Hospitality Association of Volusia County. First of all, I would like to thank each and every one of you for the many years of hard work. We've had some mishaps along the way, but they have been corrected with your guidance and Jim Deneen's understanding. And as in all businesses, that sometimes happens. So my hat's off to all of you for helping us out. As you know, we have increased visitors to Volusia County in 2 years from 8.5 million to 1.1 million to 9.6 million. Now, I'm not talking about a building. I'm talking about people that have come to Volusia County. That's 1 million more in 24 months. That's 1 million more in bed taxes for the Ocean Center and the advertising agencies. With a population of 517,000 in Volusia County, tourism is big economic drive. For every dollar spent on renting a room in Volusia County, 21 cents goes to the hoteliers, 27 cents goes to shopping, which we all do, and 52 cents goes to restaurants, gasoline, and amusement. So we are the economic drive of Volusia County. And as you see in the bed taxes and the sales taxes, the increases that are going on, and how well all three agencies are working together, how united they are. I've got some magazines that I didn't bring before and I'll hand out after. How we're all looking to we all benefit, whether they stay in Daytona or New Smyrna Beach, or they go to Renee's Cheese Festival in the land. We all benefit from tourism. My role is to make sure that we all work together, that we're united, and we have, by the kind of sort of comments made by the county council for the past years, and it has worked just great. And so because my time is coming up, is the fact that we appreciate your oversight, but let's not go too deep, let's not go too far. When you got a winning hand, let's keep the hand moving along. We are looking at, and my projection with Evelyn Fine this year is 6% increase, and I think we're right on the money. The governor went from 95 to 105 million visitors for the state of Florida, and this year he's requesting 115 million, and you saw Visit Florida and why we joined with Visit Florida. The fact remains is we're doing an outstanding job right now. We're all working together. We've got great boards, and please don't put too many more restrictions on us. We're working together. And thank you for the time, and I look forward to the workshop.
Okay. Any other public participation, ma'am? No, Bob, you know better. You got to give it all to Marcy. You have to give it to Ms. No, you have to give it to Ms. Zimmerman. You can't handle things over the dais.
No, sir, there aren't any other slips.
I'm sorry, ma'am?
No other slips, no, sir.
Okay. All righty. Then we will move on. Ms. Kuzak, you have comments.
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, let me thank the members of the advertising authorities for their work and being able to help mobilize, if you will, the advertising industry in Volusia County. I can't help but remember the fact that the person who got us to this place was Mr. Tom Stead, who was instrumental in doing a lot of work in Tallahassee to get it into stature or how we should operate as it relates to advertising authorities. I believe, Mr. Chair, members, that we need to understand, council members as well as authority members need to understand that there should be collaboration between the two. Because if things are going well, then the advertising authorities are taking and doing what they need to do, then we can all praise that good work. But when problems arise, it seems to me that the buck stops with the county council, and that being, he who controls the money controls the industry. And if we as council members are responsible for approving budgets, then it's only right and for us to have some input as to the utilization of what we have done as approving budgets to make sure that the operations are adhered within that budget. So I think there needs to be a meeting. I think that there is a need for additional oversight as it relates to, we have 3 advertising authorities. I think that we are seeing a difference that they are working closely together. But I also think that when there are problems within any of the authorities, the county council ultimately is responsible. So if you don't know what's going on, then you shame on us. So I believe that we need to have some guidelines. We need to be more involved. I don't believe that we need to be looking over folks' shoulders as they do the business that is already outlined that they are to do. The economy is coming back, so folk are traveling more. They're coming places and they're doing things. So it would seem to me it would be a normal progression that we would see additional dollars coming in. Now, I don't say that lightly, because I know that the advertising authorities are doing due diligence as it relates to advertising our area. But at the close of the day, at the end of the day, I think it's a partnership between the individuals that we as council members have voted to have on an advertising authority, a budget that we as council members must approve, then I think we ought to be able to have a little more involvement. We need to have some communication within the advertising authorities with the county council, and I don't see that happening. I'd love to have us sit down and kind of hash out those differences or those opinions, because I think that when we're not communicating, then we can get in trouble, both the authorities and the council. When we direct staff to do audits, when there are problems in administration on an advertising authority, the council directs staff to look into those things. So we do play a part. How much is there any fund for administrative costs for when there was problems in New Smyrna? Look at the amount of time that was taken away from county staff in order to take care of the business in New Smyrna. Now, someone had to cover their job in the county while they were doing the job in New Smyrna. So we are partners in this, and I don't have any desire to take away the responsibility of an advertising authority. But I do have a real concern about the relationship and the partnership when there are personnel issues. The county department, county council, and his chair, not the chair, the manager, he directs staff to go on our direction to him, have the staff to go in to talk to and try to straighten out and iron out problems as it relates to the administration, as it relates to personnel issues. So we are, whether we want to be and whether or not the advertising authorities want us to be, by virtue of the stature that we have before us, we have a responsibility and an obligation to be involved. So I'm all for trying to iron out any differences that we have, and that we should have a meeting outlining what our thoughts are, as well as the members of the advertising authorities. Or are there term limits on boards? Is that on the table? Has it ever been on the table? Is that a part of the statute say that there is no, they just have to be re-elected? But so I think that there is room for us to begin to look at some things that we have overlooked or not really addressed within the time that I've been on the council, which has been almost 6 years now. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be interested to hear what my colleagues have to say, and I hope that we can make some good progress together. And I thank every member of the Advertising Authority for what they do to make it work in Volusia County. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, ma'am. And Mr. Lowry has to leave right now, so I'm going to give him his moments here. So you have a comment.
Thank you for being gracious. I agree 100% with what Councilman Cusack just said. I think when we appoint people and fund them, it's facetious to not expect us to have some oversight. But at the same time, I'm not interested in micromanaging anything, and I think probably my colleagues share that up here. And that's basically it. That's my position on that. I appreciate what you've already said, and I'm not going to reiterate what you said, but I agree with that. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Lowry. All right, Mr. Patterson.
I've been in business for over 40 years as an insurance agent. I haven't had a lot of employees because everybody stays with me so long. They usually will move on to bigger and better things, but I do know that I've been able to be successful in, going to Tallahassee or coming over here is because my staff knows exactly what the rules are, what we can do, what we can't do legally, and it's worked very well. I've had probably, I could count on one hand the number of problems I've had in the last 17 years with the one working for me. It's mostly just somebody calling in mad because they didn't like her answer to her question. Sometimes you've got to be honest with people and tell them exactly what's on your mind. And I think that's important. I don't believe in micromanaging any operation. I do believe that you've got to have things in place, safeguards. In my business, the state law pretty much mandates everything that we do in an insurance agency. And if some of these people think they're being micromanaged, you ought to try being an insurance agent in the state of Florida, because you are micromanaged down to the nth degree by everybody, just federal and state. But I don't want to have us just hovering over, helicoptering over, let's say, these agencies. I'd like to make sure that what we do is allow them some leeway in their operation, but knowing that we're there to do it. And I also want to make sure that this council and our staff is protected in the sense that if there are legal issues that pop up, that we're there. And I think the advertising authorities know that if there's tax dollars involved, it's not really their money, it's money that belongs to the taxpayers of the state of Florida, and it should just, you know, the taxpayers are gonna look at us ultimately. If things go wrong, it's gonna be somebody on the county council or the whole council or somebody at county staff level. So I think we should need to know that what we can and do, what our responsibility is to the employees of the various advertising authorities and financial issues that are involved, so that all of us are protected, that they're protected, and the county council and staff are protected also. So again, I'm not in the, I've seen things that we've had to do over the years, and I think everybody kind of knows pretty much what the rules are, and I think what our legal staff should be there to give advice when asked, and to bring things to the council when they think that something is wrong, and let us take action on it. But that's pretty much my feeling. It's just, let's get through this and move on. There's a lot of big things going on, and I want to see it continue to work. And it's interesting to me that right now the governor of Florida is going after Visit Florida, wanting an audit of what's going on. I don't know what's happening, but I will say from the years I was in Tallahassee, the advertising authorities, we're not unique in the sense where there are problems, because there are problems. A lot of bad things have happened in other advertising authorities throughout the state. Sometimes I wonder, we're the only county that has 3 advertising authorities. It makes me think that we've got 3 counties here, not 1 county when it comes to this. But I know that I'd have my head cut off if we started advocating for one. But it is. It's just all 3 of them do have some unique attributes, but I still think we're 1 county, and I want to see us all. If they're going to be 3 advertising authorities, then they all should act in the same way and know what their requirements are legally, so that everybody's protected. Thank you.
Ms. Dennis?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think one of the reasons we're having this conversation yet again is we're tired of having this conversation yet again. It's almost redundant. I mean, council, I think we're all in agreement. We're tired of having to deal with these upshots that happen, and at the end of the day, it starts and ends with us. We're the policymakers. We are the ones that are responsible under law for this. So while it may be uncomfortable and some may think we are micromanaging, we didn't decide that. The legislature did. It's in there. It's in the law. And I definitely want this workshop because there's some things that we do need. I've wanted this for several months. But then when Mr. Watson left, we said, well, let's delay until the new ED comes down there. Then let's let that person get on the ground, and then we'll meet and then add another upshot at the HOB board. Well, okay, what do we do? No, we're going to talk about this, and we're going to be on the same page. And from a policy directive, because of day-to-day operations, I agree, council should not be involved in that. How they do the advertising, but policy-wise, it is our due diligence to oversee that. So I definitely want to support a workshop. And I think one thing at this workshop, Mr. Manager, when we do it, I think we start off with a history of the ad authorities and the flow chart by law of how we are and where we are and why we are. You know, because sometimes familiarity breeds contempt. In other words, you get so comfortable in your own zone that when you go back and say, yeah, but wait a minute, it's like, well, wait a minute, we haven't done that. Well, that may be true. That may be true in how you're operating now, but the intent of the law and our responsibility, and I have to tell you very genuinely, I don't want to hear another issue with an ad authority, because that will be a game changer. That will for me as a council member, that will be a game changer on even the depth of policy that I will look at and try to bring forward. So I think what we're all saying here is we have an opportunity to have an open discussion on everything. But it's, do you remember the commercial? They used to say the lines are our friends. I think once the council and the policy, we set the lines, we set the policy, and then you're free to move about within that budget, those parameters and those policies. Do what you do for your ad authority. And the less I know, the better. I don't want headlines anymore. I just don't. I just don't want headlines. And when that happens, that means there's a weak spot somewhere, somehow, and I don't know if it's a culture of it's our mice will catch our mice, but don't you try to trap it type of an attitude. But there's definitely some issues that need to be dealt with internally. But the individual ad authorities are going to have to do that and step up to the plate. And that very genuinely, that means for the executive directors and the chairs of those ad authorities, you know, it's responsibility. It is. But I think they knew that when they took the job. It's in there. So I definitely want a workshop. I want to have a discussion. I need to hear. Here's that we make appointments. You've heard me say this, council members. I'm not going to appoint anybody anymore, especially to an ad authority, unless they've called me, I've spoken with them. Because this time of filling out an application and okay, then they go on the board, then we look at each other like, how did that happen? Or did you just hear what that board member just tried to say out here? Did you hear what just happened? We get that all the time, the backroom stuff. We need to do a better job of vetting the board appointments. And if that means a delay in some empty spots for a while, I'm okay with that. I think we're looking for quality, not quantity, and I think we're there. And I'm not saying it's negative now. I'm just saying I'm talking about going forward. So I'm looking forward to it, but I think we need to go back to the history of why we're here. Take a look at it. I think it's an eye-opener, the sheet that was just passed out from the directives and the actions council has taken since the inception. And an example of that is just a previous, earlier this morning, when we approved unanimously, for the record, unanimous approval of the HA Board's budget items. You know, it was said, well, you know, I know that there's been a request for collaboration. No, it's not a request. It's a directive. It's a directive. So there needs to be a mindset change. This is serious. I'm serious. And I'm not making excuses anymore. I'm just not. I'm just not doing it. And Mr. Patterson, I hear you. As far as consolidation of the three agencies, nobody wants that, but don't give us a reason for even that conversation happening. We're here, you're doing great, numbers are good. In fact, I won't even say who I had this conversation with, but it became self-prophetic. Just because the numbers are up, your numbers are up, doesn't insulate you from day-to-day issues. Because the truth be told, our tourists are coming. I don't care if you've got 3 members in your board, 5 members of your board, or you're in between executive directors. That will not change in New Smyrna Beach the flow of traffic on 44 to our tourist destinations. It won't. It won't. So, with that being said, we need to look at the realistic implications. And I have to say this too, because I'm talking with staff, and Mr. Eckert, you got my attention in the staff meeting the other day. I'm not going to say everything, but we were talking about this particular meeting and policies and procedures. I said, well, why didn't we pass that? And he said, Mrs. Denny's, you were the one that wouldn't make the motion to do it. They came up with policies and procedures. We did that, council. I don't go back. My memory's not as legal as his is obviously on the issue. And I looked, Dan, that really got my attention. It really got my attention. Because I've been thinking about it ever since then, because we as a council have said, let them do what they do in their day-to-day operations. Okay, well, the next move may be, let's bring in those policies and procedures as a council. Let's implement them, let's vote on them, let's set the lines and the boundaries, and then, there you go. So you're right, Mr. Eckerd, we missed an opportunity back then, this council did, we did. So going forward, we'll have a conversation, but please know, and actually, this should help the authority, this will insulate you. I mean, it won't be as many questions or, and here's the thing too, council. With the ad authorities, you have all three of them, an executive director and a board with a chair. But there's a level of accountability from the executive director, the chair, then what? I mean, our staff here, we have department heads, we have, it's pretty solid. So there's just a network we need to look at, and maybe we need to strengthen it. That's my opinion, that's my 2 cents, but I'm open for a workshop and honest discussion and debate, and I'd like to hear that from the ad authorities. I need to hear that. Our appointments, the appointees. I have no input from my appointees ever on any of the ad authorities. I just don't. And if I read something in the newspaper and then we have to deal with it at this level and then somebody's frustrated, well, welcome to my world. Very genuinely, I'm telling you. I read it in the newspaper, it's like, okay. So that's my 2 cents. I want a workshop. Thank you.
You're welcome. Mr. Daniels.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What I think we've been involved in here by and large is mission creep. We have imposed greater and greater regulations. Yeah, our functions, as I understand it, under the statute and under the ordinances that have been passed, is to appoint the people and then to approve the budget. And we've gone beyond that based upon, conditions on approval of the budget that have nothing really to do with what it is you're going to be spending the money on. Now, the mission creep has not occurred in isolation. There have been problems with the ad authorities. The ad authorities have operated for Lord knows how many years. Did they start when? Back in the 70s, 80s, something like that. And for many, many years, there was no trouble at all. And for some reason, over the last 4 years or so, we have begun to have difficulty. If you put it in the grand scheme of things, it is not that long. It is not that long a period where there have been problems. It would seem to me that if we do get together and we can begin to straighten out these problems, we can begin to release the ad authorities to go do what they do best. We certainly do not want to bring them under a lot of county regulations. We have very good county regulations that apply to hiring a legal staff, hiring a planning staff, hiring environmental inspectors, that type of thing. It's very bureaucratic, but it doesn't really work for an organization like the the ad authorities that have to move quickly, and things change, and they change rather quickly. And they have to be free to make those decisions and to move forward. They also have to be free to make mistakes and particularly if they realize those mistakes themselves and get them corrected, then that would be fine. There's a number of services that the county can provide for the ad authorities, and we can do it a whole lot cheaper. Reviewing some of your contracts, taking care of some of the issues that you do have that come up. You can bring it to the county, and we can take care of those. And kind of keep a bit of a track from a distance as to what's going on. So if something obvious pops up, then we can begin to talk to the ad authorities themselves, the boards, not the individuals, but the boards themselves, about what might be issues, and it seems to me that would be the way that we should go forward. And the last thing I think we want to do is to get ourselves inextricably twined with what the ad authorities do. Your function is so much different than ours, number one. And the issues that the ad authorities create are such that it's not really the kind of thing that the county would be that good at taking care of. I would be in favor of granting, maybe creating some sort of framework, and with broad framework, and within that framework, have the ad authorities operate. I have heard from a couple of ad authority members that they need to go out and advertise for an executive director, and they need to do that relatively quickly, and they have been stymied in that effort. I do not know if that's true or not, but that this is the time that they really do need to be going out and doing that. Is there any reason why they couldn't start the advertising process to?
Well, first of all, they're not stymied. What I'm going to do today is, unless the council stops me, I'm going to allow them to, we're going to proceed like we have in the past with Tom will assist them, and they have to decide whether they want to use an outside party like they did before or not. That's fine by us. We've done things for them unless, here's what I need, is if the council, and this is why we need this healthy discussion. For example, what I think I'm going to suggest is that when we meet with the ad agencies ahead of time, I'll give them the list of these policies and a list of these things, and they can tell you which ones they like or don't like. But for example, we had the reason we review things like what the compensation is, or that it's transparent or whatever, because there were issues with council members who believed it wasn't transparent, didn't believe in what they were paying, and the point is that we do what the council wants us to do. So what I'm going to need is, in some cases, is if the council decides they say the ad agency say we don't mind you doing this, but we don't want to do X, and the council says fine, then I need you to make sure you free us by removing that by law from our responsibility.
We have put you in a very bad position. We have ad hoc given you a
That's
lot
one
of
of my problems.
and a lot of them are somewhat contradictory,
Yes.
and involve you into things that if I were you, I wouldn't want to be involved in.
I can officially say I don't know anyone involved.
Yeah, that's what I thought, and and that's really my point, is that we have piecemeal done that, and I think you're right to want some sort of overall solution to the problem so that everybody will know everybody was on.
The only thing that so Tom, they can move ahead on advertising for their director. Unless something changes by law, I'm going to follow what you already passed. The only caution I have is that ultimately, and this is why we always get concerned on the administrative side, that if they don't do the due diligence that we may think they should have done, for example, in the last investigation, that ultimately I think it will come back to the council, because I don't think citizens really see a difference between an organization like the council that appoints all the members and approves the budget, and then doesn't have doesn't have control if the thing gets, shall we say, embarrassingly out of control.
Yeah,
And that's the danger for the council.
And indeed, and since in all these things, and getting the executive director is the key thing that a board does. Casting the wide net and getting the best is the most critical. So I would agree with that. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Wagner, any comments?
Everything's been said, so I'll just say that I agree we should have a workshop. Thank you.
Yes, and I too, I do not want to recycle all this information that we've been doing here, but I will make this one statement. This workshop is not a suggestion, it's not a request. It is a policy, as Ms. Dennis has said. All members of these boards need to be there. Not half, not two, not one, but all of them. Because I will tell you this, if they are not all there, the next county council meeting, do not be surprised if I pass the gavel to Mr. Patterson and request their resignations. I am dead serious about this. Every member needs to be at that workshop. And I know the room is going to be packed. We may have to borrow the Ocean Center to do it. I don't care. we need them all.
What
And
I'm-
that's
what
how serious I am about that, Mr. Denny.
What I'm
Before
going to
we go on.
suggest is, we will try to set something up that meets all your schedules. We will work with them to try and make sure that we can accommodate all their needs. And if they're by chance of someone who can't make it, which is possible with this many people, as long as it's something that's understandable, we'll have to deal with that.
I mean, if your wife's having a baby, or
Right.
you know, broken arm, you're in a hospital,
Right.
having a heart attack, I got that
But,
part.
but my point is, what I would suggest that I be allowed to do is, I'll pass along to them the handout that I gave to you.
Mhm.
And I think the way to start the discussion, when they look at the policies and they look at what we're doing on the one that shows maybe the starting point is for them to weigh in on, so we'll get right to the meat of the order, weigh in on what we're doing and see if they have any suggestions for things they would like to see us change or eliminate. So we hone in right it to the meat. Do they have any issues? And that way would be a very productive discussion, I think.
Right. And we will set aside a whole day for that, I'm sure.
At least a half.
At least.
And we'll coordinate. It'll be a work session, and we'll try to make sure that it works for everybody.
Okay. Yes, Ms. Dennis, before we move on to the next items.
Mr. Manager, I just want to back up to that discussion. What I would like to do is say that printout and I'm glad you're going to give that to them, because I was going to request that too. But I want to see where they are within the framework we've currently created before we see what they want us to change. In other words, what you just sent out to us, I want them to take a look at it. In other words, I don't want to put the cart before the horse here. Let them take a look at this and see where they are in compliance currently. And this framework, where we go with the discussion.
To the best of my knowledge,
That's just
all the
my
stuff that
2
you've
cents.
passed that we control, they're in compliance with.
Are we getting monthly reports?
Excuse me, I missed that. What was that?
No, let me look at, like I said, all I'm aware of, like all the policies I deal with, they follow. Here's the point. That's where the discussion should lead. It should be that's when you would review those policies, and we could drill down to any things that you've passed to see whether either they're not providing it, or if there's any problems, or if they think there is an issue and it ought to be modified. I think the good thing is we have the list there, so that way you don't miss anything. And I think it would get to what you're talking about, Mr. Denny's. And we'll go over them to make sure if we think there's any weaknesses in any of them.
Okay, but somewhere I read in this, and I could be mistaken, I think we had requested the monthly reports.
I'll have to look and see. For example, a good example of compliance was today. I mean, this is different than it used to be when I first got here, is that when they asked for a change on the money, let me make this clear, because this is a big difference on how it used to be and versus it is today. Today's meeting, where they came in and specifically gave you a plan, when they requested moving the money and gave you a plan on how they were going to use it, and when you went forward and appropriated the new money and asked them for a plan on how to use it, they are following what you did. But that is a radical departure than it was 10 years ago.
Okay, and I saw the word monthly. Let me just be clear. It says on 4/4/2013, the marketing plans, collaboration, communication piece under page 3 of 3. It says develop a communications plan providing monthly combined reports to the council and key stakeholders.
We have to talk, that's within their agencies.
So we maybe it's a checklist or whatever, but
What we would do is have them go over it and see, that's the point. They could look at all those and see if they have any issues complying with it and see whether it needs modified or whether it's okay. I think it's a good place to start. I don't think there'd be any misunderstanding. I think there'd be a healthy discussion.
Let's see.
And then we'll all have it all out in the open once and for all.
That's what I'm saying. Let's see where we are now, because if this is saying monthly, if that's too much, then let's go to quarterly. I mean, let's
That's what they could tell you.
Take a look at this, because I want it to be effective, not cumbersome, and then once that process is in place, I want to walk away and just know it's good. That's all.
Okay, so I'll try to schedule that. I will tell you that, as Mr. Daniels said, If I had an opportunity to be as far away from this as I could be, I would take it. But I also have a responsibility to the council if they make me responsible for things. And so I do what I am instructed to do. And that's what we are doing, and we'll try. I think this meeting's necessary, and I think it will be healthy. I do not see this as a confrontational meeting. I see it as, let's talk about it, let's get on the same page, and let's be clear. And as, you know, there's no interest, obviously, on the administrative side, contrary to some popular opinion, that we somehow want to take over the ad agencies. There's nothing further from the truth from my perspective. If you don't think I have enough to do, follow me around for a day. You'd see I'd never want to take over the ad agencies.
Good. Okay, so, all right, we will move on now to, that was the end of the morning session, and now we move up there to item number 30. We're just going to keep working until we're done. This is a council member and citizen appointments to the Value Adjustment Board. Who's on the Value Adjustment Board? Okay, Ms. Denny's and Mr. Patterson. So there is, you know what, I will leave it to either of you to make that nomination. It says the governing body, you two are part of that governing body. So she defers to you. Mr. Patterson?
Mr. Davis, I think it could be anybody on the
I
governing.
understand.
Okay.
Are you talking about the citizen member?
Yeah, the citizen member.
Yeah, Pennybaker, Ray Pennybaker.
Okay. Nomination by Mr. Patterson for Mr. Ray Pennybaker as the citizen representative of the Value Adjustment Board. All those in favor, please signify by aye.
Aye.
All those opposed. And so carried unanimous. That would be a 6-0. Mr. Lowry has stepped out. All right, now we're moving on to the appointment to the Volusia County Educational Facilities Board. Any
Chair.
council member? Mr. Eckert, yes.
I think it'd be helpful, actually necessary, to reaffirm your council member appointments to that board.
Oh. We did that.
No. The two council.
Yes, please.
Two council members that serve on the board right now are myself
and Ms.
Ms.
Denny's.
Denny's.
Mhm.
But you have to reappoint or put somebody else
Okay.
on, or?
Then I shall pass the gavel to you, sir, so I may make these appointments.
I want to ask a question.
That's the chair's appointment?
Yes, they are my appointment.
It's a council action.
Council action.
So, Mr. Chair, you can make a nomination, but it's.
Right, I know, we have to go through the process, that's why I passed the gavel. All right, so I will make the motion of, unless you don't want it, Mr. Patterson?
Well, I'm fine with it.
Okay, Mr. Patterson is my nominee for the Value Adjustment Board.
I'll second that, if it needs a
It
second.
it does not need a second.
Okay, is there any objection to the motion to appoint me, Pat Patterson, on the Value Adjustment Board?
There are many objections.
Hearing no objection.
You're the chairman, just
The
ignore it.
objection, without objection, so the motion passes.
That was a good one, Doug. I give you props on that one. Ms. Denny's, do you have any objection to still remaining on the board, or would you like to be replaced?
Are you asking if I object to myself?
Well, I'm just
No,
asking if you'd like to sit
Okay,
on that
I
board
will-
still.
I will serve, thank you.
Okay. So,
Mr. Chair, I make a nomination of
Wait.
Deborah Denny's to the Value Adjustment Board.
okay, I thought I had to make that appointment. Thought those were mine. Oh, okay, so therefore, Miss Deb Denny's has been nominated for the Value Adjustment Board. Nomination made by Mr. Patterson. All those in favor, please signify by aye. And all those opposed. So carried. Okay, now can we move on to 31? This is one position, an employee of an institution of higher education, a 5-year term commencing like a month and a half ago. Any council member may make this nomination. Do I see any hands, any lights, or do I hear a motion for continuance?
Mr. Chair, I move to appoint Mr. Dr. Howard, Randall Howard, to the Educational Facilities Authority.
Okay, nomination by Ms. Denny's of Randall B. Howard from Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University to the Volusia County Educational Facilities Authority. Any further discussion? As to seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by aye.
Aye.
All those opposed. So carried. Alrighty. Moving on to 32. We will now turn to Ms. Cusack. You have the West Side appointments to the Children and Families Advisory Board.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to appoint Mr. Richard Rentz.
Rintz? Okay, Mr. Richard T. Rintz, nominated by Ms. Cusack for the Children and Families Advisory Board. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by aye.
Aye.
And all those opposed? So carried. These are all unanimous, by the way, 6-0. Okay, and you have one that is done. District 1.
Move for continuance.
Mr. Patterson moves for a continuance. Do I hear a second, please? I have a second from Ms. Denny's. All those in favor of continuance, please signify by aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? And District 2. Sir?
You want to come back?
Can you pass me for a minute?
You're the only one.
Oh.
You're the last one. So, yes, we'll hold. Should I go back and get a cup of tea?
No, 1 second.
Okay.
I'll have it in a second.
I know you will.
I'm trying to pull up the application. All right, let's see which one. Doctor, no. That's the first one. I'll nominate Kenya Ford. Recommend.
Okay. I have a nomination of Kenya Ford for the Children and Families Advisory Board nominated by Mr. Wagner. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by aye.
Aye.
And all those opposed? So carried 6-0. And we have a continuance for Mr. Patterson. We will now move on to item number 33. I was just counting all of these, and we don't really have enough to do all this. But where was I?
Yes, sir. Mr. Davis, Marcy Zimmerman.
Yes,
The
ma'am.
Affordable Housing Advisory Committee.
Yes.
Both you and the at-large member have
3.
3 nominations, correct. And then District 4 and District 5 have 1. We still don't have a lot of applications in.
Yes.
So whichever appointments and nominations aren't made, we'll just have to have a continuance.
Okay. Well, should we? And I don't have a District 5 member here right now anyways.
Correct.
So I'm going to have to entertain a motion for continuance for him right off the bat. So I will entertain that motion. We have to do that motion.
Move for continuance.
Okay, I move continuance for District 5 because he's not here. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Daniels. Okay, motion for continuance for District 5. All those in favor, please signify by aye.
Aye.
And all those opposed? So carried 6-0. So now took care of that little problem. Let's go backwards. Mr. Daniels. Do you have any nominees for this Housing Advisory Committee?
I do not.
Okay, so therefore you would
Continue.
move for continuance. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Denny's. Further discussion? All those in favor, please signify by aye.
Aye.
And all those opposed? So carried. 6-0, continuance for District 4. Ms. Cusack.
Mr. Chair, I would request a continuance on all 3 of my appointments.
I have a motion for continuance from Ms. Cusack. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Denny's. All further discussion on continuance? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? So carried. I now pass the gavel to Mr. Patterson, and I will make the motion of Janet R. Hammer for the Banking and Mortgage Industry for the Affordable Housing Committee.
We have a nomination by the chair for,
There you are. Wow.
hmm?
I can't hear you.
It's, I'm.
Yeah, you're on. You're on.
Okay. What was the name of the,
Janet R. Hammer.
we have a nomination, Janet R. Hamner for the.
Or Hamer, sorry.
Is there any objection to the motion? Without objection, show the motion passes.
Okay, oh, I have two more. And on the real estate side, Mr. Kevin Grail, I nominate.
Have a, what is the last name?
Grail, Grail.
We have a nomination for Kevin Grail. Is there any objection? Without objection, show the motion passes.
And I motion for a continuance on my third.
I have a motion for continuance. Is any objection?
Why do you second?
We
Mr.
have a
Daniels.
second by Mr. Daniels. Any objection to the motion? Without objection, show the motion passes.
Okay, thank you, sir. All right, let's see, where are we at now? That was 33. A lot of back paperwork that we haven't done here, guys. All right, item 34 is the Cultural Council and reinstatement or appointments. I will go first on this one. I have one West Side appointment, Mr. Patterson, and my appointment is Robin Parado.
We have a nomination of Robin Prada for the Cultural Council. Is any objection to the motion? Without objection, show the motion passes.
Okay, and I thank you, sir. I will go to Ms. Cusack. You have an East Side appointment? And, oh, okay.
It's for the Culture Council?
Yes, ma'am, for the Culture Council.
Edith Shelley.
Edith Shell, wait a minute. She's not on the list. Item 34.
Culture Council.
Are we missing a name, Ms. Zimmerman? Is Edith Sheldon on the list?
She's already on. You have to look at the front page of the agenda item.
I will ask for continuance.
Oh, okay, wait a minute. One reinstatement or appointment. Is that Edith?
No, she's,
Oh, she's
Okay.
already on.
correct.
Okay, so you request a continuance, is that the request?
Yes.
Okay, request for continuance, do I hear a second? Thank you, I have a second for continuance, further discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor signify by aye.
Aye.
All those opposed. So carried, and now we go down to Sunrail Citizens Advisory Committee appointments.
Excuse me, there was one more
Oh,
appointment. or
I am so sorry,
reinstate-
and District 1. Mr. Patterson, do you have any,
It was a District 4 on the Cultural Council.
and also District 1?
I'm showing a District 1, yes.
Okay, no problem. Sorry, Mr. Patterson.
I want to mess this name up, but then I nominate Kemyar Frank Samandari.
Samandri. Okay. Kemyar Frank Samandri has been nominated by Mr. Patterson. Is there any discussion? Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor, please signify by aye. And all those opposed, so carried. And now District 4, Mr. Daniels. You have a reinstatement if you have. George S. Pappas has been nominated for the Cultural Council. Any further discussion? As to seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by aye.
Aye.
All those opposed. So carried. All right, now we got all that done. Item 35, our last one. We have a sitting member of the Sunrail Commission. If there's any objection, I would like to allow him to go ahead and make his appointment if he so desires.
I move for Jeffrey Morris to continue serving on the Sunrail Citizens Advisory.
Okay, motion is for Jeffrey Morris to continue to serve on the Sunrail Citizens Advisory Commission. Are there any objections? All those in favor, please signify by aye. All those opposed?
Mr. Davis?
So carried, yes, ma'am.
That wasn't one of our boards, so I'm not sure if we need a second on that one.
I've got a committee appointment right here.
Yes,
I don't need
sir.
it.
I'm not sure whether we need a second on that one.
She's saying it's not a county appointment.
Okay, so, well, okay, how about this? Mr. Patterson has nominated, I can change games here. Has nominated Jeffrey Morris. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Dennis. All those in favor of Mr. Jeffrey Morris for the Sunrail Citizens Advisory Committee, please signify by aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? So carried. We've covered both bases. We're covered.
There's one more appointment to that. There,
I
Ms.
do not-
Faust, who used to serve, is unable to continue serving. I don't know if we need a motion for continuance or
Who,
if
where?
anyone has anybody else in mind.
Oh, okay, so we have two appointments. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I guess we will entertain a motion for continuance.
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Dennis. Do I hear a second for continuance?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Wagner. So motion for continuance, second by Mr. Wagner. All those in favor, please signify by aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? So carried, 6-0, unanimous. Is that it? These laundry lists of all these committees get going. Okay. Alrighty, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Now we are done for our county business. Is there any public participation at this time?
Yes, sir.
May I have that public participation? And then the county council will discuss. This would be Mr. Ray Johnson. Hello, Mr. Johnson.
Good afternoon, Chairman David.
Good
Council
afternoon.
members.
Need your name and your address for the record?
Ray Johnson. My address is 1640 Alexander Drive, DeLand 32720.
And you have the floor for 3 minutes, sir.
Thank you. The roundabout that's currently being planned at the intersection of State Road 44 and Grand Avenue poses a great opportunity for Volusia County. That opportunity is to make a good first impression. That impression would involve the cultural attitude, the aesthetic experience, the historic character, and the tourism that we can promote through a good first impression. There's no doubt in my mind that the Department of Transportation is going to construct a very safe roundabout. That's what they do. My concern is one of creating a roundabout that is more than just utilitarian. A roundabout that will be special with landscaping and a feature such as sculpture. I've asked to have this this particular piece placed on your monitor so that you can see what's being done around the world in terms of roundabouts. Sculpture is a major element in not just this country, but in all of the countries around the world that are currently developed. It's an opportunity to create that first impression that one gets from entering the land from the west. I believe it should enhance the image and possess the characteristics of historic DeLand and Volusia County, the Athens of Florida, if you will. I encourage the Volusia County Council, staff, and perhaps Mr. Britton and others to get involved if you haven't been involved in this already. I think it's a great opportunity in creating a special gateway to Volusia County on State Road 44. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And you know what? I never even thought about something like that. It does actually kind of make sense, you know, the gateway to Volusia County. Maybe we could have some sort of like little art contest for something.
Miss,
It's up to the state? Okay. Yes, Ms. Cusack?
I was going to say, if would be possible that we may be able to have some dialogue with the state to see if they would permit the county and tribute or something to that family to be able to put something there, a sculpture, but I think it would require us to have the buy-in from the state because it's the state road.
Okay. I'd be willing to start that conversation. That sounds like a good idea, to be honest.
It's a good idea. And
I think it is.
that maybe if we can ask staff to draft something or whatever, do whatever's necessary that we might be able to.
Ms.
try to get
Cusack,
that done.
what we could do is, we can inquire. We'd have, it's state roads, state properties. We'll inquire. We'll ask them. Okay?
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you,
Chairman.
sir. Thank you, ma'am. All righty, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to do some county council conversation discussion. And in lieu of what has happened this past week, I would like to take my option and go off first here this morning, or this afternoon. As we all know, I just went up to D.C. What a trip. I'll tell you, got up there, it was actually, the weather was gorgeous, it was beautiful up there. But here is my, actually my agenda, or my, whatever we had up there, the list of things I had to do. Started off on Tuesday at 11:30 with the Office of Senator Marco Rubio, and we talked to Emily Bauk and somebody else there. Then we went and had a working lunch and prep for the rest of the afternoon. 1:30, Congresswoman Virginia Fox. Let me tell you what, that is an interesting person. She is an interesting woman. 2 o'clock, we were right over there at Congresswoman Corin Brown's office, talking with Congresswomen. At 3 o'clock, we were talking to Chairman Mario Ballart, who is the House Appropriations Subcommittee on Transportation, Housing, and Urban Development, and other related agencies. We then moved from there at 3:30. We went to Mike Brink, who is the Deputy Staff Director, House Veterans Affairs Committee. We had to talk with him about some veterans issues, which I'll get into in a moment. At 5 p.m., we were talking with Bill Nelson. We actually pulled him off the floor during a vote, which was pretty impressive to me. After that, we had Congressman John Porter gave us a tour of the U.S. Capitol. 5:30, they're closed, they're done, they're leaving. And then after that, we went up and toured through the White House for some reason. I don't know why, but we went up, toured through the White House. I guess the president was out, so they figured they could let us in. And then after that, we called it a night, and the next morning at 10 o'clock, I was in Brian Waldrop's, who is the legislative director for John Mica. We were at there in his office talking with him, and then we went to where he was chairing a discussion on transportation, and we pulled him off the floor, which was pretty impressive. Chairman Calvert, who is the House Appropriations Subcommittee on the Interior, Environmental, and related agencies. We talked with him. Then we sat down with our Congressman Ron DeSantis. We had lunch in the House members' dining room, and then we went up to the Pentagon, where we were able to sit down with Patrick J. Murphy, who is the current Secretary of the United States Army, which I thought was really cool, just to sit and talk with that guy. He's a nice guy. So as you see, we had a very lengthy day. On Tuesday, we put 7 miles under our shoes, and I had a note here somewhere. I actually wrote notes down here. And now I seem to have misplaced them. Yes, I did. So anyways, we were up there. There it is. I knew I typed up some notes. I didn't want to forget anything here. Each meeting, some of the meetings we were able to sit and talk with them for like 10, 20, 30 minutes. Some meetings we only had like 5 minutes. Like with John Mica, we had like 15 minutes. He was off the floor. with Senator Nelson. We had like 5 minutes. He was in the middle of between votes, and he ran out and came and talked with us. I'll tell you, our lobbyists up there, they put together one heck of a schedule, and trust me, it was very, very busy. We were running all over the place. When Kelly McGee gets back here and Arlene Smith come into town, ask them how their feet are doing, because they were running around in there. My feet were killing me. You know, the old chicken wound was hurting. The old war wound was hurting. But yeah, we'll go through that later too. But anyways, so everything was. When we got into these meetings, we narrowed down our discussions to very simply this. I sat down with every senator and every congressman and said, okay, we're going to be very brief because we know you're very busy. First things first is the Tiger Grant number 8 is coming through. The council has not voted on it yet, but I feel very confident that they will support this Tiger Grant. Please push it forward. We really want to get this Tiger Grant through. And we were getting good pats on the back with that. They were very pro. Second thing is, I looked at them and said, okay, now our next issue is very simply water situations. And water up and down the state of Florida is being a mess. We've got fish kills here, there, and everywhere. So then I said, and our guru on water is Miss Kelly McGee. Take it away, Kelly. And she had a nice little packet set up. She would discuss the matter and go over the high points of it all and hand them the packet. And then we would talk very briefly about Veterans Affairs and how can we help our veterans out. And then after that, it was, like little, how you doing kind of chit chats and things like this. So we hit 3 big major issues. Transportation funding was kind of in there. And then everything was going very well with all of our discussions. And I talked with Arlene Smith and Kelly McGee. Next meeting, Mr. Deneen, I'd like to have them do a presentation and give everybody a more in-depth, I don't want to sit here for hours, a more in-depth briefing, just to let you guys know what we're going on. Then came the fun meeting. We pulled Mr. John Micah off the floor. Is this a PG-rated show? Because Mr. John Micah handed me our ass. Kelly McGee looked at him and said, Mr. Micah, this is what we need. This is where we need to go. Please give us a hand with the EPA. They need to increase the funding on our estuary programs, the national estuary programs, at least a couple $100,000. John Micah looked at her and he said, you know what, you guys over in Volusia County, I've given you things. I've asked you for things. I wanted you to do things. This new IT project that Orlando and everybody's signing off on, you guys didn't sign a letter for it. Why should I help you? When he said that, I was kind of drawn back. I went, whoa. He says, we were working on a water project here 10 years ago. Now, I don't think any council member was sitting here 10 years ago, were we? No. You weren't. Nobody was sitting here. Apparently, there was some sort of water program being done for Gemini Springs and the Gemini Springs Marsh about 10 years ago. He got some funding, he got some paperwork, he got done doing whatever he was doing. I know about it. And somewhere we dropped the ball. Man, is he pissed. And I said, sir, that was before my time. I have no idea what you're talking about. So Miss McGee, Miss McGee is getting all the letters and all the documents and all the stuff together so we can address this a little bit more in depth. Mr. Mike is not very happy with us, so we're going to have to do a little bit of backpedaling just so that we can try to make that relationship a little bit better, because not a lot of things happen in Central Florida without Mr. Micah's nod, shaking the hand. So we said, all right. So anyways, that was that issue. So like I said, in our next meeting, Ms. Smith and Ms. McGee will be giving us a more update briefing. So there's that. May I have the handout, please? The sheriff's wife, Ben Johnson's wife, is doing some sort of a benefit for children it's actually for the Athens Theater, and they're doing scholarships, and it's all kinds of money going to these kids. There we go. And it's called the Derby. Okay? I know it. Oh, yeah, it does. It looks like a Debbie, but it's actually a Derby. It's supposed to be an R. It's the day of the Kentucky Derby. And, of course, they are asking for support. They have their levels. But all this money is going to the kids for doing all the summer camp acting scholarships for low-income youth, continued performance of school-age children, access to the citizens of our community who would otherwise not have access to the arts. So this is the ask that they have come to us for. And there's one more thing. I don't know if you really want to see this, but they've actually asked me to ride Pensacola as like the, when the Derby is going on, they put the wreath over the horse. They're going to put a wreath over the horse. So they want me to bring the horse into town. So I got to ride a horse into town, which is going to be kind of fun.
We'll be there.
We'll be there. So basically, what the organization has come to do is they've come to ask me if we would be a supporter of this, which I personally think anything for the kids. We've always supported the kids. You wish to speak on this matter, ma'am, right now, or is it just for questions? You have a statement? Okay. Well, hold on. You have to sit 1 minute because we don't normally do discussion during our discussions. So anyways, that is the ask. And of course, me being the chair, I can't make a motion or anything, but I am turning it over to my council. I think it'd be a worthwhile cause to get these kids some arts and stuff and happy. Mr. Wagner.
I know you can't make a motion.
Wait, Ms. Denny's is first.
Well, I'm just going to put this in the scope of this council approve the Boys and Girls Club that serves the entire county for a table at the $2,000 level. So let's just keep that when, if we're looking at funding this, keep the perspective of what we funded and where we go. I mean, if we're going to support it, if council wants to do that, I think the most that I would do would be the $2,500 level, because we did $2,000 for Boys and Girls Club.
All right. Is that a motion?
I'll make the motion, yes.
So it's a motion of support for $2,500. Is there a second? Ms. Cusack is the second. You still have the floor? Is that it, Ms. Denny's?
Yes, it is, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Wagner?
If we do the 10,000 one, can we increase the Boys and Girls Club to 10,000?
Yes.
Because I'm down.
You knew where that was going to
I will
go.
do everything I can for the Boys and Girls Club.
You
It's
just
amazing
made
where
Jim Deneen sweat over there. 10 grand, what? Oh.
I've thrown something in to make it more complicated, and I'm sorry. Is that
Josh,
we
well,
voted.
but that being said, I would say 10,000 to the Boys and Girls Club. I wouldn't say 10,000 to the Boys and Girls Club is countywide. It's countywide, so that's kind of a slippery slope. But yes,
Yeah.
I would increase the Boys and Girls to 10,000 in a heartbeat. You make
But at-
that motion, I'll second it.
But at this moment, this is a motion on this issue.
That one just on.
Exactly.
There is a motion on the floor.
I would support doing more, but if it's the council's wishes to do 2,500, then I'm okay with that as well.
Okay. Any further? Mr. Daniels goes. Is he here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, we got enough. Okay. Is there any further discussion? Okay. Motion on the floor is support of $2,500 for the Kentucky Derby Party. The Derby Party at the it's at the Sanborn Center, by the way. All those in favor, please signify by aye.
Aye.
And all those opposed. And so carried. Now, okay, who's going to this thing? Because you do, when we do this, you get event tickets. We'll work that out? Okay. So you have a club sponsor, clubhouse level sponsor. All right. Now then, ma'am, let's put up that beautiful bean footage.
Are you going to give us the play-by-play? Because
I'm going to give you the play-by-play.
Is he dead? Did you kill him?
This is Rhodey, the Rhode Island Red Rooster. He's a gorgeous bird. There you go. And if you look right there, well, could you zoom in again? If you look right there on, yes, to the back, the foot that's back, that one right there, that is a spur on a rooster, and it's about as long as my pinky. And the story, so the story is all straight because I've heard many stories. The story is, I was working on a workbench. I stood up to go get a hammer, and thank you, ma'am. And as I stood up to go get this hammer, he turned around, and because there were hens in the area, they're always following me around. He fluffed up, charged me, and jumped and spurred me in the ankle.
So you weren't henpecked?
No, I was not. I was rooster spurred,
I
not
wanna make sure.
henpecked.
You were
You are
not
correct.
henpecked,
No.
okay.
And I know that I'm ready, guys. Bring them on. Bring them on. Is that the best you got? So, anyways, so it hurt. He went through my blue jeans, through my boot, into my sock, and straight to the bone. He actually cut a tendon. It cut a tendon, and I was limping around. It's still very, very painful. Why are we drawing? What is this? Help. Help me. Okay, I see where you're going there. Good one, Josh. So here we are, and the News Journal. Is there a News Journal reporter here? Hi, News Journal reporter. Glad you're here, because you guys called me because I was limping around the mayor's meeting. I was hurting. They called me and they said, "Hey, what happened? I heard you were attacked by a wild animal, and here he is." He's actually about 2.5 feet tall. That's how tall he is from the head to the ground. So as I tell him the story, and now in the emails and the phone calls that I've gotten, it has been absolutely ridiculous how people, because I made a statement, looks like we're having chicken dinner, was my statement. That's my chicken. I can have dinner. So if I want to have a chicken dinner, I'm going to have a chicken dinner. Well, I've gotten so many calls, so many emails, people tapping me on the shoulder. Please spare that chicken's life. Don't hurt that rooster. Don't stop. Did you kill him yet? Don't. Yeah, well, I am the farmer. Well, I couldn't chase him around. I was still on a cane, So and he did have a jury of his peers. He was confined, and the hens were there, and they were clucking, and they adjudicated him as guilty. So he was, and the guinea hens came in, and they set sentence to death. So, but me being the very kind, considerate farm owner, and I don't know if this falls within the jurisdiction of the county chair or not, but definitely within the jurisdiction of the farmer, I officially hereby issue Mr. Rhode Island Red Rhodey a full pardon. He has been pardoned. He has been reinstituted with all of his rights of a chicken, and he will not be killed. So everybody can rest assured there is no death on the farm this week. Now, he only gets one pardon. If he does it again, it's over with. So I was asked to, there we are, folks. So Rhodey has been pardoned, and he shall survive. Now, with that, Mr. Daniels, what do you have to follow that? Me neither. But, okay. Miss Steadies. You get to follow it.
I want to frame this
You're gonna
cautiously.
yes.
No, seriously, I'm going to pass out a request from a constituent from the Bethune Beach Property Owners Association in New Smyrna Beach. Mr. Stevens was in earlier today, and they are requesting the support of the Volusia County Council in an effort to establish a memorial to the founder of Bethune Beach, Mary McLeod Bethune. And the Homeowners Association memorial would be in the form of a historical marker placed in the grounds of the Bethune Beach Park. And there's a couple requests here. They'd like to work with us, with the county. I talked with the manager and staff about this. And if possible, can we just direct staff to take a look at the possibilities of what we can do? I think this is a great opportunity to do this, and perhaps look at even an ECHO grant for next year to do this right for the park, and to memorialize Mary McLeod Bethune, the namesake for this particular park.
If the council would so like, we could look at that specifically if it would be in our park, which makes sense. Then we would do, someone would be responsible for the maintenance. In that case, we would be the ones with the support of the neighborhood to probably file for the ECHO grant. So we could look at it, have the neighborhood talk to us, and we can investigate at this point. If you'd like us to do that, we'll do it.
I support that, Tony.
See what the options are, Mr. Manager, and I'm sure there's a creative way that we can, and I was reading this letter. I think what's really important about this too is that one paragraph that says, since its creation in December of 1945, Bethune Beach has played a unique role in this state, known for its sandy beaches and popular tourist destinations. The vision of Dr. Bethune, starting during the 1930s, was to establish the beach where all Floridians could come and enjoy, has blossomed into a beautiful, thriving beach community. So I think this is a great tribute and a wonderful memorial to a lady truly ahead of her time. Thank you.
Yeah.
That's all I have.
Is there objection? I see no objection. Please, sir, take
We'll
care of it.
investigate.
All right, Mr. Patterson, do you have anything on closing comments, sir?
Well, I think one of the things you brought up already this morning regarding the adaptive traffic signal light technology.
Yes.
Mr. Deneen, you have anything?
Oh, in terms of what I think Mr. Patterson's referring to, in front of you should be the request that Congressman Micah sent us. And this is about the agreement that the Orlando, Orange County area signed. That request appropriately went to the TPO first. And there was apprehension on signing because in some ways it centralizes things in that region for things like potential of our own traffic light system here in Volusia County. The legislation they're passing may have implications where it may be good for the Orange County and Orlando, but not necessarily have that kind of effect here. TPO did not pass a resolution of support, and so what I need is for the council, that's not for us to decide today, but Mr. Patterson and I talked about this. I was given the material, I'm passing it along to the council. Council has to decide whether you actually want to have a resolution support or not.
If I may comment on this, Mr. Patterson.
Well, I just think we ought to bring it up on council.
Okay.
I think
Yeah.
that's the better way to do it, is to actually, if you'd like, I'll put it on the council meeting for next council meeting, and then we'll give you a briefing ahead of time.
Yeah, during our TPO meeting, I just want to put it on the record that the cities that were most affected over there, DeLand, Orange City, and DeBary weren't even present at that meeting, were they?
I don't know. You mean at the TPO meeting?
Yeah, at that
Yeah, they
TPO
were there.
They were there?
Orange City had their representative, Commissioner Saylor, was quite unhappy with it. But I was talking to John Booker this morning after he just left, and he said, actually, they're doing pretty much some of it already in our area. I don't know. George is kind of nodding his head that maybe he knows something that I don't know.
I'm not sure how it's, of course, they have their traffic op center in Orlando, and on some of the state roads that are here, I know there's been some pilot programs right here in DeLand, but as far as tying it into a central system, I don't think that's occurred yet, but they certainly do operate down in Orlando, and they can affect a light right here in DeLand at this time.
Let's do this. Let's put it on for a future agenda so that the council can have an understanding of what they're being asked to support.
Okay.
Be my suggestion.
I think we need to do that.
It's too complicated to try and do this at
Oh,
the
yeah.
end of a meeting. So we'll put it on if that's okay. If I don't see any negatives, I'll put it on.
The other, I got a call from one of the News Journal reporters regarding some land that St. John's Water Management District had. And I guess we were supposed to have it.
Oh, this is the stuff that's near the train station.
Yeah, and I guess where my concern is I guess DeBerry wants 100 and some.
Well, here's the issue. We're unclear because there's this. Ms. Seaman has written for us a clarifying letter to St. John's that all that land was supposed to. You passed an ordinance to take all that land, that and a number of other things, and they stopped the process. And so I'll let her speak to what she sent them. She did it for us. I thought it was a well-written letter. But we have nothing official, and so what you're hearing is all the speculation. Jamie?
Well,
She was here.
one of the things that kind of troubles me is they wanted to put in a huge retention pond.
Well, part of it was they want to expand the retention pond. Part of it could be for other projects and that parking lot they want to put in. But there was also the idea that there was a section of the land, from what I saw, that DeBerry was angling for that as for TOD, which would mean you change it from conservation. Well, we don't know what's going on with St. John's, and we're trying to find out, because our council may have some concerns about that, together with some other issues that we're trying to find out where DeBerry's at on a couple of other requests that they seem to be asking us on, but we're gonna work with their manager to find out. Getting clarity from DeBerry, I'll leave it at that.
I guess where I'm concerned we're all about water quality, and so I'm going to put a big old retention pond.
There is a retention pond there now.
Yeah, I know.
This would be
but adding
expanded.
to it,
Yeah.
and the effect it may have on Gemini Springs. I want to just,
Correct.
Seems like we're going backwards here on water quality.
Jamie, you want to tell them what your letter was? that
And,
you
and,
sent?
and if I may, during my tour of the trails with Tim Bailey, that was just about supposed to have been a done deal real quick.
Well,
he said-
Jamie can talk to you
yeah.
about this.
And Mr. Daniels wants to chime in on this one too. After Ms. Seaman.
I drafted a letter on behalf of the manager asking for clarification because council had voted to accept all of the lands that the district was going to surplus, and we had been moving in that direction. But there was a DeBerry agenda item that indicated that the city of DeBerry had been talking to St. John since August of 2015 for the purposes of transferring a portion of the DeBerry addition, the Gemini Springs addition to the city of DeBerry. We were unaware of the fact that they were seeking to have it transferred to them. Dr. Shortell's letter back indicates that they are willing to continue through and to provide the property to the county. But the letter says that the city of DeBerry has to exhaust all of its options, and we're not really certain what that means. So I believe Mr. Deneen has a meeting set up with the city manager to try to figure out what DeBerry's exhausting all of its options really entails. That property was purchased with FDOT mitigation money, and it was purchased for the purpose of mitigating the impacts of the I-4 expansions and the widening across the DeBerry Bayou. So it's kind of uncertain how that property could be used for any other purpose but for mitigation. So it's all very, very uncertain as to what's going on right now.
We're going to try and get an answer.
Okay, thank you.
And Mr. Daniels, you wanted to chime in on that?
Wanted to add one thing to what Mr. Patterson said, that in addition to water storage, stormwater storage, that there was the suggestion that what they wanted to do was to have a fairly high density subdivision over there. In addition, which would be taking rationing it up times 10, far worse than what they were talking about originally. And when we agreed to take the land from St. John's, it was not taking conservation land from St. John's after they had given it away or made modification to it. It was to take the land as it was right then. So I would not be in favor of any modification. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, no. All right, where's my list? Okay, well, let's see. Where's my list? Oh, there it is.
Mr. Wagner is next.
I know, Mr. Wagner. Do you have closing comments? No? Okay, we'll move on.
A couple meetings ago, I brought up the issue with bears. It appears that it was Seminole County. They tried to do something with the state. State basically said, don't. So, looks like what we're finding out is there's not much we can do. However, that being said, I would like to make a motion for a resolution against the bear kill, but also cite a lot of the things we've been doing over the years to create corridors and help the bear population, and send that copy to the state. That's a motion.
Second.
For a resolution.
Okay, you have a motion for a resolution of support for
Resolution against the bear hunt and
oh,
citing reasons
resolution
why.
against the bear hunt and citing reasons why.
We can attach that to your chicken pardon.
No, the pardon's already been granted. This is a second issue altogether, sir. It requires a second resolution, according to Rob. And I'm not pardoning bears. We can't pardon the bear. I gotta have the bear.
That's the problem. They've done nothing wrong.
They've done nothing wrong. Okay, and I motion, but do we have to have the reasoning and all the paperwork first before we can do this resolution?
Can the resolution follow that basic guideline that I put in the motion? Or do we have to specifically vote on the actual wording of the resolution?
I mean,
Well,
what
I can bring the resolution back to the next council meeting.
yeah. Okay, I would be more comfortable that way. I know what I'm reading.
I agree with
Yeah,
that.
and I hate to sign something I don't know what I'm doing here.
So then I'll amend the motion to having staff move forward to prepare
Create the resolution.
the resolution.
Okay.
Is a second okay?
Amendment to a motion, resolution, amendment to the resolution motion to amend the resolution so it can be brought back next meeting. Is there a second for that?
Second.
Okay, any further discussion on that, on the amendment? No further discussion. All those in favor of the amendment, please signify by aye. And all those opposed? So carried. Now the amendment has been added to the motion, and the motion is to have a resolution for in objection to bear hunts. And the motion was made by Mr. Wagner, second by Mr. Daniels. Am I correct? Further discussion? Okay, no further discussion. All those in favor of bringing forth a resolution, please signify by aye. All those opposed? So carried. Motion passed. So please bring that resolution forward. Did I do that pretty good, Mr. Patterson? I'm getting pretty good at that thing, ain't it? The amendment to the motion. I had a good teacher. Anything else, Mr. Wagner?
Yes, just a couple things. The yesterday or last couple days ago, the Public Safety Coordinating Council is happy to announce that we are at the lowest point of our jail population in 5 years.
Right.
That they've been keeping statistics. It's pretty amazing. We think there's a couple reasons. It's always difficult to figure out exactly why the jail population is down, but there's a couple key things. But one thing that was interesting that came about the meeting during discussion is even though the jail population is down, the mental health unit has doubled recently. So all this discussion of homelessness and all the discussion of funding, I think we really need to pay attention to that because that is a significant sign that there's a problem out there. And instead of paying for stuff on the front end, we're paying for it on the back end. I'll try to get some more information on it. We're trying to see if there's things that can be done, but it went from a unit of 16 to a unit of 32, and realized the costs associated with that type of security, the public protection involved. And it is very expensive to house that unit and house those human beings, and those are just the males. So realize it's out there. We're going to be probably looking into it a little more, but it's very sad.
I would be concerned as to the reason why they were incarcerated.
Like violent crimes or...
Yeah, that. I mean, if they're just picking them up because they're acting weird.
Cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
your comment.
Never mind.
But I mean, if they're committing criminal acts, I mean,
The problem is, a lot of times it's just either stopping medication. You know, you have certain programs through Stuart Marchman with funding through I think the feds and state FACT program where they're delivering the meds and they're helping them administer it. It seems like one of those things, if we could figure out the people that are there, and granted there's some HIPAA issues, we have to, certain lines we can't go over, but it would be interesting to do an analysis of the people that are being housed. One by, are they misdemeanors, are they felonies, are they bondable? You know, were they in programs and they fell off? I mean, I think we're at a time where if we see our population down, and when I say down, I mean hundreds of people down, significantly lower. And what's even stranger about it is we look at it on a trend of every year, and we have the last 5 years, and it gives this chart. We're actually, not only is it down, it's down in a time where it should, at best case scenario, be flat, if not have a little increase. So we'll see what happens over the summer. It usually gets busier over the summer at the jail significantly. So we're going to see if that trend changes. But if we could, I don't know if we have the staff to do it, but it might be good to do a little bit of internal analysis on are they misdemeanors, are they felonies, are they, you know, are they bondable, or were they in programs? And that part's hard to tell, were they in programs?
yeah, I mean, I spent almost 8 years with that corporation, and matter of fact, past president of the board over there. So I mean, I've dealt with this over the years. So that's why I'm asking some questions as to why
great
they're
questions.
there. So.
Yeah, it'd be nice, you know, if you could, George. that'd be
Definitely,
helpful.
we'll take a look. I'll talk to you a little bit further, get some more thoughts, but we do have the personnel to do that, and I think we could do some analysis. We're unfortunately a long-time person in our organization that does analysis is leaving, retirement, but we have a brand-new person getting ready to come on. And
Fired up.
And so we
Yeah.
have someone else that I think would be perfect to help us with that analysis.
All right, great. Thank you for that.
Yep.
In relation to that board, something happened recently. I've had nothing but positive remarks from most people in regards to the cannabis ordinance we passed, and it's nice to see Daytona coming along. Orlando came along. It's been very positive from the media. There has been an issue that has come up. I'm around judges a lot. I'm around attorneys a lot, about people making arguments that it's really criminalish. It's not a true decriminalization. There's a little bit of wording and some suggestions that's taken place. What I think would be appropriate is if the county council would direct me as chair of the Public Safety Coordinating Council, I'd call an emergency meeting of that council, because I don't want, if there's a word or two we can change and make it a better model for the city of Daytona Beach and others to do it. The only thing I ask is if the intent is, and Dan and I have discussed this a lot, and I think Dan is right, and I do believe it is what we've done is the proper way to do it. What scares me is that people are making arguments that, well, is it really, you know, civil? Is it really non-criminal? Is it civil? Is it, you know, or is it really just a second-degree misdemeanor masked as an ordinance? I mean, these arguments, I think we win. I really do. But the problem is, I don't want to be in a situation where there's arguments, because if you're a 19-year-old kid writing your name on an application for a lease, and you put down, no, I've never violated the law, but it comes up in a background check, and they say, well, and he doesn't even get a call back and doesn't know why he or she didn't get in the apartment. It's because now they think their person's a liar. I just want to make sure it is as solid as can be. So as long as if the council's intent is it's a civil ordinance violation, I can go to the Public Safety Coordinating Council, which are judges and lawyers, and the clerk's office is probably the most important one, and say, okay, are there a couple things we can tweak where this thing is absolutely unambiguous and no one can argue one way or the other? So I'd ask for council support to allow me to go to that committee to ask their input. Yeah, of course.
Let Joyce.
I don't have a problem with you going to the committee, but when you go to the committee, I'd like for all of us to consider the fact that if these citations are going to be issued at the discretion of the officer, I do have some concerns with that. Either we should do it for everyone. Oh. And I say this because many times you may get a citation and I may not,
But here's
or my nephew may not.
And that's the issue is we can't tell law enforcement that they have to do this because the state law says here it is illegal to have possession of marijuana, 20 grams for a misdemeanor. If we go and say you have to do this, we've now violated state law because it supersedes it. So we can only the only way that we have this to
Well,
be legal.
it's very hard to enforce and be fair to all people.
I agree. I don't disagree with y'all. If I had it my way, I'd be, I'd be the state doing it. But that's in my understanding, that's the only way we can have it legal in Florida. Dan, am I wrong on that?
Well, I would think that the council would want to have a discussion. That's a significant change in the ordinance.
Which one?
That you're talking about. Changing to a citation is not an insignificant policy discussion. And
I asked the council, this is what I asked the council. And this is the issue, guys. Dan is right. Dan knows he's right. I think Dan's right. The issue is not everybody is Dan. Not everybody is me. Not everybody has a background and went to law school and deals with ordinances and understands of certain things that were passed years ago that guarantees withholds. I mean, people don't have this information. So I need to make sure that everyone is protected because the intent of the council, is the intent of the council to be civil. If so, there may be some slight changes that the Public Safety Coordinating Council can recommend. That's all I ask and it would be a recommendation. I'm not going in there and making a change, but I need to make sure that the bag of goods we're selling is the bag of goods that people understand. I don't want to have a situation where a landlord or a school or Department of Health is not understanding what we did. And it hinges on one line in the whole ordinance. I mean, it really comes down to one single line. And I can explain it if you want me to.
No, but I'm it's still, last I heard that, federal law is it's against the law on the federal side, the state law. And if you're talking about, so I think what we have right now, actually, when you think about it, it's not like a speeding ticket, A speeding ticket, you get 3 or 4 speeding tickets, you're going to lose your driver's license or something. You get 3 or 4 tickets for possession of cannabis, you don't even have to pay the fine. Really, we'll probably end up with thousands and thousands of dollars of fines. You'll probably have people getting a $100 ticket every day. Who's going to enforce collection of this?
Well, it's first off, it's discretion. As a prosecutor, every single day I was in court, I would hear the same line: judgment converted or convert fines to fines and costs converted to a civil judgment. So even if you're in misdemeanor, you're getting the same thing unless someone has probation as part of it. But they're not going to violate the probation based on that. You have to prove as a prosecutor that someone they're willingly not paying. I mean, that's hard to do. So they're always getting converted to judgment. So if we wanted to do an analysis of all the money we're not getting from people, trust me, it's a big number. It's a very big number.
I know, we're just going to add more to it.
Yeah. No, my concern is it's the line of notwithstanding any provision in 1-7. I apologize. It's basing it on section 1-7. The issue is there was a case a few years ago that said double jeopardy attaches, even if, we're arguing this is a civil ordinance, and Doug, you can probably follow this as more than most, is if they're viewing it, and the state has said an ordinance violation is not a crime any longer for city or county. This case came out and said if jail is part of the possible punishment, which 1-7 includes, then double jeopardy applies, and you can't be prosecuted on this person, I believe, had a felony, but he had already had the ordinance violation, so it was barred. So that case has brought this issue into light, and my fear is, again, it's not that I think we're wrong, it's the fact that I just want it to be clear, because if someone puts down an application that they have not violated a crime, and someone, one of these record checks, do a search and improperly put it on there, they're going to be a liar. And I have judges telling me we have issues with it, as far as how the analysis is being done. The clerk's office is having to handle it a certain way. I just want to make sure we're clear. I mean, we passed something that has been overly positive. All I want to do is make sure with, who we consider probably the best minds in public safety, which is that board, take a look at it, because we discussed it and they had problems with it. This is very, very smart people. So it's nothing would be done without you guys. I just think it would be, I need to go to somewhere. I mean, I can tell you what I think we should do, but I thought you would probably prefer to have them, who are well respected. So it's up to you guys. I mean, I can bring it there anyways, as the chair, but I'd rather do it with the council saying our intent is, again, that this is civil. Are there ways to make this thing unambiguous to everyone? So it's up to you guys. I need 4 of you to say yes, 3 of you to say
Mr.
yes,
Daniels,
Josh.
what do you say?
I think it's a good idea. We might as well, we passed it, and with that expectation, and I think the newspapers made it clear that was our expectation, and we have created that expectation among the population. So we should do everything we could do to make sure it achieves what it is we wanted to achieve. As far as a lot of fines being issued and this being a problem, I think Jamie will tell you not one single citation has been written since we passed this thing. It's not something that's going to, create a whole lot of paperwork or overload anything. But for the people who do get the civil citations instead of the criminal record, it means a lot for the rest of their life. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Denny's.
I don't mind the discussion, Josh, but we've never had a challenge.
No, it's not a challenge that I'm worried about. It's the issue that if people don't understand the ordinance and what it does, because it doesn't say civil in it and it has the possibility of jail, it can mistakenly be classified. And judges look at this as classified as they would consider this criminal. And I don't agree based on what I'm finding, and I agree with Dan, but that scares me, because we sold a bag of goods as it's civil, and it's being interpreted as jail or misdemeanor-ish.
Well, I think we left the interpretation also up to the arresting officer, if I remember right, and that's if there's, and I don't want to take that away from you. I don't want to take those options off the table.
This does nothing to that. I guess I should clarify. I'm sorry, Deb. I apologize. The clarification would be the discussion in the Public Safety Coordinating Council would simply be, one of the discussions would be basically that one line where it says by 1-7 would be just put no jail, and that this is a civil ordinance. That change. Now that change is what the Public Safety Coordinating Council needs to talk about, because how the clerk then handles the case. Because right now, it's being treated in criminal court. If you make that change, it might have to move to civil court. So it's really the implementation, and Dan would be with us to talk about. I mean, I would ask Dan to come to the Public Safety Coordinating Council meeting, Because the main thing I need is Dan, at least one judge, and the clerk's office. I mean, it doesn't even have to be that board, but I need those 3 people to walk through the mechanism. If you made this change, can it still fly down that route, but have no ambiguity?
Well, I just don't want, and I'm not an attorney, but I think I understand your logic flow and where you want to go with this. But I don't want the unintended message to say we're going to turn a blind eye to less than 20 ounces of cannabis. And I think that's where we're going. So
I don't want to change anything else, Deb. Nothing else I want to change in it other than the fact to follow the intent of the council and what we originally passed.
With respect, may I bring back,
Mr. Eckert. Yes.
I would request to be able to bring back a discussion item in this to you so you can explain it. Because I think that there, before you go to the PSCC, and so you can decide what your intent is and understand the issues.
But guys, the only intent we have is, this is where Dan and I disagree. My concern is time, is Daytona Beach is already talking about passing theirs. And if people start passing their ordinances based on our language, they're going to pass ordinances that are ambiguous, and we're going to have a problem. So, I mean, I think this is the way I look at it. And I called Dan and talked to him. I said, Dan, I don't want to argue with anyone. There's no reason to have an argument. Why not just make it cleaner? That's it. I mean, if you guys want to get in here and have a discussion of why, some people think it's a misdemeanor, fine. We're going to have a legal analysis. It's going to be a big pain in everybody's ass. Yeah. Or we just go to this committee, say clean it up, and we're done.
With respect,
I'm aware of the fact that, Orlando, that was a controversial, it was a 4-3 vote on it. I think if we start making changes to it, you might see some of the cities that are looking at changing it saying, we don't want any part of this. So I think it might be worth your while to find out what they would think of that.
Cities? Well, I can tell you the cities that I've talked to, they want to make sure that we're using something
The right
that's-
language. Mr. Eckert, what words need to be changed?
well, I think you need to understand the issue, and I think it would take a little bit of time. And if you're willing to, you want to spend the time right now, I'm happy to do it. But I think it might be helpful to have a discussion. You are the legislative body, and we can craft an ordinance that says it's a citation. I can figure out how to do that. The Palm Beach County Sheriff has said he's not going to enforce the ordinance which has been passed in Palm Beach County. So I think there's some balancing to be had as in consideration of what you want to do, and if it is the desire of the county council to create a civil citation, I think we would follow, instead of what's been suggested to Mr. Wagner, that we would follow the model of the Broward ordinance and make it a civil citation. And I have the concern that about how much will be utilized, but the current procedure is that just like your beach code, just like other county ordinances, that person gets a notice to appear. And a payable that you've established, and if they pay that, then the case is dismissed without any adjudication. County ordinances are not a crime. The concern that's been expressed is that like county and municipal ordinances, since the 1970 case involved from the United States Supreme Court, we're treated as being the same sovereign, so you can't be prosecuted for the same conducts. But it's not. But the statute could not be more clear that it's a crime. But so the concern is, and this may be, you may think this is counterproductive. That prosecution under your ordinance may bar prosecution by the state. Changing it to a civil citation, and I believe that the current ordinance is more likely to result in some consequence and therefore likely to be used.
But again, Dan,
If it is,
here's, give me one second.
if it is desired of the county council to create a civil citation, and we can bring it back, an ordinance back to you, the consequence of that is that it'll be enforced by in a traffic, along with other citations, by a judge assigned to the traffic division, and there'll be a fine issued, and it'll be clear that it's civil, and it will not bar subsequent prosecution by the state, and you know,
I have just one very simple question. Has anybody on staff or on this council gone up to Ben Johnson and say, are you going to write the civil ticket or not? Because if he says, I'm not doing that, I'm arresting him and putting him in jail, then this is really a moot conversation we're having.
I know that
That's the whole point of
through my
public
office,
safety.
we've issued directives as to how to write the notices to appear and what it covers to the deputies.
All I'm asking is if the council's intent that it was civil, I'm not saying you have to abandon the ordinance. It's why even have an argument? There's no reason to have an argument. It's been accepted and been positive by everyone, all media outlets. I'm just saying, let me go talk to this committee, tweak a couple words. There's no reason to just
If it is the
do all this
intent,
stuff.
I can fix that for you, and we'll have it back for you.
I
Because
honestly
it's
think
your-
it was
honestly,
the
it's
intent.
your intent.
It was the intent of this council, I do believe, after our discussions, was that, yeah, this is not a criminal behavior, it's an ordinance that.
It's an ordinance violation like any
Yeah.
other of your ordinance violations,
That's
and
right,
they're
it's a
not a
$100
crime.
fine.
So someone can truthfully answer that they haven't been convicted of a crime, they weren't arrested, and there's been no adjudication.
There you go.
But if it's the pleasure of the council to change it to a civil citation system, then please instruct me now or at the next meeting, and we'll bring back an ordinance for you.
Dan, what it sounds like is that the court system doesn't quite know how to handle this.
Exactly
And
what
so
it
if you would show up at the meeting and straighten this thing out. Now, I don't think anybody up here wants to create a civil citation that sets up somebody for a criminal prosecution later. Nobody's interested in that.
No.
What we would like for you to do is to straighten this out with the court system. Whatever needs to be done, those are your instructions. Let's not spend any more time on it.
Yeah, I mean, if it means just write the
Mr.
ordinance, write
Daniels,
the ordinance.
if it's your instruction to make it a civil citation, I can do that. I'm
Dan, those were not my instructions. My instructions were to get with the court system, and that what we voted on was an option that a police officer would have, rather than charge somebody criminally, is to give them a civil citation. One or the other, not both.
Dan, I'll set up a meeting with you and the clerk and a judge on Monday. We can accomplish it. It's not hard. I'm telling you.
Mr. Daniels, respectfully, you just did give me direction with respect to civil citation, and that's the difference.
Whatever it is, go figure it out, come back and let us know. And talk to the court system, see why it is they have a problem. The ordinance that we drafted, you know, me personally, I read it, I didn't see any problem with it, and Josh, when he read it, he didn't see any problem with it, but apparently some people do. Find out why they have a problem with what we wrote.
It's 1-7's the problem.
Yeah.
And one section under 1-7.
You know, it may be that they don't understand it and they need an explanation, and no change is necessary. That could be possible. And it could be that maybe a word or two is possible, but us sitting around here talking about what we don't know anything about is just a waste of time.
I agree.
But we just need to straighten out the issue. That's all I'm saying.
I agree. I mean, it was the intent of this council that it was not a criminal offense. It was supposed to be, you know, a $100 fine, no adjudication necessary, slap them on the wrist, go on down the road. And we had, if everybody will recall, we all said, well, that means they can go do this every day and just pay $100. I said, yeah, well, after $300 or $400 bills going on mom and dad's back pocket, then there's going to be some problems, and mom and dad are going to take care of it, not us. You got to be on the record. You know, I understand there's no enforcement to collect it.
That's the thing is, you hit them for $100, and what are you going to do? You can't make them pay the $100.
You can't do it a misdemeanor either. It's
No,
my
right,
point.
no,
You
I'm-
can't
I'm
get blood
saying-
out of a
no,
turnip.
But I'm
It's
saying
just
right now.
Well, I mean, isn't
the
there
way
some-
that this thing was created?
all of the misdemeanors are that way. They're all the same way, even felonies.
I
Unless
mean-
they're on probation and they're willfully not paying.
Yeah, but a misdemeanor is something that
carries
gets somebody's attention later on. So, you know.
Well, they're getting that payment or not.
Yeah.
No matter what they're getting. I guess, let me make it this easy. Can you instruct Dan to at least just do what Doug said?
Yeah.
It takes care of the whole thing.
Just, would you
End of
please?
discussion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's it.
Would you
Just
please
end the
just
discussion
discuss it?
and
Let's
have a
move on.
discussion with the clerk's office and the judiciary and find out
What we need to do.
it
to
does
fix
it do what we wanted it to do, and if it doesn't, then what do we need to do?
It's easy.
It's very simple.
Dan
Could you
and I
do
know
that,
who
sir?
in the room had the issues with it during the meeting.
Look, I think it's a policy question, but if the council's answer to me, the policy question is to make it a civil citation, I'll bring back an ordinance to you.
Dan, that was not it. The question was this: do the judges and the clerk's office have it right or wrong?
Well,
If they have it wrong, please explain to him why they have it wrong. If they have it right, find out what we need to do.
the argument, I'm not saying that they're processing it wrong. The argument that is being made is that because that county ordinances are treated as having some, although the statute says clearly that they're not a crime, the argument that's being made by some judges is that they have some criminal character, and they do, in this respect that, and this is a question, for the basic policy of the ordinance, that if you charge someone with a county ordinance violation, and they are it's adjudicated, it serves as a bar to prosecution for the same second-degree misdemeanor. On the other hand, there's a big difference in the ordinance in that if the same person is charged with a second-degree misdemeanor and convicted of possession, it is tied to their driver's license, and they lose their driver's license for a year. So you've made it not a crime. You've achieved a payable. No, there's not going to be jail time because we always file a statements indicating the county's intent not to have jail time, and we do that in part because the biggest part is because we to save the cost of a public defender. So if the jail time is is a consequence, then we're required, the county, the county, are required to pay for a public defender. But if they don't pay the fine, and we have to go to a trial, then we're able to make a sentencing recommendation, say we've had now to try it, and therefore the fine should be greater than if the $100 had not been contested. And if they don't have the money to pay it, then they can be put on a payment plan, or they can be ordered to community service. It's not as easy to do that when it's treated as a civil citation, but they're not convicted of a crime. On the other hand, the civil citation system is that it's treated as a civil case, and so it may change. Well, county ordinance violations with civil citations, I'll say this, that the burden of proof is changed
Significantly.
and that if there's a civil citation, then and the state decides to prosecute for some reason, then they can do so. But the only remedy that you have is the payment of the fine, and you're largely talking about using this as an enforcement mechanism for people, young people, who don't have often don't have the means to pay it, and so if they don't pay it, they don't have the assets to go to collect it. So I think it results, the fact that the law enforcement community will see this as a less effective remedy will have the perverse effect that, notwithstanding that the judges are correct that the case law says what it says about the double jeopardy aspect, you have a perverse effect of it being used less. And so, and I think, I don't know what the local law enforcement community will decide, but to change it from a criminal, to the notice to appear to a civil citation, if that's, you know, and it's not just a wording change, it's a policy change on your part. And so that's why I'm saying ultimately, that it's your decision. I don't disagree that the way that we've handled that the way that the ordinance is structured now, that the cases are being processed improperly. What is being said to you is a policy view of it should be even less criminal-like, that it should be a civil citation. That's the prerogative of the council to decide.
No, that's not what I'm asking. All I'm asking
No,
is that
I
it's
think you've missed the point entirely.
Yeah, all I'm asking
You know,
is
you
to
just
clarify.
have. I don't know. I've spoken English the best I know how, and if I can't get through with what I've said, then I'm done. But it's a simple matter of getting with the people who are in law enforcement, the judges. There are judges who are saying, under what we did, that in addition to the civil citation, they're going to give them a misdemeanor conviction. Now that's what they're saying. You need to talk to them, find out why. Do we need to change something, or are they wrong?
Dan, are you okay meeting with me on Monday? I'll set up the meeting with all of them, because I know who said it. Is that appropriate for the council? I can set up the meeting and get the people.
You're the lawyer.
Okay, thank you. Took a little longer than I thought. Sorry.
Okay, what else would you like?
Next one's easy.
I'm
just kidding.
There's more?
This is my last one. I'll preface it. It is my last one. This may seem small to you, but it's not. It's actually a big issue for me and thousands of people. We've talked about the issue multiple times. We had a big meetings on it. Was the pier, surfing too close to the pier and the pier poles. We had a big meeting at the headquarters. There is an alternative, and it's something that the state brought up to us a couple years ago, that I'd like the council to get our lobbyists involved. I will personally get involved and spend some time of the next 4 months to see if they would actually allow us to halo a pier, if not both. It takes away the issue for the pier because their fishermen will be happy. It takes the issue away from the surfers because they'll be happy. Basically, you halo the outside of the pier with rocks. The state actually mentioned it to us a couple years ago, which was, we were excited. I'd like us to really look at that for the next 4 months, because if that doesn't work, based on the meetings we had with George, it would be to probably make those zones smaller. Even the pier agreed at one point to say, yeah, they're on board with figuring out to make it smaller. I'd rather go this route, work with our lobbyists, see if it can be done. If it can't, it can't. But I think it'd be a great resolution.
You're talking the federal lobbyists, because that
It would
would
be
be
both.
more Corps of Engineers, wouldn't it?
It would be both. We'd have state and feds.
Number one. Number two, I mean, we were talking about extending the South Jetty years ago.
You wouldn't see the rocks. They'd be underwater.
Okay, I understand that. But even just to get the base on the South Jetty, it was going to be $20 million. I mean, what's the cost of haloing a?
No, it would be.
It's going to be immense.
No, it's shallow and it's small.
But the rocks, they got to be brought in. This is Florida. We don't have rocks.
Oh, yeah.
Besides, never mind, not going there. But
if you just want to go move the pier poles, I mean, that's
I'm
fine.
good
We
with
got to do something, because I mean, that meeting we said we'd come back to the council and we'd do something, and I'm kind of at a point where I've only got 7 months left. And I told, in this big group of people, probably 150 people, I got to get back to them and say, hey, we're either going to look at this or we're going to go this other route. So you guys tell me which way.
'Cause they have a big problem with.
Oh, yeah, there's
I'd like to see some alternatives. I mean, I'm open for discussion. I'd like to see the discussion. I mean, I understand the fisherman's point. I understand the surfer's point. I understand just the average, person that goes out there swimming. I understand the points, but I'd like to see alternatives. Okay, if we're going to put rock here, why don't we use our concrete? Can we use our concrete that we're using for our reefs? I mean, or do we have to use rock? Can we move the poles? Can we put up a fence?
Well, then let me just get with staff and look at here's the different alternatives, and we discussed alternatives in public. So okay, that's pretty much it. I'll get with them. Thank you, everyone.
You're welcome. All right, Ms. Kuzak, you closing comments? I mean, he's talked about everything under the sun. I don't know what else anybody could talk about.
You're absolutely right, Mr. Chair. So with that, I have no further comment.
I only have to say one thing, Ms. Kuzak. I love your hair. That looks so, it's adorable. Mr. Deneen, you've already spoke all day long, so we'll just
I'm going
close
to
the comment.
a couple of comments for the council. Spring to Spring Trail segment, when it went through Blue Spring State Park, it just recently opened. I do think as important as that is, if you'd like, if anyone wants to, we could hold a ribbon cutting on that at some time here in the near future. It is a big enough amenity. So if I see that people are interested, you don't have to come, but if you want us to do a ribbon cutting, there are people that are interested.
Are you buying the pancakes?
We're buying the ribbon.
Well, what about the pancakes?
You have to buy your own pancakes.
Killing me. All right.
Pardon me? Yes. Next one is Veterans Memorial Bridge. Let me get Jerry from the back. The question I have, Jerry, I want Jerry to give you a 2-second update about where we're at, but I also have this question. Do we want, I assume, I'm making the assumption here, I don't even think I have to ask this question, we're going to have a ribbon cutting on the bridge.
Oh, I don't know.
And groundbreaking, I mean, not ribbon cutting, groundbreaking. Well, we're going to have ribbon cutting too, Jerry.
We have a ribbon cutting. That's going to be a couple.
Going backwards. We're going to do ribbon cutting.
We'll do the ribbon cutting first, and then once it's all built,
I thought you could do it that quick, Jerry, that we cut the ribbon.
And before the ribbon hit the ground,
groundbreaking on the same day. Okay,
Jerry.
But the thing that we need to do is the groundbreaking, and so we need to do that soon. Jerry will tell you when we're going to do this. I mean, obviously, we're going to close he's going to tell you we're going to close the bridge on June 6th. And he's got that worked out. Jerry, step to the microphone if you want. But I need you to work with me because we got to do the groundbreaking soon. We have a ton of people that want to come to this. Jerry?
Jerry Brenton, County Engineer. As Mr. Dean just said, we've worked with the contractor Johnson Brothers, which is heavy marine contractor. So far, we've had great relationships with them in the early stages, and they're mobilizing now. They're bringing equipment from the Keys and from Tennessee and Kentucky to begin the project. We've worked out a schedule where they want to receive their notice to proceed, which will also be the effective date of raising the leaves of the bridge and putting the detour into effect, closure of the bridge. And they've got 32 months to complete the project. Their first thing they want to do is they're going to bring in trestles, one on the east side and one on the west. They're going to build it to extend out over the shallow water where they can't float a barge. And they're going to start demolishing the bridge. So that's going to be their first effort.
Cool.
And the leaves have to come down and whatnot. So June 6th is the date. From a logistics standpoint, it would be best if a groundbreaking were planned shortly thereafter, so that the bridge is closed, the traffic's off of it, and there's a staging area before they bring in all their equipment, because it is going to be a very tight area. We met recently with the Chamber of Commerce, because it's right there in their back door. And there's going to be a lot of pile driving, a lot of vibration, and so we've discussed with them aspects of the project. And next Tuesday, we're going to have an sort of a agency meeting at the chamber. It's going to involve the city, EVAC, police, fire. We've invited all those, kind of get a briefing so that everybody's on the same page of knowing when it's going to be closed, when it's going to, things like that. The court system, we're going to involve them. The buildings that are going to be right around us, because contractors going to have to put vibration monitoring devices on all the buildings, because they're going to be driving piles. And if anyone's been around that, it's not just noisy, but it also can send vibrations through the rock underneath.
Now, I got a very serious question here. Now, if they're driving in the piles, and heaven help us, it doesn't happen, the courthouse cracks. What? I mean, what? No, it's no fracking way. I mean, it cracks. It starts to crack the foundation of the building. Do we stop production? Do we stop the construction on the bridge? I mean, what are we going to do at that point? You know, my question is, what happens if we start to incur damage on that courthouse?
The short answer is they're going to put monitoring devices on all the buildings, literally in place, because that foundation of that is just like stones and things. And you got the towers, you've got the courthouse as well as the chamber building. So contractor will be meeting with each one of the owners and occupants, management of the buildings, be putting various monitoring devices, and there is criteria at which when vibrations reach a certain level, they will stop. And then we'll have to come up with what is the alternative of construction of whatever's caused that exceedance. So those measures will be described to them, and it is the contractor's responsibility. But once they reach a certain level, you can't exceed those because of the liability.
But anyway, I just really today, just to move me, this is just to give you an update. I'm looking at that. I'll try to do it within 7 days of this. I'm gonna try to do it that week of the 6th, okay, to try and have the groundbreaking, okay? All right. Anything else, Jer?
The one other one on that project? Or
Yeah, either one.
Blue Spring, you want?
I already told them about
They already done with
we
the
got
trail.
we got they want to do a ribbon cutting on that too.
Good.
All right.
That concludes it.
Thank you. Two other things, Ms. Chair. I'm gonna make a request. We had a citizen that honestly was one of our people in trying to help the person, gave them a feel for when they thought the public participation would be, which is 2:30. So it's actually one of my employees. And so they came at that time, but the public participation was over. I think because one of our employees told the person when to come, that you might want to make an exception and let them make their public comments.
Is there any objection by the council to allow that individual that was told to come here by 2:30 to have his moments, his 3 minutes? It was directed by staff. I will not object to it.
I'm making the suggestion in this case because we were the party that made it respond.
Okay. Okay. Is there anything else you have before?
It's very difficult to judge how long it would take us to get to.
Yeah, I understand. I agree. There's
That
sometimes.
would be only appropriate that we would permit the person to speak. Who knows how long you guys are gonna go?
Us guys. Us. Well, I have to take this by vote. Okay, Ms. Denny's, let him speak or not? Mr. Daniels? Mr. Patterson? Yes. Okay. By unanimous vote, therefore, we shall let Miss Tina Roth.
Before, Ms. Chair?
But before she comes up,
I'll
I
finish
would
my
like to
final
let him
comment.
finish his comments, but come up to the front row.
You come up to the front.
Come on up to the front row, have a seat.
There is something I'm interested in. I think Dan's going to start it, and I'll work with Dan on when I get to his comment. So my other final comment is an update. I'll get further with you. Hope Place went to PLDRC and they delayed it. And they wanted to have a meeting in the neighborhood, And HAW agreed, okay? Hum agreed. That, I have concerns, but, because I don't think they have that authority, but Hum agreed. So they've talked to me, they want to try and have the meeting in the neighborhood on May 9th. May 9th is a Monday. And so all they're doing is introducing it to the neighborhood, May 9th. I will get back to the council to find out exactly what time, in case anyone wants to go there. I had another issue with PLDC on the parking lot at Hess. I'd rather not get into at this point, but I have some concerns about public projects that go to PLDRC anyway, because they are public projects that you're invested in. So
It's not like we didn't send the bridge over to them.
no, but this one's, I mean, this is where they needed a zoning change, and you make that decision anyway. So
Yeah.
they,
We can override them.
yes. Right, so point is that I'd rather have that discussion individually and then have a general discussion someday
Yeah.
about that process, because I
My-
think
my
it's
question is-
flawed when you're
yeah.
dealing with public projects.
My question
this
is,
case,
when
it
has
all-
ever PLDRC said, oh, you got to have a meeting in the neighborhood?
I don't know.
I've never heard of it.
They don't have authority to do that.
They did not tell the applicant to have a meeting. They asked if the applicant had held a meeting, in part because as the applicant was speaking, he was speaking of a number of different things that could possibly ever happen on the property. And it threw up a bunch of questions. He mentioned the term permanent housing. Well, they immediately said, well, is that Section 8 HUD housing? What do you mean by permanent? Does the neighborhood know about this? He talked about a 24-hour clinic. He talked about feeding people in the middle of the day, which made them think of a soup kitchen.
Oh, who's
It's about
who's
the
running?
applicant from HUM.
Right. Well, actually, the applicant was the school board.
They
And
were a co-applicant.
Right, and he spoke up. Bottom line is, because it's late in the day, is that they have, bottom line, because it was laid out there, and I don't want to get into all those details, but because it was laid out there, and he said that they would, at least gave them that impression, we're going to go ahead. May 9th is the meeting. It's not a hearing, it's just a meeting. So I'll coordinate with you, just in case you wouldn't be on the agenda. I don't advise that. But just in case anyone wanted to go to the meeting, then I'll let you know the time. But it would be May 9th. So that's my final one, except for I want to comment on something that Dan's going to say that's really important to me. Thank you.
Okay.
Well,
All right, you have 3 minutes. So go.
The issue, we request your direction to bring before you some amendments to the merit system. We would do so in segments. The first group have been, the last ordinance you passed, the merit system, you made a finding that it didn't need to go before the personnel board because you're dealing with a large policy issue. This is has to do with the issues of discipline and other promotion and other actions, and it's the kind of thing where in the past you've received the advice of the merit system, the personnel board, and so the manager and the personnel board have developed some amendments which we'd like to bring before you, probably the second meeting in May, since I don't think we can meet the advertising deadline for the first. So the second meeting in May, or depending upon the timing, the first meeting in June. This would be the first, I think, of a group of amendments in kind of segments that are big enough so that you don't have to approach it all at one time, to be more understandable as they're individually presented.
These are housekeeping changes to a great extent that matter to me, because we got things in the merit rules that are really old, from the 80s, in some cases against the law. I mean, and we need it cleaned up so we don't get attacked by our rules. The other thing is, I have some modifications, some minor modifications that will allow me to make sure that we have clarity on things like making sure that discipline is uniform. Things that I have to have. And so Now, all of this, we're going to bring it in sections because it's easier. The first section, we already took the personnel board through. We were supposed to consult with them. They were 100% unanimous on board with making these changes because they got to deal with these personnel actions. And a lot of times, some of these are things that need cleaned up because of, loopholes and things where they had the same questions I did in terms of, did we make sure the discipline was consistent? And I think if we're going to be a fair organization, we need to do that. So with that, if it's okay, I think that it's easier to do it in segments like this, especially, and if I have any issue from the personnel board, I'll tell you, like I said, in this case, they couldn't have been more enthusiastic and voted for it 100%. And that board really does pay attention. When you appointed them, they really are serious. It is a big deal if you're on the personnel board personnel board because it could affect somebody's job. So they take it very serious. So we're just going to bring that forward in pieces.
Right. Is that it, sir? Okay. Without further ado, live from Ocala, Ms. Tina Roth. So sorry you got here so late. So sorry that you were misinformed.
Confusion came in the fact that he told me that all of the board members would be here after 2:30 or at 3:30 at least, and that I should be here by 2:30.
Okay, well, you were here by 2:30, and we are about ready to adjourn, to be honest with you. So let me explain this, how this process works here today. When I give you the go-ahead, you'll give us your name and your address.
Okay.
And then I will tell you have 3 minutes. Okay, speak about whatever's on your mind here. Apparently it says something about impact fees. I'm not quite sure what it's about. But personal attacks on council members and staff and citizens, we don't tolerate that. We try to keep that on a wrap. So give me your name and your address and we'll give you 3 minutes.
Ms. Tina Roth, and
Can
I
we
live...
turn her microphones up a little bit? Nobody can hear her. Or you might have to pull them to you a little bit more.
Can you hear me?
Oh, perfect. Go for it.
My name's Tina Roth. I live in Ocala, Florida, and we are building a home here in Volusia County in Ormond, excuse me.
You have 3 minutes.
And I'm here to ask the council to grant us a special consideration on the, it's not existing anymore, but the moratorium that was put on impact fees. In December of 2015, I wrote Mr. Davis a letter and explained to him why I wanted this to be extended. And the reason is because we purchased this property in 2001 for $27,500. And we have paid almost a full $20,000 by the end of this tax season to make that a buildable lot. We are now able to build on it. I pulled a building permit in October, and at that time it was still posted online on your website that there was a moratorium there. And so I'm just asking you to extend that to us. It is a huge amount of money out of my building fund, and this is my 401k. We are privately employed. My husband is a concrete subcontractor, and when the market crashed, so did our life. And we went for 3 years and did not lose our property. We paid our $3,000 a year. We paid for the street, we paid for a dead-end sewer line, we paid for water, and now I'm being asked to pay an additional $7,000, and I really don't understand what impact I'm having at this point. And on top of that, I do have to install for $5,000 a septic system because I have a dead-end water line, a sewer line that goes nowhere. So I'm just asking to allow us that courtesy and please waive, or however you want to say it, the impact fee so that we can continue building. And I did that in way less than 3 minutes.
Way less.
Any questions? I have some letters. I have several letters dating back to 2001 telling us that the lot was not buildable because there was no potable water. Right. There wasn't a road there. There was absolutely nothing there. We tried with several times, several different attempts to sell the property, and we're not able to because the market crashed. And the fact that I tried to get a little bit more money out of the property, it kept us from being able to sell it because we didn't want to lose it. We wanted to have a second home over at the beach so that we could eventually come over here and retire in a few years when we're ready. So if that's a possibility, I would certainly appreciate it. And I have paperwork to back up everything that I'm saying. If there's any questions or anything else I could provide you with, I'd be happy to.
Okay.
Okay. And is that something I'll find out today?
Not today.
Not
No, not today.
Oh,
But we
okay.
do have your information here, so if there's something coming up, we'll contact you.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, if she has something, she needs to leave it with the.
Yeah, and I was just gonna go down that road. All supporting document, if you'll go ahead and give it to Ms. Zimmerman over here, she'll copy it and give you your originals back.
Okay, that'd be fine.
Yeah, because we don't need your originals.
Okay.
And that way you'll have the corroborating evidence.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you for hearing me today.
Thank you, ma'am. And I do remember talking with you on the phone about that situation. Okay. All right, is there any other matters or business that needs to come? Hello, Arlene. Any other matters or business that needs to come before this council today? Nope. Our next council meeting will be on May
May 5th.
5th. All right, with that, is there a motion for adjournment? So moved. Do I hear a second? Thank you, ma'am. Is there any objection? Any objection to the motion? I'm pulling the Pat Patterson. No objection. We are adjourned.